I say to young people all the time, I was having a conversation last night at Coors Field where someone's daughter was there, and she had asked me, what can you tell my daughter who is newly coming into this industry potentially? And I said, rely on your personality, rely on your true self, because people want to work with people they like. Yeah. And it's not necessarily what you know and your skills. It's if you're likable and you can work with people, that's the base coat for any young person entering any industry, but particularly this one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special event spotlight of travel trends. This is your host, Dan Christian, and today we're going to be featuring the Adventure Travel and Trade Association Elevate Conference that was held in Denver in May 2025. I had the privilege to attend my second ATTA event. As many of our listeners know, I attended the Adventure Travel World Summit in Panama last year, and we released a special two-part series from that event. And I was so keen to get back to ATTA again because it's such an extraordinary community of people that come together for this event. It's really like nothing else that I've ever been to, and it is an incredibly special group of people. And I feel like I found my tribe. I think that's the most common expression that people use when they get connected to ATTA. And I certainly felt that in Panama, and I felt that again even more intensely at Denver, because the people that came together for this event made a real commitment to be there for each other, because the last several months have certainly been challenging for many people around the world that work in travel and tourism, given the geopolitical events. And certainly there was people that had their reservations about traveling to the US for this conference. And interestingly, nearly 50% of the attendees that came together for ATTA Elevate in Denver were international. And as I arrived at the hotel, first of all, I gave Gabby Stoll a big hug. That's Shannon's wife. And then Shannon as well, who, as you have heard me talk about them before, I mean, they're such an extraordinary couple. And when I went to Panama last year, they were the first ones on the dance floor and the last ones still there at the end of the day. And as I got introduced to many other people that Shannon and Gabby kindly introduced me to, both that evening over the next couple of days, it really feels like a wedding, and you're just there to celebrate the two of them and this incredible organization that they have built. And the people that decided to join this year clearly wanted to make their voices known and their presence felt. And I think that was what stood out to me that was really special about ATTA Elevate in Denver. So it was my first time to be at one of their US events, the first time at an Elevate conference. If you're just coming to understand ATTA, the Adventure Travel and Trade Association, I definitely encourage you to check out adventuretravel.biz, their website. You can become a member. You can see the global events they run. I will be in Chile later this year for the next Adventure Travel World Summit, and I will be speaking at that event and recording podcasts as well. And I couldn't be more excited to be a part of this community. Shannon and I have become terrific friends. We've also launched a standalone podcast series on adventure travel. It's a new quarterly series. We've released the first episode so far. We interviewed Greg Takahara from Tourism Cares, and we focused on sustainability, of course, to kickstart that series. And we'll have our next episode coming out shortly. Now, today, we're going to start with Erik Blachford, who is one of the founders of Expedia, the first CEO of Expedia. He's gone on to incredible success in the Valley, investing in multiple different startups focused on travel, but he sits on some of the biggest boards, including Zillow, but he remains very committed to the travel industry, as you'll hear from our conversation. And then we're going to speak to Soraya, who runs the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund, a very important organization as well. I've since become an associate member myself. And one of the speakers they brought in, Jody Potts-Joseph, who is a First Nations leader from Alaska. I was so keen to sit down and interview her, and you'll hear from her third in this series of interviews. You're going to hear from David and Becky, who run Blacksford Premium RVs, who I have the chance to work with closely, and it's an extraordinary company. Great to see them there at this event, so I'm keen for you to all hear their story. You're also going to hear from people like Casey, who's a coach that works extensively with travel companies, and we'll have her a little bit later on in the episode. I've deliberately tried to spread out all these amazing interviews, but as you'll listen throughout, there are tour operators from Europe and from Ecuador. There are AI startups here from Zaal, another really inspiring story. And it really kind of profiles to me the type of people that come together for an event like this. And so I think you'll find all of these conversations really interesting, really inspiring. And I hope you'll take the chance to reach out to each of them and also get involved in the ATTA community. We are going to be posting clips and highlights on our social channels, so be sure to check out LinkedIn, Instagram, and YouTube. And speaking of YouTube, we also have one of the industry's biggest filmmakers, Rob Holmes, who runs GLP Films. I was actually able to attend his special film showing on the last night, where he released 5 of the new films that he's been working on with different tourism boards around the world. We actually have Rob part of the opening set as well. We have this really interesting guy named Richard Naha, who is based in Denver. And I think many of you know during the pandemic, obviously people's lives were upended. We created this podcast as part of it. He actually created a surf lodge and retreat in Costa Rica called Surf Synergy that's absolutely taken off. And it's a truly remarkable story. So you have to listen to Richard and Surf Synergy. We also have Jason Reckers, who is the chief operating officer at ATTA and also runs adventure.travel. So you're not going to want to miss these conversations. And I really appreciate everyone spending the time connecting with me. And I hope you enjoy this series of conversations. And I can't wait to see you all again in Chile in October. All right, now let's get started and welcome Erik Blachford to the Travel Trends podcast. Erik, it's so great to have you with us. I was so looking forward to meeting you and having this opportunity to speak to you. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Dan. Well, it was really nice to be here, and it's great to be here at the ATTA conference, too. Elevate's great.
Tell everyone about your connection with ATTA.
Well, let's see. I've been involved with ATTA for a long time. I was a speaker at one of the very first ones up at Whistler, way back when I was working for a company called TerraPass doing carbon offset stuff. And then when I was running Butterfield and Robinson, I became part of the tribe, which I guess is what we still think of it.
Yeah.
And then just sort of stayed connected. It was my way of staying connected to the adventure world, even though I was spending a lot of my time in kind of traditional online travel. And then during the pandemic, as Shannon decided to reconfigure the company a little bit to get through that, I joined the board. And so I've been on the board ever since, helped Shannon sort of put together the corporate structure around it. And so here I am. Now I have an official role, which is kind of great.
Well, so I think people would have heard some of that in the introduction with your background, but I'd love to hear it from your perspective because, when you look at someone that founded Expedia and then led the parent company and just the legacy you have with, investing in this space. But tell us a little bit about your personal journey, if you wouldn't mind, just how you actually entered the travel and tourism space and just give us kind of a brief overview of how you got to where you are today, because it's so remarkable.
Well, if you want to go to the very beginning, so I grew up going to a camp in Quebec called Camp Nomads, which somewhat weirdly I now own. But we can talk about that later. Anyway, so I had this sense very early on that, sort of a life well lived is one where you're outdoors a lot. And it was very much in my family and very much the culture of that camp. You learn how to canoe, you learn how to, cook your food over an open fire, all that sort of stuff. And I really loved it. And I was, on the track. I was a counselor at that camp. And then after I finished high school, my parents gave me as my graduation present, I got to go on one of the old Butterfield Robinson student trips of Europe by the bike tours. Imagine 30 days high school, 30 days, 30 high school students who had just graduated and 3 guides who were in universities. You can sort of imagine what that was
Absolutely.
like. And anyway, so at that early age, I was like, wow, this is a possible thing in life.
Yeah.
You can do this. And so the job that I wanted when I was in college was, of course, guiding one of those trips. I got that job after my junior year at college. And then I came out in 1989, which was a terrible recession. But I was like, hey, I know what I'll do. And I just went and I guided bike tours for Butterfield for 3 years. So I got pretty deep into the adventure travel industry, but I didn't want to stay in it as a guide for the long term. So I went back and I went to business school. And then, it seems crazy in hindsight, but I came out of business school just as the internet was really dawning. Netscape had just launched their browser.
Yeah.
Microsoft decided they were going to get into the travel business. And I had gone to Columbia Business School and taken a sort of a media telecoms concentration. And somehow the Microsoft people found me through, I guess, a connection, recruited me because I had what looked like travel experience. Of course, I'm like, I'm not sure that my travel experience is the travel experience that you think it is. Right. But anyway, got the job. And so, I was on the founding team of Expedia when it was within Microsoft, helped build that up. I was the guy, my first job there was I had to go around to all the rental car companies and say, hey, you're going to pay Microsoft 10% commission. And so I learned a lot about the real travel industry very, very quickly. Anyway, we spun that company out in 1999. You probably know the rest of the story. Sold it to Barry Diller's IAC in 2001. I took over when Rich Barton decided to exit. So I was the second CEO there and CEO at IAC Travel. We integrated Hotels.com, Hotwire, et cetera. So I was pretty far away from adventure travel at this point.
Sure,
right?
exactly. Which is why it's such an amazing story. The fact you started in adventure travel and you've come back to it, and here we are at ATTA and you're on the board. But so keep going, because I think so many of our listeners, and Erik is actually going to be a part of season 6 of our podcast as well. So we're actually going to spend a full hour together, but I think this is so important and so interesting. So tell us what happened next at Expedia.
So Expedia, then they decided to spin the company out as a public company again, and it just made, I understand it made sense. Barry Diller was going to be the chairman, and it made sense that he wanted to have one of his people in as the CEO, and that made sense to me too. So Derek Khosrowshahi, who's now the CEO at Uber, but he took over from me, and so I took off and decided, okay, I'm going to take a little break, decide what I'm going to do with myself. And then, I mean, you're going to laugh, but I saw the Al Gore movie, the Inconvenient Truth movie, and I got religion about climate change. And so I went to a Series A startup in San Francisco called TerraPass, selling carbon offsets. So that sort of introduced me really deeply into the sustainability world. Which I hadn't really had that much exposure to. But suddenly I resonated with that a lot. Now, the carbon offset thing sort of famously didn't work because Obama decided to prioritize healthcare instead of the cap and trade system. So pretty hard to sell offsets if there's no market, right? And so I said, okay, well, now what am I going to do? Well, it turned out to be just after the wake of the financial crisis, and George Butterfield called me up and said, wow, are we ever getting pummeled here? Because everybody's trading down in the adventure travel world, and I don't know, I just don't know how to get this through. Can you come and help me? So I said, okay, sure, I'll come and help. And I figured I'd do like a, executive chairman consulting thing. But of course, immediately feels like, no, okay, I'll run the place for a while and it'll be fun. So I did that, and I sort of laugh sometimes with, I said to George, I'm like, he was in Toronto, I was living in San Francisco, and I had small kids, so I was going back and forth. It just wasn't sustainable. So eventually Norman Howe took over as the CEO, and that was a great move. He was there for 10 years after. But I still maintain that was one of the best jobs I ever had. And there's a whole alternate career timeline I have that involves me actually staying there, running that company, building it up. Because I just think the adventure travel thing, what you're doing for your customers, is so great. However, I didn't do that. I came back to San Francisco, and I got pulled into the investing world. And I didn't want to do it full time because I was an old English major, and I'd always wanted to go and get an MFA. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to do part-time investing. And at TCV, I was able to do that as a venture partner. And part-time, I'll go back to San Francisco State and get my MFA in playwriting and fiction writing, which I did over the course of the next 5 years. But that also gave me experience doing a bunch of investing into different companies, some travel companies like SiteMinder, Tour Radar, probably familiar to a lot of listeners here too.
Yep.
And so I was sitting on those boards, but helping with those investments at the same time doing the writing thing. And then I came out of all that right around as the pandemic was sort of landing on us, and said, okay, I'm going to do something different again. And just decided, okay, I'm just going to be a solo act here and put more of my energy into the stuff that I think is really meaningful for people. And that's when I started drifting more. That's when I did the ATTA board. So along the way there, I bought that camp that I went to growing up. So now we've got 500 kids a summer going through there. We can talk more about that if you want. I recently joined the Hip Camp board. I've kind of got this theme going around, travel.
And couch surfing as well?
Oh, couch surfing. I forgot. Couch surfing. Tried really hard to figure out how we could turn couch surfing around back in 2012, 13, something like that. Right after Butterfield, actually. Yeah. But I mean, Airbnb was on the ascendant, and that was a whole different different chapter. So I've been very interested in everything around community, culture, and also trying to do companies big and small, and not all in travel. Importantly, too. Like I'm still on the board at Zillow, which was founded by the Expedia co-founders Rich Barton and Lloyd Frank, and I try to sort of make sure that I'm taking other learnings from other companies and industries and bringing them into travel. Yeah, it's a remarkable and fascinating and incredibly inspiring story. I love the fact that we obviously both have Canadian roots. You're based in Montreal. I'm based in Toronto. My wife and her family's all from Montreal. I spent a bit of time in Montreal. That's great. And so you can actually see on my laptop MT Lab and some of the startups that that's terrific.
We work with.
I still have a little apartment in old Montreal. I just can't give it up.
Exactly. Well, and companies like Hopper and there's a great travel tech scene in Montreal.
Fred's done an amazing job there. It's incredible. Yeah.
And so
I'm on the board of BusBud as well, which is one of the great success stories in the tech sector in Montreal. And at this point, we're probably the biggest seller of bus tickets in the world. Yeah. We've been buying companies up all over South America. It's great.
Oh, that's extraordinary. That's fascinating. So I have so many questions. obviously there's the connection with Tour Radar. They're a great partner of ours. And the fact that you know the multi-day tour space. And I still remember actually when your VC firm was looking to invest in Tour Radar, and I had done some calls to validate, and your team, when I was having one of the calls with the investors who were, the Tour Radar team had asked me, because I was working at the Travel Corporation at the time, and we were their largest partner with Trafalgar and Insight and Gachechiladze.
Oh, right, sure.
So I was helping advocate on their behalf for their funding round, and I knew you were coming on to the board. And one of the moments in, I guess, in my career that was defining for multi-day tour was when your team had said, we have conviction on the category. The conviction on the category of multi-day. But the amazing part for me is that you have that experience at Expedia and then Tour Radar. And it still amazes me that the big OTAs have not got into the multi-day tour or the adventure space. And that was a big. So can I quickly ask you, given that you see both sides of that, do you think they're missing an opportunity, or do you think they just don't understand that market?
Well, I don't think they're missing an opportunity. I think they see what the opportunity is, and I think it's a scale thing. I mean, a lot of the adventure travel world is pretty bespoke, and OTAs, by their very definition, are not bespoke. They're the anti-bespoke. And so I think a lot of it comes down to that. Now, Tour Radar is, getting up to the scale now where I think it's probably getting the place where their coverage is so big, it probably does start to become sort of interesting for an OTA, whether it's a partner or something else. I don't know, but I would think that. But you got to remember, when you're an OTA and you're looking at partnerships, the numbers have to be so massive for it to move the needle at all, to even make it worth the effort of the corporate development team to have the conversation.
Right.
And a lot of multi-day, and it's just not that. What we consider big here in ATTA context isn't really big when you're looking at the scale of, the big global hotel chains and stuff like that.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the air car hotel, the OTA is obviously very dominant in that space, and they're in cruise, they're in some of the vacation package, but not specifically multi-day and adventure tour, which has allowed opportunities like companies like Tour Radar to establish themselves and have.
Right. No, that's the good side of the story. Is it does mean there is an opportunity for folks to build up. Tour Radar is sort of a multi-day OTA of its own, right?
Indeed, exactly. Yeah. So that's one point of connectivity, and but there's so many. But I want to bring it up to where we are today, day one of the ATTA Elevate conference. We've both just finished the opening session. It was a great talk from EF, one of the heads of EF, talking about their new adventure brand, which launched during the pandemic, and very much a response to this loneliness epidemic that James Thornton from Intrepid talks about. He's been on our podcast as well, and so there is a societal shift in the face of technology and some of these other developments, where people are feeling a stronger desire for human connection. And I know that's part of what you're going to be talking about as well. The interesting thing just about stats is that she was highlighting that the adventure travel category now is an $896 billion business. And there's these different numbers to try and highlight just how massive this industry is, but really what's that comprised of. So trying to get the attention of some of the big players and investors that could be interested in this space. But tell us, Erik, what brings you to ATTA this year, aside from the fact, obviously, you're on the board, but tell us what brought you here this year and what some of the things you're going to be focusing on and talking about.
Sure. I'm happy to. So I think we're in this really extraordinary time right now, and it's a weird confluence of stuff that I think makes the outdoor world more interesting than ever. One, of course, is the administration and everything that it's doing lends in sort of an air of uncertainty to everything, right? We literally don't know what the rules are going to be for international travel and visas and so on over the course of the next few years. Over the course of the next few years, we're also going to see the emergence of AGI. I think that's very clear. Nobody quite knows what that looks like exactly. I've got my theories. Everybody does. But, the other thing is, because there's been so much crazy attention put on administration policies and AI and so on, we've kind of forgotten that climate change is still there chugging away in the background.
Sure.
And a lot of the scientists think the next few years are when we're going to start to see some of the tipping points on that. You're already starting to see massive crazy heat waves and so on and so forth.
Indeed, yep.
All of these things are going to have huge impact on the travel industry, and especially in the adventure travel industry. And I tend to think it's just never been more important for people to actually remember that there is a connection with the outdoor world that all of us share. Yeah. And you have to actually go and do it to feel it, but we all it's part of it. And also that being outdoor in nature with other people is the way that we're actually all supposed to exist. We're not really supposed to exist mediating every single interaction through a screen. Yeah. Right? Yeah. And what's going to happen with AGI is, of course, the mediation through the screen is not always going to be with another person. It's going to be with a fake person. Right? Now, fake people who cost almost nothing and can do customer service, hey, that's great for business. Fake people who are like my best friend. I mean, call me old school, call me old fashioned, but like go and get into a whitewater raft. If your best friend lives in your phone, maybe you need another friend, right? But in all seriousness,
everyone needs a hug.
Everybody needs a hug, but also, I mean, when I think about the context of the summer camp where we're talking about kids, right? There's an awful lot of 12-year-olds this summer who they'll come to camp for the first time and they'll spend a week or 2 weeks with us. So we have an absolute 100% no tech policy. And it'll be the first time in their lives where what they've had to do is just make friends with the other kids and do activities with them and take some instruction from their counselors and eat in a dining hall with 200 other screaming kids, right? It'll be the first time they've ever done that in their lives. And parents are now saying to us, like, can you please teach my kid how to interact with other kids? And we're like, we've only got 2 weeks here. We'll do our best, right? But you can't put too high a value, I don't think, on the experience of sitting around a campfire with a guitar, singing out of tune, country roads or whatever it might be. Yeah. And I think that's the essence of a lot of adventure travel.
Good old John Vera.
That's
a classic.
Right? But listen, we all know what that feels like. And I really don't think it matters whether you're in Quebec or Mongolia, right? I mean, you're on an adventure, you're at nature, you're with other people. It's just never been more important.
Yeah. So I know you have a talk coming up today. So tell us a little bit about some of the things you're going to be highlighting in that conversation, which obviously relates to what we're talking about now.
Well, I think a lot of it's going to come down to this theme of uncertainty, because everybody knows that everything is changing, but nobody can predict exactly how, and especially because a lot of these things are going to intersect. So you're going to hear a lot about AI, you're going to hear a lot about global tourism, you're going to hear a lot about the sort of international order and what that means. I mean, we've got 2 pretty big hot wars going on in the world right now. We're not used to that. We're weirdly getting kind of used to reading about it in the news all the time, but I think that's going to upend a lot of tourism. And I think we're going to talk also about some of the trends that are around climate change, especially this notion that there's a lot of people now, you'll see some of the research later, who one of the main reasons they're traveling is because they want to go to see places before they're gone.
Right.
Now that's, that's pretty depressing stuff.
Certainly.
But you can understand it. And of course, then what you have is you have the big crush of people going to see things before they're gone, which can lead to over-tourism, which can lead to, speeding up the demise of some of these places. And so I think we're going to struggle to keep it light.
Yeah.
But we're going to do our best. It's not all doom and gloom. But what it is very uncertain.
One question on this topic, and we'll get into more detail about this on our season 6 episode together. I always ask leaders or captains of industry about sustainability, because certainly post-pandemic, one of the things that it was quite clear to me in my executive roles in travel that it was on the list of 10 reasons for someone to book, it would be 8, 9, 10. Whereas post-pandemic, we're seeing it like within the top 5. People are actually starting to make decisions, or at least from my vantage point, and the people I'm speaking to, is that customers are starting to factor in sustainability into their decision making. But this is where I want your perspective on this. So this can be a depressing or uplifting part of our conversation. But what are you seeing in reality today when it comes to consumers and sustainability? Are you seeing a positive movement in that direction, or are you still very concerned that we're living in end times?
Well, those things can be true at the same time. Those are not mutually exclusive.
Great point.
So I think, that's a big question. I think certainly across the travel industry, when you look at adventure travel, I actually think sustainability is sort of built in now.
Yeah.
I think it's price of entry. And if you're trying to run an adventure travel trip someplace and you're not doing things in a sustainable way, I think your customers are going to call you out on it.
Sure.
I mean, and that's so widespread in the adventure travel world that I sort of feel like if you're going to take an adventure travel journey, well, you've already baked that into your calculus.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's as true in the broader travel world. I mean, I wish I could say that it was, but I don't see a lot of evidence for people say when they're going to go on a fly and flop vacation in Hawaii or somewhere that they're choosing the property based on its sustainability cred.
Yeah.
By the way, I think the hotel companies are doing the right thing despite that. I think they know that people aren't necessarily choosing them because of it, but I think they feel a lot of the time it has to do with their employee base, and they feel like they should do the right thing. And I mean we're moving on quickly from the days of the cruise industry just dumping everything into the ocean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the 80s anymore, but at the same time, if you look across the broader sort of environmental world, which I still do a little bit, I was involved with a company called Grove Collaborative for a while. It was doing sort of very, very much aimed at trying to get plastics out of their packaging and so forth. The typical consumer still likes things to be sustainable, but isn't going to pay a premium for it.
Right.
And so until you have price performance that's exactly the same as everything else,
Yeah.
I just don't, it's really hard to combat some of that stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at diving into this further in our conversation. I know for today, as we're a part of this, and this is the opening session, both of this event spotlight episode of ATTA, you and I together, there's going to be a number of conversations over the course of today and tomorrow that will be part of this conversation that all of our global listeners will be enjoying as part of this one episode. But as we're sitting here together, Erik, one of the things I did want to highlight is, given your involvement with ATTA, and clearly we both have a passion for adventure travel, you're now on the board, you're now, you're presenting today. And what do you think for those people who are listening to this? Because the audience for this is a global audience that may not be familiar with ATTA. And so what are some of the things that you're most excited about this organization, and why other people listening to this should consider becoming a member, getting involved, going to some of the events? Like, I discovered this organization only a year ago, and I absolutely love it, and I feel like I've found my tribe. And I know that is the most common expression, and it's like
it is.
But I found the people here to be incredibly intellectually stimulating to have conversations with. And there's no shortage of people that you meet that you just will find endlessly fascinating, that work in these incredible niche markets. So yeah, for our global listeners, just given your passion and industry background, such a heavyweight that has got involved in ATTA, tell our global listeners what they should pay attention to and why they should get involved.
Yeah, sure. I mean, listen, to me, the magic of ATTA, and they do call it the tribe for sure. And the reason that people get so excited about connecting in with the big community here is because it's this unique opportunity for peer-oriented growth, right, and learning. Yeah. And if you're in the early stages of building up your company in the adventure travel world, it can be really lonely, especially if you're one of the only operators in your local geography. But you might find that there's somebody else doing a very similar thing halfway around the world, and ATTA is the place you're going to meet them, and you're going to be able to compare notes and learn from each other. And I think that's the real magic. Now, I mean, ATTA, as an organization, there's a lot of research that we provide. We try to do a lot of educational material, but really it's the community. It's the community coming together. And by the way, coming together face to face. Yep. Right. One of the things people couldn't wait to do after the pandemic was get back to real live ATTA events, because so much of the learning comes from people chatting. They go into the seminars and then they're chatting about them afterwards. That's what the whole thing's about from my point of view. And that's where the next generation of leaders for all of the bigger travel companies are going to come from too.
Yeah. No, that's great. I really appreciate your perspective, and I definitely am looking forward to us having more time together, and I'm sure our listeners, we've already kind of whet their appetite for a much more in-depth conversation with us together. But Erik and I, this is actually our first time meeting, and it's such an honor to speak to you.
Great
and
to
get to meet you. And I certainly wish you luck with your presentation later today, and I look forward to keeping in touch and having you back on Travel Trends for Season 6.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan. Really appreciate being here.
I now have the pleasure to speak to Soraya Shattuck, who is the Executive Director at the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund, which is very closely tied to ATTA. So welcome, Soraya. Great to have you on this Travel Trends special event spotlight.
Thanks. Great to be here.
Awesome. Now, tell us a little bit about the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund. I know it's been around for 9 years. You founded this. It's got a really incredible story. But yeah, tell everyone a bit of background of the organization and how you work with ATTA.
Absolutely, yeah. The Adventure Travel Conservation Fund is a nonprofit. We play in the adventure travel space, of course. The ATTA is actually one of our founding members and kind of came around back around 9 years ago. Shannon and the ATTA team, obviously with their membership, were having a lot of conversations around conservation, and sometimes their members would come up to them and say, hey, I've got this great turtle project. Can you help us fund it? And it just sort of fell out of the scope of what ATTA did. And so the ATTA, along with a couple other members, at that time it was REI Adventures, Ex Officio, and several others, came together to say, look, let's put some funding together to get this launched and start a nonprofit. And really the core mission of what we do is to support Indigenous grassroots communities around the world who are doing great conservation work. And part of that is to help preserve the biodiversity in those destinations, the cultures, their traditions. How do we focus on nature-based solutions around climate, and really sort of emphasize the point to these communities that there is a livelihood and there is an economic benefit in conservation. So we
give grants to all of those communities around the world.
That's really interesting. And one of the things that our listeners have come to know who listen to our Travel Trends podcast, and of course we have a partnership with ATTA. We do this quarterly release that Shannon and I co-host, and I definitely encourage our listeners to check that out as well because the next one's coming up. But one of the things I always ask about on the Travel Trends podcast is what makes a particular organization unique. And I haven't actually asked this of a nonprofit or a conservation fund, but I do know as soon as you say a project like Turtles, I think there's people that actually understand what it's like to work with conservation funds, but I think there's a large portion of the community that just hears about these organizations. They're not really clear on what they do and what differentiates them. So my key question for you on this is what really separates Adventure Travel Conservation Fund from other nonprofits?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we are a grant-giving organization, but what's really cool about the way we decided to put this together, there's a couple different elements. One is that our membership base and the people that help fund these projects are businesses in the adventure travel industry or anywhere along the adventure travel supply chain. So it's really a chance for them to sort of walk this talk of conservation. It's like, well, you know, you say you're sustainable, you say you're doing all these things, but how are you actually helping to preserve the destinations where you're sending all these clients to? So our member base is anyone, you know, they're tour operators, accommodations, DMOs, and then we've got non-endemics that also fall along that supply chain, like gear brands and insurance companies and travel lawyers and things like that. So really anyone who kind of plays in any aspect of adventure travel, there are members who help us fund these projects in these destinations. And the other really cool thing is, you know, we're a small organization. We've tried to keep it really lean and efficient so that we can get as much money as possible on the ground to these destinations. And so what we've done is created a model based off another conservation organization in North America. But because we're a small team, we don't necessarily have access to all these conservation projects that are happening around the world. And so we rely on our members and the businesses that are in these destinations to bring forward those projects to us. So what's kind of cool about the model that we have is that our members get to nominate projects and communities and organizations for funding consideration. We take all those nominations, invite them to submit applications, and then we take all of those applications and sort of vet it down to, you know, a recommended list of what we think are the most impactful, viable projects based on, you know, our funding criteria. And then that goes back out to our members, and our members essentially get to vote on where they want to see their funding go for that year. So we've tried to really make it as democratic of a process as possible to get our members to have a lot of say in where the funding for conservation goes.
Yeah, no, it's so important. And actually, Erik Blachford, who joined us just before this, and he, as our listeners would have heard, he was the opening conversation. So it's actually a perfect segue to have this discussion now because we were discussing sustainability. And one of the questions I asked him that I'm very keen to ask you, especially on that note, is that here we are in this post-pandemic, which really... We're getting to that point where we need to stop talking to the pandemic, I realize, because it's just like we're all so scarred by it, but we just need to move forward. But there is, you know, it has shaped human behavior in so many different ways that we're still coming to understand. And one of the things that I certainly always ask my guests about is sustainability, because it has become, from my vantage point, more important to consumers and their decision making, and especially places like Adventure Travel Trade Association. And Erik was saying, you know, you wouldn't really have a adventure travel company that wasn't sustainable. They just wouldn't exist today in the marketplace because customers would choose something else. What are you seeing? And as when it comes to a conservation fund, are you seeing more interest, more membership? You know, how are you seeing this category in the space?
Yeah, definitely a lot more interest. I think it's being driven through a couple different avenues. I think one is businesses are saying, gosh, we know that there needs to be a future for where we're sending people to these destinations. So as a small tour operator, as a small lodge or something, we don't have the capability of investing in conservation directly ourselves and doing all this vetting and, you know, kind of everything that's involved in giving grants to organizations. So let's do this through a different avenue. Let's pick a nonprofit and kind of, you know, do our funding through there. So that's been really cool to see. And then I think, you know, as I'm sure you'll hear from your other guests, it's being driven by the travelers. They want to work in close partnerships with organizations who are not just talking about sustainability and conservation, but who are actually backing it up with their own money and their own investments and their own efforts around, you know, investing in these communities.
Very interesting. And then as we're sitting here, it's day one of the conference. And obviously this is just the beginning of what, you know, we've had the Day of Adventure, which was extraordinary, the opening sessions. And I love being part of ATTA. I've just recently gotten really involved, and I just really feel strongly connected to this community. And I'm clearly, you must as well. well. So tell us a little bit about what brings you here this year and what some of the things you're looking forward to either talking about or connecting with people on.
Yeah. So we every year come to both the Elevates and the World Summits. I mean, it's a great community, and every year that we come there, our community continues to grow and grow, and you see familiar faces, which is so wonderful. Also, a staple of the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund at the ATTA events is our members' breakfast meeting. So we have that happening tomorrow, and usually it's a chance for us to pack a room with people who are not just our members who've committed to conservation, but for others who are very interested in that conservation conversation. And there's amazing, incredible organic relationships and partnerships and friendships that are forming within that room. And it's not just about, us talking about the projects that we funded or having our amazing guest speakers come in to talk about, challenges with public land preservations or conservation in, the wild oceans or things like that. But it's a great place for the community to connect.
Oh, that's cool. I'm going to be there tomorrow.
Yay!
I'm looking forward to it. I missed it when I was in Panama, but a number of people told me that I had to be there. And the scheduling didn't work because I try and organize these where people can actually select time on my calendar.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I don't get to attend as much as I would like to, but tomorrow I've blocked my calendar so I can be there. I don't want to miss that opportunity because everyone raves about it. And this is where this community is very supportive, very switched on when it comes to the importance of sustainability, because we clearly want to make sure that this world is preserved for future generations. And this whole category, this whole focus couldn't be of more paramount importance. So tell us, are you going to be doing some talks over the next couple of days? What are some of the other, aside from obviously your big event tomorrow morning, what are some of the other things that you're going to be participating in at Denver Elevate, given that many of our listeners wouldn't even be familiar with what's on the cards, what's on the agenda?
Yeah, I think the accelerates are always really fun to go to. It's a little bit of a different setup than the main sessions because those are a bit more interactive. You get to hear from the peers and colleagues in there about different challenges that they're facing and sort of do group brainstorms. So that's always, the accelerators are always really fun for me. And yeah, just it's walking around, meeting new people, having those new conversations, and just starting to build foundations of relationships that will be there for years to come.
Very cool. The other thing I wanted to ask you, just given your perspective on this industry and this space, is some of the trends that you're seeing when it comes to consumer behavior or organizations embracing conservation. What are some of the big themes that you're focused on as an organization? And what are some of the consumer behavioral trends that you're paying attention to?
I think it's similar to what I said before. I think businesses are being driven partly by what consumers are demanding. And so they're looking for those conservation connections, looking for those certifications. Are you a B Corp? Are you a 1% for the Planet member? Are you with the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund? And, real sustainable sort of certifications are vetted through different organizations where it's reliable and that there's actually something good happening here. And I think the other thing is that the partnerships that are forming between businesses, they're also looking for those different ways to vet. So if I'm looking for a tour operator, there's no way for me to distinguish A from B unless I start to look at, what do you do around conservation? Who are you a part of? How do you give back? And so really what's distinguishing a lot of the members here is what has their commitment been? And more than just talking, more than just internal, but what are they doing to partner with other organizations around that?
Yeah, no, that's great to hear and very encouraging. The other thing I actually wanted to bring up too while we have this conversation together, because when I approach most of my episodes, I am very keen to get my guest's backstory, because backstories build credibility and trust, and then we get into what they're working on, and then we finish kind of talking about the trends. That's sort of, essentially the framework of a lot of the conversations that I have. And one of the things I wanted to highlight to our listeners is your background, Soraya, because it is so unique and impressive. And I highlight that because we were having a really nice conversation before we set out to record. And although this is like a vignette conversation where I don't typically have the time to go into everyone's backstories, yours is so compelling and interesting. And it in many ways, having this conversation with you now and hearing more about what it is that you do and your interest, it so strongly, to me, ties to your origin story and where you were born and grew up. So tell everyone, if you wouldn't mind, a little bit about your background and how you ultimately got into this space.
Yeah, sure. I was sharing earlier that I was born and raised in Kenya, lived there for the first 15 years of my life. And it was, to me as a kid, sort of, that's just what life is. And my parents had a travel agency, and they also had inbound safari operation. And so for us, weekends were camping out with the elephants, or, going down to the coast in Mombasa. And it certainly was taken for granted as a child, but we moved to Washington State when I was about 15. And honestly, the magic of Washington is incredible in itself. But it laid a very incredible foundation for my beliefs around conservation, my appreciation for the wild spaces that we have. And, having a young kid myself now, it's definitely been ever more emphasized around the need to protect these places, because I want to take him to see all those, beautiful, wonderful, wild, free cultures and communities and people. So
yeah, no, thank you so much for sharing that, because I think it's, people will travel to destinations like Kenya and come back changed and impacted. And you actually grew up in Kenya and then came to the U.S. as a teenager. And so your perspective on U.S. society is unique and largely shaped by that experience, and I just find that so interesting in terms of what you've chosen to focus on and go into. But no, it's been a real pleasure meeting you. I want to make sure, Soraya, that everyone knows how to find out more information about the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund and be able to follow up and connect with you. So what would be the best ways for them to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say go on our website, check out the great work we do, look at the communities that we support, adventuretravelconservationfund.org. We've got this great travel conservation auction coming up in September. It's the world's largest and most respected adventure travel and gear auction benefiting conservation. It's launching on World Tourism Day, and everything, all the funds that we raise from that enable us to be able to continue to do great work and continue to fund the projects that we are around the world. So that's an awesome way for travelers and businesses to engage as well.
Fantastic. I will definitely get involved and support that. I'm sure many of our listeners will as well. It's a real pleasure to meet you, and I certainly look forward to keeping in touch. And make sure that you check out It's attconservationfund.org for more details, and connect with Soraya and the team. Real pleasure to meet you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I just finished attending an incredibly inspiring morning keynote session at the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund meeting. And I now have the privilege and real honor, I would say, to introduce you to that extraordinary keynote speaker, Jody Potts Joseph, who is a advocate for Indigenous rights. And she's a documentary filmmaker. She's based in Alaska, actually very close to the Canadian border. As you know, I'm Canadian, so I was thrilled to hear her story about the Yukon River and being so close in that whole region. I can't wait to visit one day. But Jody, welcome to Travel Trends. I'm thrilled to have you as this part of this special event spotlight.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here.
For sure. And you have so much to share and so much to offer. And I want to try and capture as much as we can in the time that we have together. And I would love for you to share your background with our listeners, because there's so many aspects to what you do. You have such an incredible family and an amazing story. So would you mind just giving everyone a bit of overview of your background, please?
Yeah, sure. I was really blessed and fortunate to have been raised on the land of my people, the Han Gwich'in, where our people have lived for thousands of years and lived in relationship with our lands and our animal relatives. So that is really the foundation and really my guiding force in life.
Fantastic. And what a beautiful part of the world. And obviously your culture is so unique and distinct, and you gave such a remarkable overview. And I learned so much from that session, and I want to try and capture as much as possible. But how did you get into, actually, I guess one of the big questions, of course, it ties it together with why we're both here, with your background, getting involved with ATTA and the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund?
Well, I have done years of advocacy for protecting our sacred lands, which oftentimes is public lands, federal public lands. And so I served on a board. I still serve on the Alaska Wilderness League, and one of the board members of that organization was also a board member and maybe a founding board member of the Adventure Travel Conservation Fund. And, we just share similar values, and Steve Barker had gone to Alaska for one of our board meetings, and, the group came to our fish camp and spent some time and, just really connected. And so I was invited by this organization now to come speak, and just really happy to be here. I love adventure travel. I love being a part of this industry, and just hope to expand in Alaska, where we have a lot of really special things to share.
And now give everyone an overview of all the things that you do, because I want to ask you about that. I want to ask you, I want to specifically ask you a bit about sustainability, because you raised some really important points that are affecting your community. About I did not realize that you have not been able to fish salmon for the last 5 years. It was all these things, and I could see the response in the room that people were genuinely concerned or alarmed and trying to figure out, how did I not know this, and like, how can I be a better advocate and support. But tell everyone this incredible overview of all the things you do, including the fact that you're actually going to compete in the Iditarod in 2026.
Yeah, a lot of exciting things. I would say, first and foremost, I'm a mom, and that's something I take as the greatest honor and privilege in raising my kids on our land and in our culture and teaching them our traditional values. But outside of that, I have done years of advocacy for protecting the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge and really advocating about our climate impacts and, some climate solutions. But, I also am working on documentaries now that are kind of around climate and some of the environmental issues. So producer, guide, I serve on several boards. In the past, I've been a wildland firefighter, English teacher in Mongolia, I'm training for Iditarod.
Yes.
And so this winter has been a very busy winter trying to qualify for the Iditarod. So
no kidding.
Kind of dabble in a lot.
Yeah. I like that you first start off with being a mom, because clearly seeing the pictures of your beautiful family, and especially the story you told about your son hunting and shooting a caribou from 400 yards away with one shot, and just what great pride you had, because obviously you're a hunter and it's such an important part of your culture. And you even very mindfully, and I'd say tactfully, addressed the fact that many people in the room are not hunters and don't necessarily understand that. And so I thought that was also really nicely touched upon, but how important it is to your culture and the fact that even yourself learning from your mother how to make clothes that will actually keep you warm in the wintertime. And I can look around the room at people wearing, I won't name any of the brands, but all I had that thought was like, this is, the purest form of style and dress and to be prepared for the elements. So
yeah, absolutely.
Incredible. Please.
The combination of, I'll wear some of the best gear in the industry, from the North Face, and I'll also be wearing a lot of my own native gear that really there's nothing else on the market that compares. Yep. And so it's really that really nice combination of what works and, the harsh elements that I live in.
For sure.
Yeah.
And to give you the very closest example, Canada Goose, of course, and they had their fox fur in there, which obviously they've had to move away from for, I would say, all the right reasons. But they tried to advocate for a long time about the sustainability and their trapping. And they're like, but there's no other material on Earth that can replicate the ability to protect your face from snow than fox fur. And so this is where and so I certainly don't want that to be high fashion. I want that to be used for the intent purposes for your community and be, so to your point, there is nothing that can replace what actually the natural environment has many ways created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
One of the things I just wanted to share with our listeners, I would like you to share with our listeners too, is this experience in Mongolia. And you told this really wonderful story about a child there that stopped speaking English. And but tell us a little bit about the experience in Mongolia.
Yeah, I was a single mom, and I moved to Mongolia for 2 years. My youngest son was 1, my daughter was 3, and my oldest son was 5. And they all learned the language because, being young, their minds are little sponges. And but my youngest, he was just learning to speak at the time. He's 1, and he became fluent in the language. And when we came back to the States after 2 years, he didn't speak any English. He didn't even call me mom. He still for years called me the Mongolian word for mom, AJ. And it was just interesting. Like he would get disgruntled handing him a cheeseburger because he didn't know what it was. And he'd ask in Mongolian, like, what kind of food is this? I want the bodes, which are the meat dumplings in Mongolia. Or, he would be really curious. He'd really look at people with blue eyes and ask me in Mongolian, what's wrong with their eyes?
I was sitting there thinking, because I'm like, I've got blue eyes.
Yeah. But I mean, there's so many things about, America that he had forgotten about, So it was interesting. And I always had to leave one of the older kids with him. Someone always had to be with him at all times to translate, or he'd just get too frustrated, So that was always interesting.
Oh, that's incredible. Well, let's bring it back to Alaska and some of the challenges that I want to make sure that our global listeners are aware of, because this is one of the things that obviously connects many of us around the ATTA community for sure. Sustainability and making sure that we are making sure that the planet will be protected for future generations. And I think that is one of the reasons for sure that your presentation today was so impactful. So would you mind highlighting some of the challenges in recent years that have impacted your culture? And one of the things too, Jody, I'd love you to speak about, because you highlighted the investment you have in the region and the kind of the 4 different areas, and the 4th being tourism, that how we can advocate for tourism in the right way. Mm-hmm. Knowing some of the challenges that exist for your community to be able to live a subsistence lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. Well, for us as Indigenous peoples of the land, protecting our lands and our way of life is of the utmost importance. And a lot of times our food security really depends on our ability to protect the resources around us. And so, the climate impacts have been really profound on our people, but also, the commercial fishing industry has really had devastating impacts on our food security and our culture and way of life, as they have been catching our fish that are headed to our river as bycatch and wasting millions of pounds of king salmon, Yukon River kings, chum, crab, halibut, rockfish. All of these really nice fish are getting caught and wasted for the pollock and cod industry to make the fillet of fish and some of the other, breaded whitefish on the market. And so really Alaska pollock and cod, I just feel like it's so important to educate people on that. If we can reduce the market pressure on that, those items, we may be able to save our salmon. And so, we haven't been able to fish for 5 years, going on our 6th, and then we're facing another 7-year moratorium where us as Indigenous fisher people are subsistence fishing and catching just a small percentage of the total amount of fish going up the river. And we've always fished sustainably. We never take more than we need. And so it's been really devastating for our people, and we're definitely facing the health implications from that lack of salmon in our diet. And it's been really hard.
Right. So just on this, because when we think about what we can do, so on this very topic, as far as just being aware of this, because I actually love halibut. You mentioned that as one of the, I was like, no, not the halibut as well. It's just like, there's so many great fish species that are being negatively impacted by the pollock fishery, and so many things that are, as you highlighted, being discarded that are, so what can listeners do to be able to help advocate, or to just be aware of decisions they should be making, whether it be ordering at a restaurant, or like, and no longer just being as entranced by something that sounds like it's fresh wild caught in Alaska, and think of the negative consequences. So what are some of the consumer choices we can make? And then Jody, I'd love to hear about how we get into tourism in Alaska in the right way that could be supportive to your community.
Well, I would just say, really be mindful of what you're consuming, really. So if you see anything on a menu that is Alaska pollock or cod, a lot of times it's the breaded whitefish that you can buy at Costco or at Long John Silver's or things like that. I mean, I just was at a nice restaurant the other day, and it was Alaskan pollock for the fish and chips on the menu. So I think reducing market pressure, and also finding ways that you can advocate, for Indigenous peoples. And there are the Tunnah Chiefs Conference and the Intertribal Fish Commission, Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, that is doing a lot of the advocacy work on trying to save our salmon. And so just being mindful of those things, try to eat as local as you can. Really, the seafood, commercial seafood industry, it's $1 billion industry for Alaska, but all the councils and all the boards are so heavily influenced by their people that take the board seats. There's no Indigenous peoples that have seats at the table of the decision makers. And so, that's really important to advocate for that. So we need good allies. And it's been really hard not having the salmon in our diets, but it's also hard on our culture and our wellness, because culturally, we transmit information between generations when we're all working together as a family, with 3 generations working together to process and put away fish for the winter. So it's been hard, but our people, we're advocates, and we're always going to really fight to protect our way of life.
For sure. No, that's great and really powerful, and I appreciate you sharing that. The one thing you also highlighted, and a number of people started lifting up their phones and taking pictures, is this extraordinary lodge that looks so beautiful. So tell us a little bit about that and how us as advocates for tourism and adventure tourism, how we can potentially visit and do so in the right way.
Yeah. So, I think it's really important and, awesome for people to look for indigenous owned and operated, lodges and operations. Our native corporation of Interior Alaska owns the only lodge within Denali National Park. It's called Tunnah Backcountry Lodge. And it's an all-inclusive lodge. There's, a lot of different activities and, experiences available. But, really, the money we make from that goes to really our foundation, which is, a scholarship fund for a lot of our people. And so tourism is something that we're really working hard on. We're making a lot of investments in tourism and really trying to grow our tourism footprint in interior of Alaska, where we have, we have the Alaska Range, the Brooks Range, we have the Yukon River, we have the Aurora Borealis, and so many other cultural opportunities. And, there's a lot to learn from our people and a lot for us to share. And so, Tunnah Backcountry Lodge is just a beautiful, beautiful place right in Denali National Park. So love to share that experience with folks.
For sure. And obviously you're rebranding. And, so I guess details to follow on what the new lodge will be called. Is that?
It'll be, so it was Tunnah Roadhouse. So in Alaska, it's part of the Alaska, history. We had roadhouses when they were building the roads within Alaska. Yeah. And so every 50 miles or so, there's a different roadhouse. They're all along our highways. Tunnah is kind of the end of the road for that highway that goes into Denali National Park. And so we're kind of losing the roadhouse because a lot of people don't, how is it a roadhouse if it's a backcountry lodge, that kind of thing. So we are doing a little rebranding, and, I think it'll be really awesome. And I think it'll really have a good impact on tourism. The Denali Park Road actually had a landslide a couple years ago. And so the road's been closed into the park. And so we've lost a lot of business from that, I would say 2/3 of our business. So it's fly-in only right now from Talkeetna in a small bush plane. So, we've had a significant loss the last several years, but we're going to work through it and just wait for that road to open and hopefully, book a lot of clients. But for people that really want to get off the grid, who want to get away from their phones, who really want to disconnect, to connect with nature, to connect with a different culture, that's a great place to really relax and to really just be present and really be mindful about the world around you,
Absolutely. Yes. No, that's, and one of the things you highlighted too, as you closed off your presentation, which was also very powerful, was Denali, which obviously means the great one. Yeah. And your son is named Denali, which is also very cool.
And he is a great one.
Clearly, and a great shot as well.
Yeah.
So, when people are actually thinking about traveling to Alaska and that region, what are some of the things that they should plan for, keep in mind? Because obviously this is where you want to encourage more tourism. But how are you working with different organizations, including ATTA and some of the partners that are here, to be able to work with tour operators and find the right type of itineraries that they can build out so that it does protect the land and does, people are looking for that cultural immersion. And that's certainly one of the great attractions, one of the great things that appeals to travelers wherever they're traveling. They want a personal connection. So how do we think about that in the right way when it comes to traveling to Alaska, given all the different communities that exist there and the different cultures, and just being very aware? So how are you working with ATTA to be able to develop that further?
Well, this has been a great opportunity to meet all of these people in this industry because I love adventure travel myself, but also I really want to, I guess, have a stronger footprint in this space as a guide for our own operation, Raven Clan Adventures, which is kind of under Raven Clan Kennels, my dog mushing kennel, but also with my native corporation that, we're really heavily investing in. I would say just really do your research ahead of time. Try to find the, off the beaten path, Indigenous owned, sustainable, lodges or experiences. So, Kantishna Roadhouse is completely, it's got the sustainability certification. It's one of the Time Magazine's world's best in 2024. So, there are really cool places like that. There's places like, Eagle, Alaska, my little community where, we have a hotel there. We have a restaurant. We have a beautiful bed and breakfast. You have folks like me that could do river trips or, winter trips for dog mushing experiences, but also just be open, leave no trace. Like make sure you take what take out what you bring, but not to be extractive, and just to always be respectful, of people and what they're sharing. And, so that's always good. But, there's a lot of experiences to be had in interior of Alaska. A lot of people like the most tourists go through the inside passage on the cruise ships, right? I think 3/4 of our tourists in Alaska go through the inside passage with a cruise ship. But there's a lot of really neat experiences to see without, off by yourself in a lot of cases,
Yes.
So.
The one thing I wanted to ask you too, obviously we have our geopolitical issues globally and certainly Canada and the US. And it was interesting when you were talking about crossing over that border because, in the times that we live in, it's wonderful that you and your community as deservedly can go back and forth. And there isn't any of those restrictions that sometimes exist and some other challenges. But there are certainly the one thing I wanted to ask you though, when we think about Indigenous tourism, and we look globally, like because Canada has certainly had its issues, America as well, Australia certainly.
Mm-hmm.
The one model that I see that has been more successful is New Zealand, and I think some of those encouraging signs are coming now to Canada in particular and the U.S. as well, as far as the name changes and being able to bring tourism about in the right way. Are you encouraged? Because I have heard from, say, Destination Canada that they were seeing more tourists coming from Europe, specifically Germany, that are really interested in Indigenous travel. Mm-hmm. And it's one of the reasons they're actually traveling to Canada. And I'm mentioning Canada just because one of the things they're advocating for is more international travelers to come and see the Northern Lights. Mm-hmm. And you had some beautiful pictures of the Northern Lights, which obviously is accessible in the Yukon or Alaska.
Yep.
And so they have been highlighting that more travelers are interested now coming if they actually can connect with Indigenous culture, as opposed to, say, going to Norway or Iceland. Mm-hmm. So my question to you is, are you encouraged by some of the signs that you're seeing that travelers are taking more of an interest? And do you think there is, I guess, what would you say is the future outlook for Indigenous tourism, especially in Alaska?
Yeah, I have seen a increased interest in Indigenous tourism and, really ecotourism. And so, there are some opportunities there for us to provide more of those experiences, which is exciting. I think that, the more we share our knowledge, our values with the rest of the world, I think our people hold a lot of things that could provide solutions to some of the things we're experiencing, like climate change, and other things, some of our socioeconomic crises in the world. But I think really a lot of what we could help people experience is just that relationship with the land, to really learn to not just think of water or land as a resource, but to really think of it as a relative. And, that's something that can really be life-changing and could really help our world survive some of the things, these grim outlooks that we're seeing. So, I think that there's a lot of Indigenous peoples that are happy to share, and want to share a culture. And, there's a lot of beauty to be had. So we're happy to share.
That's wonderful. No, I really appreciate your perspective. It's a real honor meeting you. I know you have to get to the airport, so I need to be incredibly mindful of time. Otherwise, I'd certainly like to speak to you longer. I sincerely hope that there'll be more ways that we can collaborate together and support you and the organizations you're involved in. So let's finish by letting everyone know how they can connect with you, whether it's the website, social channels, LinkedIn, all of those channels. But what are the best ways for people to stay in touch with you, Jody, or to get involved in some of your initiatives?
Yeah, you could give me a follow on Instagram at iron.jody. You could also follow my website, ravenclankennels.com. You could follow my race seasons. There's places where you could book an expedition, where people could sponsor a dog or sponsor at any level.
Cool. Count me in for that. That's why
Cool.
Yeah,
Thank
for sure.
you. Awesome. And then, we also have our nonprofit organization that my kids and I founded, Native Youth Outdoors. And, we're really trying to get more Native youth to have outdoor recreation experiences that have been a big part of my kids and I's wellness.
Yeah.
And also hopefully turn some of these kids into future guides. So, and advocates really to protect these public lands and sacred places. So
For sure.
Yeah.
And you had highlighted just how much more expensive it is now to feed the dogs because of the limited access to salmon. So that's why, once you understand the challenge that exists, which is why my immediate reaction is like, obviously. And the other thing too is you're going to be the third Indigenous woman ever to compete in the Iditarod.
Fifth.
Oh, fifth. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, fifth.
Yeah.
To make sure.
Somewhere in there. But yeah, there hasn't been many. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, exactly. Because so I wish you every success, and I look forward to keeping in touch. And thanks so much for joining us, and safe travels home.
Thank you so much.
I now have the pleasure to bring you one of the legends in this industry and someone that has been an OG of the ATTA. I'm speaking, of course, of Rob Holmes, who is the founder and chief strategist at GLP Films. And actually, I'm going to be attending his premiere tonight that he's hosting in a theater nearby. But Rob, so great to have you here on Travel Trends. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good to be here, Dan.
Now, Rob and I got a chance to hang out at ATTA before, and we actually saw each other at World Travel Market last year. And Rob's actually going to be part of season 6 of our podcast. So I'm thrilled that we have this opportunity to connect now. And I want all of the Travel Trends listeners and the ATTA global listeners as well to know more about Rob and what he does. Because as I got to understand more about him and his background, I was just continually more and more impressed. So he's been to all but 2 ATTA events. He was there at the very first one. But Rob, tell everyone about your background in travel and tourism and what it is you do with GLP Films.
Well, my career has pretty much spanned 3 core areas. The outdoors, obviously, I think we're, anyone in the adventure travel space is an outdoor enthusiast. So just the outdoor industry, media and digital, that was kind of an area that I got into years ago, just digital content. So came in on the tech side. And then, just having a passion for content. I was a former photographer, traveling around the world and got into video, was inspired by Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth, if anyone remembers at the time, #1 documentary film. And honestly, got inspired by documentary films. And that's kind of where GLP came. I combined all 3 of these areas of interest. Content, business too, and media and the travel industry. And that was where GLP came from.
That's fascinating. The very first interview in this podcast event Spotlight was with Erik Blachford, and all of our listeners would have just heard Erik's interview. And one of the things that he highlighted was actually his career completely changed after seeing An Inconvenient Truth as well. So it's interesting that the 2 of you obviously are contemporaries, and myself, obviously, I was dramatically impacted by that film, but maybe not as significantly in terms of the life decisions that each of you guys have made. But tell everyone a little bit more about your involvement with ATTA then. How did you guys get connected, and how important has that been on your journey?
Well, ironically, Shannon and I connected before ATTA. So I was one of the founders of a company called Trails.com. So right there, it's Trails, digital content, taking books, putting them online, selling them through a subscription over 25 years ago when no one knew what a subscription was, let alone digital content. So we were pioneers, and Shannon and I knew each other because he was at alltrek.com. So we kind of knew each other in the .com boom. And just connected various meetings. And then when ATTA was kind of reborn, he said, "Hey, come on down to Pier 61 in Seattle and give us a hand." And so I was there just helping out. And, so been involved with ATTA since the very beginning. It's been great.
No, that's fantastic. And then this year, obviously, given you've got such a long-standing relationship, you're clearly going to be at all the major events, the World Summit, the Elevate events. What specifically stood out to you about this year's event? Now, obviously, we're having this conversation on day 2. I know you've got your big premiere tonight with 5 of your films, which I certainly will be there, and I've brought a number of colleagues too as well. I'm really looking forward to that. Another highlight for me being here. But yeah, tell us, what were some of the things that brought you here this year, and what have been some of the highlights of this year's conference?
I mean, the ATTA events, no matter the brands, if it's Elevate, Adventure Next, the summits, it's all about getting together with like-minded people. So for me, it's not as much about business. It's about relationship. It's about friends. It's about reconnecting. And it's great having these events in North America. Since COVID, we've done so much more work domestically in the United States. Most of our work has been overseas. So I think for me, it's just connecting with people that I've known for a long time, meet some new faces. But it's really just all about connection. I go to the summits pretty regularly, but nowadays I'm okay. I broke my streak. I haven't gone to everyone now, but at the end, it's just getting together with great people in the industry. It's all about impact and doing good.
Well, I was thrilled that I was going to see you here at this event, and I have a few of your colleagues that actually reached out because they were keen for us to reconnect, even though you and I are directly in touch as well. And one of the things I wanted to highlight to our listeners is the productions you do that when we were speaking at WTM in London a few months ago, you were highlighting to me some of the projects you were working on, especially with these tourism boards. And I was really impressed with the production quality, but also just the journey you've been on to be able to create these videos. And I think there's a lot, obviously, you can share with our listeners here about the importance of video today in terms of getting cut through in marketing. So take us through some of the latest projects you've been working on.
Well, let me take a step back because I think what's inspired me is just the power of digital content, and me getting inspired. When I was living in Seattle, I'd go to the Seattle International Film Festival just by myself. I'd go to a whole bunch of films. So that's where the documentary passion came. I remember connecting with Erik Blachford when he was at that time CEO of Expedia.
Yep.
So again, a couple Seattle natives, and then you throw in Shannon and where ATTA kind of was reborn. But, for us at the end, it's all about doing good, helping the industry, helping our brand partners, helping our destination partners really reposition. I mean, COVID changed everything in the travel industry. I mean, we all know that personally, and I think professionally. And so now, our main focus and what people know us for is our award-winning storytelling, but then add on just this importance of sustainability, regenerative stewardship, so the content we're making, the work we're doing with our destination partners all evolves around high quality content, story-driven, story-based, and then the power of that content and what you can do and, connecting with travelers, connecting with the trade, having a positive impact, repositioning your destination, saying, hey, sustainability is important to us, culture, community, nature, the outdoors. I mean, those are all under that sustainability umbrella. So what I love about the work we do is there's so much about education, all multi-stakeholders, the destinations, policymakers, government officials. So it's not, yes, I mean, what we're known for is our storytelling, but the power and the impact those great stories can have, and you'll see it at our event tonight, it just has a wonderful ripple effect. And that's at the end of the day, what we're trying to do and the impact and really help the industry be a force for good.
Well, certainly the part I love about what you do is the storytelling. And if people are multitasking while they're listening to our conversation, it's glpfilms.com. And you can see some of the amazing work that Rob and his team have been doing. What are some of the most recent projects, though? Obviously, I'm going to get some highlights tonight, but given our other listeners won't have the privilege of joining us, but they'll likely, obviously, check out the website and your social channels as well. What are some of the tourism board or brand partnerships that you've done recently that you're most proud of?
Yeah, it's always fun to see. We've been around 17 years. And we've filmed in over 45 countries. So there's a lot. But I will say, what's latest and greatest is typically what I'm most excited about because we're constantly raising the bar and the quality of the work and the impact that we're trying to have. So right now, we've come out with brand new series in the U.S., a couple of them. One on the Oregon coast looking at accessibility and inclusion, which we'll be showing tonight. And so powerful, just seeing people with all range of disabilities and their journey and experience in the travel industry. Then we've got another campaign. We rebranded the Finger Lakes region in upstate New York. It's a very popular wine destination, but really was off the map when it came to outdoor. I ironically, and one of my colleagues went to school in the region, so we knew it very well. So when we won this work, it was really cool to be working in a place that we knew really well. And we were really pulling out the heart and soul of a destination that is an agriculture region, but has really embraced the outdoor experience, and then throw in beverage, which is always fun. But I'd say the big work that we're excited to launch this year is, and which will be featured tonight, is our brand new campaign in Chile. And that's really, moving pushing the envelope with a destination, really seeing how travel and conservation have to work together much more closely. The impact travelers need to have at the end of the day. Travel needs to conserve the vital resources that are out there. We all know that, but then the conservation industry actually needs tourism, from an economic standpoint, from community development and whatnot. So I think really excited. These are going to be, it's ultimately going to come down to 3 different films that we're going to have. We'll launch them officially at the summit down in Chile in October. But in the meantime, we're going to give people a sneak preview of the work we're doing with an Indigenous community in Chile that's really embraced the mountain biking industry. So a lot of fun, and it's always great to talk about what's coming ahead.
Well, and just on that topic, given some of those projects, I know sustainability is core to your business. It's about sustainability is core to the whole storytelling strategy. I know you guys won the Regenerative Storyteller of the Year award, which by Regenerative Travel, which is a great acclaim in and of itself. I know your storytelling aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is obviously incredibly important. I was asking Erik, as our listeners heard, about sustainability specifically, because he certainly has a great passion for that. And I was trying to ask him some of the questions that often comes up in our interviews about how important is it really for travelers in their decision-making today. And what he highlighted to me is that certainly for adventure travel, if you're not a sustainable adventure travel business, you're not going to last very long, because customers will quickly realize that and won't choose you. But when you look at sustainability and work with different partners, how did you build that into such a core part of your business, and how do you ensure that you're telling that story as you look at new destinations like this work you're doing in Chile and with Indigenous communities? And what I'm ultimately trying to get to here, Rob, with this question is, are you seeing more of a demand from partners to be able to promote their sustainable credentials based on the fact that consumers are now starting to take more interest and make decisions based on companies' sustainability credentials?
Well, there's a lot to unpack with what you just said. Just for historical purposes, when I started GLP back in 2008, the focus was conservation. My undergrad is actually in wildlife management. So I came from a science background. So we came out of the gates all about conservation. Ironically, sustainability really wasn't a buzzword then. And it really didn't take off till about 10 years ago. And I remember just, knocking on doors back then, and sustainability, what? They had no idea. Now, fast forward after COVID, things have totally changed. Sustainability is now a buzzword, but unfortunately, it's become overused. Greenwashing is excessive across the industry. We see it constantly. So for me, sustainability comes down to that unique, authentic experience that travelers can have where they have a positive impact. If it's culture, community, nature, really getting down to the basics. Sustainability, in my opinion, it's a buzzword, but it's a B2B term. It's an industry, it's a trade term. Travelers are looking for that, like I said, that great experience. It's going to have a positive impact, and they're going to do good. If you want to look at regenerative, that's fine. But one of the problems I have with the travel industry, or just industries in general, is people grab onto these terms and forget what it's all about behind the scenes. And so for us, sustainability means different things, different brands, different destinations. It's kind of all over the place, which is great, because, we look at a destination saying that is serious about sustainability and they want to do it right. And that's, we're not, or I'll say the strategy work that we do with our destination partners is super exciting. It's the part that I love the most, because they all want to do good. They all want to have a positive impact. They want to attract that responsible traveler and ultimately do stewardship, do sustainability. But that's where we come in and we help them, because at the end, great stories, authentic stories of local people, communities, experiences is that building block where we can come in, help them reposition, rebrand, and then target those responsible travelers on the consumer side. And then also, like I said earlier, educate the trade and educate policymakers, government officials. Why is tourism important? Why is conservation important? All these things that we talk about. So content is that catalyst for change. And that's what's really exciting. And I put it on us. This is our responsibility. This is the role that we play in this industry, is pushing travel, pushing the industry through great content, great stories, because I think the impact and change and transformation can be awesome.
Well, and I certainly know that your team walks the walk. I've had the privilege to meet a number of your team members in addition to yourself in Panama last year. And it's certainly, it's clear that mission runs throughout the organization. And if you're looking at the team on their website, you can just see their bios and their backgrounds. I mean, it's clear that you've got a highly talented team that's totally engaged. And that's obviously, I'm sure, a major contributing factor to the outstanding work that you produce for a number of different clients. The thing I also wanted to ask you about, though, is just video production itself and its importance in 2025 and 2026 for most travel companies that are looking to grow their businesses. I think very few travel companies do great video marketing. And there's always been this in the last few years. You've heard more and more of it because you've been around for, with this business for over 15 years. And certainly video marketing has always been important, but it seems to be more important than ever, especially in an age of social media channels where you can actually have, short snippets of videos. And this whole short form video, it has been heavily talked about as one of the most important marketing trends of 2025. So I'd love to ask you, Rob, while I have you with me, how you see video marketing in 2025 going into 2026, the importance for travel brands, and even if you wouldn't mind some tips and suggestions for how brands can get into this space, whether it's working with you or other partners, so they can actually generate more video content that showcases what it is that they do that's so special.
Well, I'll say on the content side, ironically, we're actually investing more and more into still photo and into text, content, articles. So ironically, in this day and age where video is taking off, we're actually expanding and spreading because we're seeing the power and the synergy that they all can have with each other. So, it's not just about video, but video is a major vehicle. I would say the biggest challenge that destinations, brands, anyone in the industry has with content is they have to let go of their sales and marketing goals. It's really hard. We run into it all the time. The salespeople want to get involved. The CEO wants to get involved. And at the end of the day, you have to take a step back and really realize, what's the heart and soul of my brand, of my destination, and go find those characters, those people that are doing the job they love because they love it, not because of an economic benefit, not because of XYZ. It's because at the end, it's through their veins, it's part of who they are. And at the end, a strategy we've always had and pretty consistent is guides end up being a major character in our films. Why? Because they love what they're doing. They're on the ground. Yeah. They know the destination better than anyone else. And they're not getting wealthy and getting rich off of it. The average guide, they're doing it because they love it. And so really captivating that passion, that love for the brand, the destination is so important at the end. But let's be honest though, video is huge. Video's always been an important vehicle. That's why I grabbed on to it over 15 years ago. And it's still that much more important. Obviously the formats, POV, drone. There's a lot of ways to slice and dice it these days. So you have to be flexible. You have to look at social channels. Now AI, it's, things are changing, but you just have to, at the end, find out what makes, there's a lot of components and building blocks of what is a great story, but that purpose, also that story arc. That's the part that I love and that you'll see tonight at our event, pulling out the passion, get tears flowing, get people really emotional and passionate, because that's at the end of the day, what's going to inspire people, not a sales pitch, not a marketing pitch. And that's kind of our strategy and approach. There's a lot of great ways to produce content and ours is not the only one. But we believe it. We see the results and the impact. And at the end of the day, it makes it all pretty fun.
Well, that authenticity certainly comes across in your work and the emotional connection as well, which is probably one of the many reasons I like your work so much, because when it's profound, it's beautiful. And so that's why I wanted to ask you about video production. So, but you did bring up a point there that I just wanted to quickly touch on, even though we could go make a left turn on AI. But I do want to just ask you about that because, there is opportunities now for companies to be able to create a lot of content using AI tools. And when it comes to video, how are you thinking about incorporating AI? I actually spoke to a company recently that had just done a commercial for a travel company in Australia. I won't call them out because for the simple reason that I don't think it was intended that people would know that the entire video was AI. And when they showed it to me, I was genuinely shocked. It was promoting Australia as a destination. And I never would have thought that this was not real live footage. And so in this age of AI, this is all the more important when you talk about being authentic and actually showing real people. So how are you thinking about how you incorporate AI, and what are some of maybe your cautionary notes about what this is going to mean?
You know, I would make the analogy with AI now to where I used to be in digital content. In starting my old company, trails.com, taking guidebooks, putting them online, selling them through a subscription. The publishing industry was scared to hell, saying, holy cow, we're going to lose, print sales, retail sales, wholesale, it's all going to go down. And at the end of the day, it was creating a new market. So, and I would say, not that it's a direct correlation, digital is a new industry, but AI, at the end of the day, it's going to be a big slice of the pie for a lot of folks. It's definitely transforming as we speak industries. And we're using it just because it can really help on the pre-production side, the research, the due diligence that we need to do. But at the end, for us, we are talking to real people. We are connecting with real people. And I think a lot of content is going to be, I would love to see a flagging system or some where you can really see if something is real or AI. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but just to be able to decipher, as the end consumer. But AI is going to transform every industry. I mean, we can't rest on our laurels. We have to be aware. We're using it. It's definitely a part of our team across the board, just because it does create a lot of efficiencies. It helps scale things. It definitely is a huge time saver. But I will say, the niche that we're in, producing quality content with real voices and real people, I think that's going to be a tough one to duplicate, but never say never. And you just, at the end, you just have to follow what you do best. Use technology to your advantage, no question, and then just kind of see where it goes.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing your perspective on that. And part of the reason I wanted to ask you, of course, is because we're also now at a time when even the social media platforms are having to flag if it's, AI generated content. And this is such an important element for consumers to understand. And my thought that went through my mind when I saw this commercial for Australia, it looked beautiful. And I've been to Australia and I love Australia, and it inspired me to go to Australia. But at the same time, that wasn't actually Australia. So we're going to be in that time where we're weaving in AI content, not you guys specifically, but certainly companies are going to be doing this. And it's actually not the real authentic experience. It's trying to emulate it. And so we're going to have to find our way forward with this to understand how we should demarcate what is real and what is AI generated.
Yeah, but a lot of smart brands and destinations, though, it's like having an in-house production team. They're going to have an AI component, and there's so much content to produce at the end of the day. It's okay. I mean, there's going to be, AI content. There's going to be, user generated content. There's going to be a lot of formats, commercials, more storytelling based. So I think it's just going to be another type of content. It's going to help in a lot of good ways, get people inspired, tease them on a destination. So I think every type of content is going to have its own niche and focus. And at the end, you just, like us and any other company in the space, you just have to do what you do best.
I love what you said there, Rob, which was, it's going to be okay. And I think it's just like everyone just take a deep breath, understand what's happening, but realize it's going to be okay. We're going to find our way through this. And because there's so much either hype or fear. And it's just like, it kind of like some people just turn cold when you start talking about AI. And,
you can't bury yourself underneath a rock. I mean, this is the reality. This is happening.
Yeah, I'm going to start our AI summit with a quote from Rob Holmes. They're like, first of all, I just want everyone to know it's going to be okay. I think that is the perfect place to start with AI. But Rob, I know this is a quick chat today to bring you into our ATTA highlight episode. I'm thrilled that we have the opportunity to do that because you're such a big part of this community, as the audience has learned. I've certainly come to understand getting to know you and the team and what it is you guys do. So I'm obviously thrilled to know you. I'm so glad we're having this opportunity to sit down together. But I want to make sure that everyone listening to this can find out more information about how to connect with you and your team. and then know what some of the exciting things that they should be paying attention to that you have coming up in the year ahead, like Chile, where I'm going to see you again. I'm so looking forward to seeing that video.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always about what's coming up. We're going to just looking ahead for our schedule for upcoming destinations that we're working with. We'll be in Spain and the Pyrenees. We'll be in Poland doing a whole campaign around horse tourism. If anyone ever said we'd be doing stories around horse tourism, I would have said absolutely no way.
My mom's going to love this. She grew up with a horse. She loves horses. So
the equestrian market's huge. Yeah. So again, for us, what we get excited about is just real, a great opportunity to create positive change, to educate people, travelers in trade, and then produce great content that's just going to have a really nice ripple effect.
Fantastic. And then just to make sure, whether it's the social channels or we mentioned the website, but best ways to connect with you, is it LinkedIn or?
Yeah, LinkedIn's a great place to connect with me personally. Just our website, glpfilms.com. We have a great newsletter that goes out, and, all the sessions here in Denver talk about, conversion, and we get really good engagement on our newsletter. Something old fashioned, very simple, but it's looked at. It's really, people like to hear what we're talking about, what's going on in the industry. So, and all our social handles are GLP Films. So, you can find us out there. And honestly, for me, it's always about connecting in person with folks. So I look forward to connecting with you in the summit in October, and anyone else that's going to be there.
Fantastic. No, thank you, Rob. It's been great getting to know you, and obviously getting this time together. We finally had a chance to sit down and record, and all of our listeners just know that Rob will be back for a full episode in season 6 as part of our Captains of Industry series. So it'll be a real pleasure to invite him back and have that conversation. So more to look forward to there. But certainly, Rob, I look forward to spending more time together, getting to your event tonight, and then seeing you in Chile. So thanks again, and all the best to you and the team.
Yeah, and I would just make a call out. Our team plays a huge role in all this. I'm out there. I go to the majority of the events for our team, but I couldn't be doing any of this without all of our collective work. And I'm really proud. Our core team has been together for 17 years now, and that says a lot in this industry. And so I'm really proud. So all the kudos goes to them too. So thanks, Dan.
Very cool. Thanks, Rob. I'm really excited to bring these next guests onto this special highlight episode from ATTA. They actually joined for the first time in Panama last year, which is where we initially met. We've had a chance to keep in touch since, but they run a really unique business, and it's called Blacksford, and they're a premium RV rental company. And there's an amazing couple that runs it that I've got a chance to know, and you're going to get a chance to meet now. We have David, who's the owner, and Becky is the CEO. So David, welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks for being on the show.
Great to be here.
Fantastic. And now we're going to start with you, Dave, and bring Becky into the conversation. But let's give all of our listeners a bit of background to this amazing brand that you acquired, and tell everyone a bit about the history of Blacksford and the business that you operate.
Well, maybe the best way to start is to tell you how we found Blacksford, because we found Blacksford as customers. We had an RV. We were taking a trip to Yellowstone, Teton, and Glacier. And we had 3 couples who wanted to join us, and they wanted to rent an RV in Bozeman and go with us to the parks. So Becky started investigating, how do you rent an RV? And she found it incredibly discouraging. What was out there was old, unreliable, low service, and not something you could recommend to a friend. Until on the 3rd page of Google, she found a little company in Bozeman, Montana called Blacksford RV Rentals. She called up, one of the owners answered, and the rest is kind of history. We rented for our friends. It was a great experience. And the minute we left, she said, we ought to buy this company. And one thing led to another, and eventually we did. So from the get-go, we understood that Blacksford was unique in customer service, unique in the quality of the vehicles, unique in the service it provides, unique in having new vehicles, fully stocked vehicles, not charging for mileage or generator use, picking you up at the airport, doing an extensive orientation for people who've never RV'd before, and being available 24/7 when you're on your trip. And we find that our customers absolutely love the Blacksford experience. We're in 3 locations in Bozeman, Montana, Las Vegas, and Phoenix. So we are near all of the bucket list national parks, iconic national parks that are out west.
That's great. I was so keen to have you part of this conversation because I fell in love with RVing when we were living in California, and I've shared a bit of this story with David and Becky because our family and I, during the pandemic, we took about 5 different RV trips, and we explored some of the places that you offer, like Zion and Grand Canyon. There's a number of places that you go that we still are very keen to get to, but we love that style of travel. I know it's great for families. I know it's great for couples. I know it's great for retirees, and especially premium RVs, because one of the challenges that we experience, and I won't call it the brand, but sometimes you don't get the newest vehicle and it isn't in the best shape, and you're just genuinely disappointed when you have planned an amazing holiday and then all of a sudden you realize what you're going to be living in for the next week. And so when you look at the fleet that you have with like 70 vehicles, like premium and luxury is going to make all the difference to having an incredible RV experience. And so I love the business that you're in, but I'm very bullish on the concept of premium RVs, especially in 2025. So I'm thrilled that you're here at ATTA again. And tell us a little bit, David, what actually brought you to ATTA this year, or what brought you back after being at the World Summit?
Well, we sensed that there's tremendous interest in RVing, but that the adventure travel community didn't have a lot of knowledge about or participation by the RV rental industry. So we thought that both ATTA in Panama and here would be a great opportunity to meet tour companies, to meet travel advisors, and just to see if the trends we see, which are the RV rental business and interest in RVs is booming, would be true of the ATTA participants. And we've found in talking to dozens of companies here that there's a lot of interest among customers about RVing, but not much depth or background in the travel advising community. And so they've really embraced the idea that maybe a company like Blacksford could be a one-stop shop solution for them, for their customers who are interested in an RV trip.
Yeah, indeed. I think there's a big opportunity. And for all of our listeners that are either Travel Trends or ATTA, certainly understanding this model of travel and how it can actually work for travel agencies and travel advisors that can recommend these types of experiences. Since customers, I know a big portion of the business is direct to consumer. I know you do work with a number of travel agencies today. However, I know you're expanding more aggressively into that space. And that's probably on that note, it would be great to bring Becky into the conversation, because Becky, of course, is the CEO. She does all of the marketing around Blacksford. And so when you check out blacksford.com, for those of you who are multitasking while you're listening to this, and look at the brand positioning, the imagery, and the storytelling, I strongly encourage you to have a look at the travel blog in particular, because you'll see some of the itineraries and some of the great experiences you can have with Blacksford. I've been doing some preparation for our discussion today, and I'm very keen to ask you a number of things. But Becky, tell us a little bit about your role at Blacksford, being the CEO, and the things that you're across with the team, because I understand you have a great team that's operating all of these RV locations as well. But the specific thing I'd love you to get into is what brings you also to ATTA, and especially these travel advisors that I know you've been meeting with over the last couple of days.
Good to be here, Dan. Thankfully, we do have an incredible professional team running day-to-day operations, which is why we have at all of our 3 locations an average of 5-star, 5.0, not 4.95, 5.0 on Google reviews. Our customers love us. Our team is probably overqualified and they over-deliver. They are people pleasers, which leaves me and David to focus on more external things, and including marketing. We just launched an affiliate marketing program, which will be great for influencers and bloggers. And we've been focusing on, and by the way, our consumer business is booming. We've doubled revenue for the last 2 years in a row.
That's amazing.
More than our peers, I think, because of the quality we deliver. But in terms of marketing, we do, the traditional Google ads, we do SEO, we do all those things, blogs, and we're working on packages with travel agents, because it's not just, they may not just want to rent an RV. So we've come up with some simple packages. We sort of Of course, you can rent the RV and we will help your client. You can trust us with them. If you want help with trip planning and campground reservations, we can do that. If you want dinner reservations made and excursions and all that, we have packages to do that. So at ATTA, Panama was more just like, what's this all about? Testing the water. Cool place as well.
Yeah.
And here we're much more focused. We want to understand what the interest is with tour operators and travel advisors and how we can best meet their needs. And the sense we get is they do have interest in that.
Yeah, that's great. And I would absolutely expect that to be the case. So I'm encouraged to hear that that's been the reception you've had of the last couple of days, because I think, as you highlighted, you have the affiliate program, which works great for content creators. And literally the audience here is almost like, there's content creators and press and media. There are certainly travel advisors and travel agencies. There's tour operators. But those two things go hand in hand, having an affiliate program to be able to work with content creators, but then also being able to partner with travel advisors. And if anyone's checking out blacksford.com under renting with us, there's actually, I know you guys have just introduced a page specific to travel advisors and to affiliate programs. So for anyone listening to this that is on the content creator side that is interested in partnering with Blacksford, there's certainly a great opportunity to do that, because I actually can't think of another premium RV rental company that is anywhere close to what you guys offer. So I think that, but then let's talk a little bit more about the travel advisor side. So you've obviously been doing some of the meetings like in the marketplace. So tell everyone a little bit about your plans for travel advisors, kind of why you're getting into this space and what some of the reaction has been so far at the event.
Well, it's been very exciting. Background on us working with travel advisors is that there are 4 travel advisor companies that only do RV trips, and we've been working with them successfully for years. At times they had used other RV rental companies, and they found that we would always have their clients back. We would bring them an RV if they're a new RV if they broke down. We'd do all these things that no one else did. And in our meetings yesterday in the marketplace and in meeting people here at ATTA, we found that there is this curiosity. They know there's demand out there, but they don't know how to meet it. They've maybe tried it. We had one company that said, yeah, we tried it and it just wasn't worth it because the renting experience was a nightmare, but you guys seem different. And I think that's what is fueling the interest. ATTA brings travel advisors and tour operators who are interested in adventure travel, and their clients are, and many of them are high end. And they want soft adventure. Speaking as a 60-year-old woman, I want my air conditioning, I want my shower, I want my microwave, I want a bed and sheets and all that. I don't want to sleep in a tent. And my
wife was adamant that she was like, we have to have a bathroom. That was not a debate.
Yeah. So, it's a nice way of feeling like you get adventure, but you get some comforts without feeling like you're staying at a Four Seasons.
Yeah.
So I think what the travel advisors and tour operators are sensing is there is a demand. They didn't know how to do it. And the question is, do we do it rental only, rental with some itinerary planning and campground reservations or not? People are excited about it. We've seen demand grow and grow. And it's not people like, oh, well, that was a pandemic thing, the RVing. It's like, no, it left a lot of people RV curious. And I think there's some fear right now in the US about airplanes, which may or may not be justified, but I get it. And there's also economic uncertainty, and people are staying closer to home. So what we've seen in the last year is business is booming, and people like this. They've done a cruise, they've done the Disney vacation, they've gone to Europe, they've done all these things. This is another fun thing for them to do. And we can serve it to travel advisors and tour operators on a beautiful copper plate.
Yeah. Well, what intrigues me about the time that we're living in now, kind of mid-2025, is very similar to when I was living in LA during the pandemic and when we were actually starting to experience the visiting national parks and taking an RV trip, which I have to say, there's no better way to experience a national park than through an RV. I mean, obviously you can camp for sure and you can hike, and there are some amazing accommodation options in some of the parks, but consistently the best way to experience a national park is through an RV. You have the independence, the freedom, and you can stay in places with the most extraordinary views that you would just not get otherwise. And so you're really connected to nature, which is why I think there's actually a strong connection to RVing and premium RVing with ATTA in this community, because it's all about adventure travel and outdoors and activity. So I'm sure there's lots of partners here that are going to be interested in collaborating with Blacksford. But I also do think, to your point, that there also is another trend towards domestic travel for Americans. And as soon as Americans stop traveling internationally, one of the main things they do is go and see national parks. So it's clear to me, one of the, when you say that your business doubled only a couple of months ago, year over year, I think you're going to have a great 2025 and be well positioned for 2026. And it's obviously one of the things we do with Travel Trends is try and figure out, the signal from the noise, what's happening in the marketplace, what consumer behavior is changing and why. And I think you guys are well positioned. I do think that travel advisors have these types of customers for sure. But it's interesting that, it does take time to build those relationships and that trust and confidence, but that comes from the experience that you have and the team. So tell us a little bit more about the itineraries. I think this is one thing I was actually keen to learn more about, because I definitely would take a Blacksford RV trip in the future with our kids, especially they're just going off to university. Maybe we do one just before or after their first year. But let's talk about some of the itineraries that you've put together for travel advisors to be able to sell. Would you mind giving us an overview of a couple of the options that you've put together?
And these are more of the prepackaged ones. We'll help with anything. Make it as custom as people like. But in each of our locations, we know what our customers do. We know what the most popular things to do and see are. And so we have 7-day trips from our Bozeman location, which is near, Teton, Yellowstone Glacier. And it's 4 days in Yellowstone and 3 days in Grand Teton. If you want to add on a day at Big Sky, we can do that. If you want to add Glacier, we can do that. And, we package them. The price will vary based on the choice of RV and that sort of thing. And whether you're staying in a national park campground or the amazing private campgrounds, because there's a big price difference. Again, you're not talking about, a hotel price, but, a nice campground in peak season in Yellowstone can be $150 a night. So again, you're saving some money. You don't have to cook, right? You don't have to go out, you can cook. From the Vegas location, which is, believe it or not, the biggest major airport to Utah's Mighty Five, you've got Bryce and Zion and Moab. And so the itinerary that we put together there is 3 days in Bryce, 3 days in Zion, and 1 night in this sort of hidden gem called Kanab, Utah. It's Moab 10 years ago. It's great outdoor adventure, natural beauty, and a ton of fun things to do. Then in Phoenix, which is our newest location, we just opened it in October of last year, we have a Southwest adventure, which is Sedona, Flagstaff, and the Grand Canyon.
Well, so what stands out to me, when we were in LA, we did the Southwest and loved it, and Bryce and Zion were extraordinary. Mm-hmm. For me, it's Yellowstone is kind of the next destination on my list, which is, I think, your biggest destination and most popular destination. Yes. And I just wanted to ask that one for a moment, because there has been this trend about cowboy travel, and certainly the Yellowstone series has been so incredibly popular. What are you seeing in terms of the pickup in Yellowstone, especially for 2025? Are you seeing a great deal of booking activity? Is there still a huge amount of interest in that region of the U.S.?
Bozeman, which is the location, it sells itself. We have to do very little marketing to sell our Bozeman RVs. People love it. If you haven't been to Bozeman, it's like very cool and hip and fun, but still maintains this cool cowboy culture. You get people with tattoos and cowboy hats, and then you get, people from LA and Ohio and the whole thing. And there's great restaurants and shops. It's just charming. And I always recommend people add a day to see Bozeman. But everyone loves the national parks. And interestingly, some of the stuff a few months ago with cuts, the Doge cuts and so forth, we were freaking out because we thought, oh no, people aren't going to come to the parks.
Sure.
And are they going to be closed? Well, I've researched all the numbers. Staffing is where it should be. But it scared enough people away that I think there's fewer crowds this summer.
Oh, is that right?
And
interesting.
One thing people don't know, and I don't know why, is Yellowstone and Teton are contiguous. So you can drive from Yellowstone or vice versa to Teton there, and you just drive through. And so you wouldn't want to do one without the other unless you're really short on time. And then Glacier is about 5 hours north of Bozeman.
Really interesting. And then we're thinking about the types of people that these trips appeal to. You were talking about many of the inclusions, like you guys have kind of the white glove service and the 24/7 hotline, and like some of the things that when I was checking out your website and getting to know you guys, there was a number of things that stood out to me that I definitely weren't features of the RV company I had used previously. And I was like, that would have been helpful. That would have been nice. I could have used the airport pickup. And I was just like, so tell everyone a little bit of what separates kind of the generic RV companies with what you're offering.
Well, we rented an RV as well through a peer-to-peer, our first RV, and that's what caused us to buy one, because we're like, we want an RV, but we want nicer. Yeah. But what we do differently, besides including mileage and generator use, we fully stock your RV. So we'll have sheets, towels, linens, blankets. We'll have camp chairs, pillows, and kitchen supplies. The whole thing is ready to go. We will spend most of the RV rental companies are going towards, you watch a video on your RV, it's contactless, you just kind of go and pick it up, they hand you the keys. These are complicated RVs if you've never done it. Once you learn it, it's easy. We will spend, if you want to spend 2 hours with us, we will teach you everything you need to know. And when you drive away, you are going to have the manager on duty's personal cell phone. You can text or call them. And a lot of times things do go wrong. These are, vehicles with houses shaking, rattling, rolling, and even the best ones, professionally maintained, things go wrong. And sometimes the clients, make a mistake. We had someone 2 days ago who had a diesel RV.
Oh,
she
no.
put
You're going to say
gasoline in it, filled it. It was empty. And so we had to get the RV towed. We drove out a new one to her so she could continue her trip.
Wild.
And, it's that sort of thing that we will do that makes it different.
Yeah, very cool. And then just to finish off on Travel Advisors and affiliate program for the B2B audience that we have that are learning about Blacksford and understanding about the different offerings and packages you've put together. I know it is America, you're continuing to expand, but obviously it's not only for Americans, but inbound travelers to the US as well for our international audience. But just to give an overview of these two programs. So what's in it, I guess, for Travel Advisors, just to hit right to that point that they all like to get to, like what's in it for them in terms of, the commissions and so for Travel Advisors, and then the affiliate program as well for content creators, because obviously they can come to Blacksford and check out more information, but just to highlight here, what's in it for them?
For Travel Advisors, it's pretty simple. We will do a 10% commission. Our average rental in Bozeman is probably $4,000 or $5,000 for a week. And in the other markets, it's probably $3,000 to $4,000. So it's not an insubstantial commission. For the affiliates, we have a $125 flat rate plus a $50 discount code for the customers. So it's a pretty good affiliate program.
Yeah, that's great. No, I appreciate highlighting both of those because it's certainly important to make everyone aware of that opportunity, because especially with content creators that are looking for new partners, that, most content creators are looking for a product that will sell. And the most important thing for them is that it converts. I want to make sure that all of our listeners, whether it be Travel Trends or ATTA, even some of the people that you might have met here or briefly connected with, but haven't followed up.
Well, obviously at Blacksford.com we have a beautiful website, and we have a lot of blogs on there and so forth, and you can sign up for our emails, which we encourage you to do. But we're also on LinkedIn. I personally, and my husband David, you can find us. We're on Facebook and Instagram. There's a lot of very cool videos. We're also beginning to grow our TikTok following with video as well as YouTube. There's both fun videos on TikTok that are about trips, but there's also let's give you a tour of RV with our, Las Vegas manager.
Yeah.
And, you can always email us.
Fantastic. And the email is Becky at Blacksford.com.
Becky at Blacksford.com.
And David at Blacksford.com. There you go. Perfect. Well, it's fantastic to have this time to record with you and to see you guys in action here at ATTA. Obviously, I think very highly of the company you've built, and I'm very excited to see your continued success. And so thanks again for joining us. I wish you all the great success for the year ahead.
Thank you, Dan. It's exciting.
I now have the pleasure to speak to a dear old friend who I had the pleasure to work with at Lonely Planet a number of years ago. Christina Tunnah has been on the Travel Trends podcast already. It was one of the reasons I was looking forward to being here. I've seen her over the course of many years at various conferences. We saw each other in Panama last year, and I knew Christina was going to be here, so I wanted to make sure we had the chance to record together. So Christina, welcome back to Travel Trends.
Thank you, Dan. It's always good to see you and have a chat.
Yeah, likewise. And let's start with World Nomads and what you do, so that we just establish for our audience your role in the industry today, because you are a key player and you also work in a unique space, which is on the insurance side. So tell everyone a little bit about World Nomads and your role.
Sure. Well, World Nomads has been around for a good 20 years. Started out just adventure travel and insurance and covering those wonderful things that people do when they go overseas, whether it be long haul, long duration, kayaking, skiing, skydiving. Well, actually, we don't do that anymore. But anyway, all the adventure activities that are represented by the great operators that are here in different countries. And we have just grown over the last 20 years. And my role with that was starting out at World Nomads about 16 years ago. And I was here purely as a affiliate development manager. And fast forward to today, I now run the entire World Nomads global marketing, and I run the operations of the Americas. So my role and remit and wingspan has grown tremendously with wonderful opportunities here.
And full credit to you for navigating that through that whole time. Because when we worked together at Lonely Planet, what's interesting to me is that World Nomads, and obviously you know this, but I'm sharing with our audience, is that World Nomads was our primary insurance provider. And we actually generated a lot of revenue and affiliate revenue by the traffic that Lonely Planet sent to World Nomads. And it was a great partnership, great relationship, and obviously a connection between how you kind of made the journey from Lonely Planet to World Nomads. But you have now gone on this an incredible journey with World Nomads. And World Nomads has also a new parent company. Tell us a little bit about how this organization has evolved over that time, because that is the brand that a lot of consumers have become familiar with. But this world of insurance is much more complex than even I understand. So tell us a little bit about how the company's evolved over that time.
Great memory, actually, for remembering that the introduction to World Nomads was through Lonely Planet, and that we were a tremendous partner for Lonely Planet and driving a lot of ancillary revenue for that particular brand. And that's what we try and do with all of our partner companies as well. And the way that we've evolved, I think the world of travel insurance, I think that's another 3-hour boring. People don't want to listen about insurance for 3 hours, but it's a very complex world. It's very regulated by different countries and their jurisdictions, and how those particular departments of insurance decide what is important for their particular residents when it comes to insurance coverages. World Nomads has been able to navigate that complexity by being able to offer a panel of different insurers that enable us to offer our plans to different residents of over 100 countries. So we've taken that heavy lifting because it is extremely complex, and every plan is different in the sense that if you're a French person doing the same dates, going to a different same destination as an American, it's going to be a very different plan because of that complexity.
Right.
So we've been able to navigate and really sort of become a global travel insurance provider.
Well, what's interesting to me is that World Nomads was certainly ahead of the curve on being a great brand that was well marketed and also well executed in the product experience, because someone who's taking there's an adventure travel or, an extreme independent trip, and they want to make sure they have insurance. World Nomads spoke to them in a way that they could understand why they needed insurance and what type of insurance they needed. And a lot of traditional insurance companies just hadn't figured this out, how best to market and message themselves to this type of audience. So credit to you and the team for building out such a successful global business with World Nomads. Tell us where you guys are today with this business and what brings you to ATTA.
Yeah, I think one of the things that makes us different is the surrounding aspects of our brand, as you noted, in terms of we want to make sure that insurance is tangible for people, the traveler and the business partner that we have, the affiliates. And we try and distill it into just the simplest of terms and think about you're telling your mom at the kitchen table what this coverage is. And that's the lens by which we create all of our content to help the industry understand what insurance does for them as a business, but as the insured as well and the traveler. So that's really important. And I think that's been the success for us in terms of how we've partnered with a lot of the people in this industry and in this particular event, is we've been able to really resonate with them around that simplicity, but also the fact that we cover adventure travel activities.
Right.
And it's embedded in our plan. So that's really what keeps us coming here. This is really the core of our business and the core of our community and our tribe in terms of who we really want to work with. And we do see working with these partners, not just transactional. It really is a partnership. And it's about helping them, particularly that small and mid growth phase company to help them with their marketing. We do marketing campaigns with them, not just on travel insurance, but just generally marketing and help them amplify their overall brand awareness. And I think that's what makes us different as an insurance company. We're not just insurance.
For sure. And it's a perfect brand fit from my perspective, World Nomads and Adventure Travel and Trade Association, given exactly what you described, the fact that you offer insurance for adventure travel experiences. Tell us a little bit how you actually got involved with ATTA. And the reason I want to ask you that is because a lot of our global listeners with this episode are starting to learn more about ATTA. That's sort of our commitment to this partnership, is that we're doing this quarterly series with Shannon and the team to expand ATTA's global reach. I love this organization, and I definitely feel like it's my tribe as well. But you guys have been an early partner and a strong partner. I saw your logo on the screen earlier. So tell us a little bit about the type of partnership. So for other companies that might be considering coming to these events and getting involved in ATTA, how it came to be and how it's working out for you.
Yeah, we've been members, I believe, since 2008, maybe even before. I believe we had representation at the very first one in Seattle, I understand. And of course, there's the famous one in Norway, where I think even members today who were at that event still talk very, very lovingly about the experience of being on the boat in horrendous waters. So we've been members ever since then. And it's been a real great relationship with not just the fellow members, but with the ATTA itself. And so we've been sponsoring for quite a number of years now, because we do see the value of having that presence and having that deeper penetration and relationship with the ATTA team across different opportunities, whether it's Elevate or the Summit, but also in between those moments of events. That's the important part, is how do you connect with members in between the in-presence, in-face opportunities? And there's plenty of that. And so new members, whether they're small companies or the larger companies, I feel see that value of cultivating that relationship beyond the transaction. And it really creates for a wonderful opportunity, no matter how you enter the membership.
For sure. So clearly there's a ton of networking opportunities and new partners. Are there certain sessions that you are speaking on, or certain sessions you're looking forward to being a part of just from the learnings? What are some of the other benefits from being here in Denver?
Yeah, well, I always, I have spoken in past events and really enjoy the camaraderie of fellow speakers as well, and sharing knowledge, which is what this is all about. This year, in terms of Denver itself, it's really trying to concentrate on the North American Adventure Travel Company. And some of the sessions are really around trends. What's happening? What's the zeitgeist of what's happening in operator space, or in climate change space, or in guiding and safety, and all kinds of different topics. So you always get a new nugget, and my notebook is full. You're always picking up something to go.
I can see that. Yeah.
I need, I have all my notes in front of me. But no, it's a really, it's just, there's always wisdom that comes out from fellow speakers, fellow attendees, but also what's on stage.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And I think that's where, you, not only World Nomads, but your role and the fact that you've been able to build this organization to be as successful as it has been globally. You have a unique global understanding, not only because you work for Lonely Planet, but there's one of the things that, we're here in the US. Half of the attendees, as I came to learn from Shannon, are international, which is another key reason to come to an event like this. And even despite the fact that we're living in sort of challenging, uncertain times with tariffs and some of the geopolitical events, I've traveled here from Canada, and I've been to events recently that are not as well attended because, there certainly are people that are not traveling to the U.S. at the moment. But the one thing that was actually really encouraging, and I know Shannon was obviously thrilled to see, is just the level of support they've received from their community that have just said, I'm still going to travel because I want to go to ATTA. I want to go to Denver. Whatever else is going on that might actually cause me to rethink that, I'm still going to go because this is my tribe, this is my community, and their numbers are higher than they've ever been. And I know a couple of months ago, Shannon was genuinely concerned. And so this is, I guess, just highlighting that to our global audience, is that despite these other factors, you want to be a part of that community, and you've been a big part of this community. And the question I wanted to ask you, though, is that as this world continues to evolve and change, and even though you guys were ahead of the curve with how you marketed and positioned travel insurance, there's more and more competition today. And there's companies, actually one of the sponsors of our season 5 of our podcast is Protect Group. And it's really interesting that a good friend of mine moved over to work with them recently, Stephen, and is loving his new role. But they're not an insurance company, as I've come to understand. They're this, cancel for any reason, new business model. They're a fintech company. So tell us a little bit about what's happening in the insurance industry, how you guys are adapting and staying relevant in the face of all these new competitors.
Yeah, no, fintech and insurtech is definitely an area that's disrupting a very traditional industry. I love it. I love seeing that there's new ways of thinking about protection and safety, and even pricing of risk, I think, is a fascinating subject. And there's new companies of how to merchandise it, how to make it accessible to people, whether it be through mobile only or whether it be through an embedded insurance play, or very structured, very defined, bespoke plans for an operator. And there's just a lot of clever businesses out there and underwriters and distributors who are really thinking of new ways. And I invite it. I embrace it. I think it's fabulous that we're really, as I say, you can't use an old map to navigate new territory. And the disruption that's happening is a terrific way of really putting everybody on notice. We need new maps.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I wanted to ask you that, because you remain at the forefront of this space. So I know you're seeing all of these changes. And so what are some of the things for the consumers that are listening to this as they're thinking about travel insurance and who to partner with? What are some of the things or guidance and advice? And the reason I ask you that, because I'm going to follow on to this, referring to the episode that you are a part of with some of the unique characteristics about the insurance industry. But yeah, tell us, for our listeners that are trying to navigate this world, whether it be for their own travels or travel organizations that are trying to figure out how they better sell travel insurance, what are some of the things they should be paying attention to today?
I always distill it down to three simple things. What's important to the individual? It's an individual contract. The insured, the traveler, has to make sure that they're comfortable with what is important to them. Is it their stuff? Is it their investment in the trip? Or is it their health? Three very simple buckets.
Right.
Once you figure out which one of those three you care most about, then that enables you to zero in on your options out there. And please read the policy wording. I know it's not the most exciting, but it really is 10 minutes of your investment of time could get you the right plan to make sure that you're really traveling with just peace of mind and just comfort that someone else, in addition to your operator or your guide, is going to be giving you the best experience that you could possibly have in that destination.
Yeah. Really good point. And it's interesting you mentioned that, because as a Canadian traveling to the US, whenever I'm traveling, I always have to make that decision, which is, do I want the coverage for the trip cost, as you mentioned? Do I want to cover my stuff if I lose any of my things? And for me, it's always just healthcare. So it's like, if my flight gets canceled, I'll sort that out with my credit card company. So I'm less concerned about the flight, the cost of the trip, although that can be incredibly important if you've booked a river cruise or if you booked an ocean cruise. Mm-hmm. And there's many reasons why you should absolutely insure. It's funny because I work with a lot of travel companies, and you can't technically make insurance mandatory. It's one of those things that,
correct,
right, you know that from this space, even though most travel companies would say you need to buy insurance. And there's so many reasons why you should insure your trip. So that is certainly the exception to what I'm saying now. What I'm highlighting is that, travel health insurance is paramount for anyone traveling anywhere in the world to make sure they can be repatriated or that they can be taken care of. So that's a good way to break those three categories down. What do you see in the next year? We're having this conversation in 2025 for world nomads and for this industry. What are some of the things that you are changing in with your company to be able to make world nomads that much more relevant to travelers today? Yeah, and some of the things that sort of listening to the zeitgeist of what's important and what's been evolving in this particular adventure travel space has been the cancel for any reason piece. And so we've introduced that recently because we know that there are lots of myriad of reasons why people might need to back out of a trip, and the operator is not going to be able to give them a full refund of their deposit because of their cancellation policies. And that's very fair. That's how operators run their businesses. And so the traveler has to be very comfortable with, if they are going to be thinking of any possible eventuality that would compel them to have to cancel their trip, then they're going to need to get a policy that enables them to do that. And so cancel for any reason is one of those additional options that we've introduced into our plans. And we've also uplifted our plans into higher trip cancellation benefit limits, because the cost of travel has increased from when we first launched 20 years ago. And back then, $2,500 and $5,000 was considered a very high-end trip. But now we've been able to introduce new plans that sort of up the ante for the travelers that are maybe spending upwards of $10,000, $15,000, et cetera. So we've upped the benefits. We've included cancel for any reason. And we've also done some really great non-insurance stuff. And I think that's the space where a lot of insurance companies are going to start seeing some value adds. Things like, before you go, get a telemedicine consultation on what kind of medicines you might need, vaccinations, can they write a prescription for you for altitude sickness or for seasickness? That type of preparation for your trip is very important, and particularly in this
segment where you're doing high altitudes, you're doing water-based adventures, you're going to want to know exactly how to handle a situation. And can a telemedicine health consultation help you do that? That's not an insurance benefit. It's a non-insurance benefit, but it's a service. Tracking your bag. I think we have to be very conscious of strikes happen, delays happen, flights get canceled, your bag is in Rome, but you're in Helsinki. So things like that, travelers want help to make them whole and get their bag back to them. And we're offering those types of things in our plans now, which is great.
I'm really glad you highlighted that, because that actually has been an interesting source of new startups, that air help and lost luggage and like this, because there's some staggering stats about the number of bags that are lost every day. I don't want to cite the wrong figures, but it is staggering. And so people do want to make sure that their bags are insured, protected, or they're going to have the coverage they need to if they don't get there. And some of the regulations that the airlines are now responsible for around flight delays and lost luggage. So that's interesting that you guys have moved into that space as well. The other thing I just wanted to talk about going back to the conversation that we had on our Travel Trends podcast. And one of the things I so enjoyed about that conversation. So for those of you who want to go back and listen to that, we actually did a look at the state of U.S. travel. And obviously some of that's, we had a really interesting conversation about the state of U.S. travel. And we had three amazing colleagues. Christina obviously was a key part of that. And I had a friend from AARP as well. And then another colleague, Ryan, from Grand European Tours. And we got into the discussion about AARP. And one of the things that the most common searched term is sex on their website. And Christina then proceeded to inform us that STDs are covered with travel insurance. And we actually literally renamed the title of that episode to factor that in, because I just thought it was like, but these are the things that you don't, I guess that's important for people to know, especially depending on your purpose of travel. But tell everyone, if you wouldn't mind, like some of these things that might be like that myself or others wouldn't be aware of, that are unique to what gets insured, and just some of these tips and advice from you. I just think it's so valuable, and that was an interesting one. But yeah, tell us a few more along those lines.
I mean, people do things when they travel, and we're in the business of protecting them from the unknown, not in judging the activities that they necessarily do that get them into certain pickles. So yes, illness is an illness, no matter what sort of guise it comes under. We've had in the past situations where, particularly in certain countries where monkeys might be sort of part of the furniture. They sort of hang out in restaurants, and some even places have pet monkeys, and they're sort of there for the public. And some people get too close to the monkey, and the monkey bites them. So we've covered monkey bites. We've covered nips from other animals when you're experiencing a place, and that little critter just gets you, and you probably weren't expecting it. So yeah, we do have all kinds of different scenarios that you would think were sort of written for in a children's book, but they happen.
Oh, that's great. I appreciate you sharing those. I do want to make sure, because obviously this is a vignette conversation as part of this event spotlight, because Christina and we're going to chat later, and obviously I love catching up with you. It's so great to see you. I do want to make sure that people know how to follow up with you and connect with you, because you're such a great leader in this industry, and you have so much to offer. And I know you're active on LinkedIn, and so you've always been there for me when I've reached out for assistance, guidance. And it's one of those things, I just wanted to highlight this to our listeners as well. And we were actually having a chat with a couple colleagues just before we sat down to record. And there is certainly this sense in this industry that good people know good people. And although we only overlap briefly at Lonely Planet, we've stayed in touch for like nearly 20 years, it seems, like 15 years at least, and through different roles. And this is where I think it's really important, especially for the younger listeners, because one of the certainly audiences that we have for this podcast is people who are looking to get into the travel industry, and the importance of building your own personal brand and paying it forward, and taking the time to willing to invest in other people. And you've done that. And I think that's part of why we get along so well. And we have such a great rapport and relationship, because if I've ever needed something, I've reached out, or like vice versa. And, and we also just genuinely get along, which is lovely as well. So I just wanted wanted to acknowledge that because I think you're a fantastic executive in this industry. I think you have so much to offer. And obviously, I think it's wonderful that we've been able to continue this relationship over many years. So I just wanted to say I wish you every success in this year ahead. And I look forward to continuing to collaborate with you.
Oh, Dan, thank you so much. That's very kind, very high praise, but I appreciate it. And likewise, very much so. I think you're right. I think it's the authenticity of the camaraderie that you and I have, but also what this industry, I think, engenders. And I say to young people all the time, I was having a conversation last night at Coors Field where someone's daughter was there. And she had asked me, what can you tell my daughter who is newly coming into this industry potentially? And I said, rely on your personality, rely on your true self, because people want to work with people they like.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily what you know and your skills. It's if you're likable and you can work with people, that's the base coat for any young person entering any industry, but particularly this one.
Yeah. No, there's certainly a huge element to being authentic. The counter side to that sometimes is don't overshare.
Well, that's true too. That's true too.
Be yourself, but you can't.
You're not an open book.
Exactly.
Save some chapters for later.
I see some younger generations coming in. I'm just like, maybe not all of that information. Yeah. But nevertheless, you're spot on with their assessment. So just to make sure that people can connect with you. So if they want to learn more about World Nomads, but also connect with you directly, Christina, how best to do that?
So worldnomads.com is where they'll find out all about our business and our history and what we do. And for me, find me on LinkedIn. Christina Tunnah is my name. It's pretty unique, and I'm based out of California. So look forward to connecting.
That's great. Thank you again, Christina. Wonderful to see you.
Thank you, Dan.
I'd now like to welcome Richard Naha to the conversation. He's the owner of a really fascinating company called Surf Synergy, which is based in Costa Rica, an amazing part of the world. He lives in Denver. He started this company 4 years ago, and I was keen to have him part of this conversation because it really represents the global nature of ATTA. And so, Richard, great to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Now, I understand, is this your first ATTA?
It is.
Very cool. So tell us what brought you here for this. I mean, obviously, you're local, so that's probably helpful.
We are a travel-based company in Costa Rica, and Costa Rica is very adventure travel-oriented, and so it made a lot of sense to come here and meet some new people.
For sure. So let's tell everyone about Surf Synergy. And when I was just getting a chance to meet Richard, because we've literally just met, and I was preparing for our conversation and checking out his website, and I know we'll talk about that at the end, but surfsynergy.com for those of you who are multitasking. And I was blown away about some of the experiences and the surf opportunities and the wellness focus. So tell us a little bit about when you created it, I guess about 4 years ago, but tell us about Surf Synergy. How did you create it? Why did you create it? And what do you guys do?
Sure. So during COVID, my wife and I, we have 3 sons. We went to Costa Rica for a week and saw that the kids could remote school and that we could work remotely. So we extended our trip to 6 weeks, and 5 months later, we were, which is a semi-normal trend in Costa Rica because you show up and the people are so welcoming and beautiful, and the hospitality there is amazing. So people fall in love with it, and the story of people that go home and sell everything and move to Costa Rica is common.
I know 2 people that fit that description. So yes. Yeah.
And so we ended up staying 5 months. My wife and I had tried surfing many times in life with really minimal success. So we basically had, crossed it off the list of things you don't learn later in life. And, but we're there. We knew we were going to be there for a while. So the kids wanted to learn to surf. They were 16, 18, 20 at the time. So we walked into a surf shop and said we wanted to buy 5 surfboards. And the person probably sold us his worst 5 surfboards because it was COVID and very little business, and he just probably gave us his worst boards. So then we took a couple lessons and continued to have very limited success. And somebody introduced us to Marcel Oliveira. He had come to Costa Rica from Venezuela as a semi-pro mountain biker, but at the time was a 5-year reigning national champion stand-up paddle surfer and stand-up paddle racer. And he's very meticulous about equipment and making sure that we're on the right board at the right beach at the right time of day. So we met him on the beach. He looked at our 5 surfboards and said, absolutely, those are not the right boards for you. And so we went to a rental shop and rented 5 appropriate surfboards, and then we had success. And so then the light bulb goes off, and so then Marcel comes over every day, and whoever was available to surf would go surfing. And then he started filling in our spare time with things like breathing clinics. So he got our breath holds up to about 4 minutes, which doesn't mean we're superhuman, just means he trained us through proper technique to expand our lung capacity and train our brains on and how you can hold your breath for that long. And started doing some free diving and some spearfishing, and then he suggested that we get a videographer to show us what we're doing right and what we could do better surfing. And so every night after dinner, we would watch our surf videos, and he would point out, make corrections, and so here we are with our teenage sons bonding over learning how to surf.
Very cool.
And most parents are looking for a way to connect with their teenagers, and here we are every night, congratulating each other on our good rides and laughing at our bloopers, and so here we are bonding with our teenage kids, and then we hired a chef just to cook healthy food for us. And Marcel's a biohacker. He's 46 years old, still kicking every 22-year-old stud's butt, in his sports, and but got us eating healthy food. So here we are. Our kids are eating broccoli and carrots, and because it puts more nitric oxide in your blood, so you can hold your breath longer. And he just kept layering on layer after layer, doing yoga, doing sauna, ice bath, contrast therapy. And after 4 months, we looked at him and said, Marcel, there's millions of people in the world that would want to experience this. Surfing has this allure. It's kind of bucket list material, but most people think it's too difficult or too dangerous. And maybe their first experience wasn't good because they stayed somewhere and they took a surf lesson and they probably put them on the wrong board at the wrong beach at the wrong time of day. But Marcel's approach was just very measured, and it ensures success. And so a property came available, so we told Marcel we'd be willing to buy it to give him a platform to take his knowledge and skills to the world versus, one customer a day out of the trunk of his car kind of thing. And so we bought the property, literally thinking, well, if the business doesn't make it, we can just use the property as our retirement. We were in our 50s during COVID when we moved down there, but the reviews started rolling in, people having the trip of their lifetime, and so we remodeled the bungalows that were on the property. We built out a commercial kitchen. We hired an Ayurvedically trained chef that developed our menu and sourced all of our ingredients with intention from local farmers, and built out this amazing culinary team. And the reviews kept rolling in, so we embarked on building a 11,000 square foot luxury villa that was designed by one of the top spa designers in the world. And so it feels like somebody's amazing 11,000 square foot house, but it functions like a luxury boutique hotel. And the reviews kept rolling in, and now we're winning awards, the top awards in the industry for wellness and spa.
Unbelievable. This is an extraordinary story. And the one thing I have to ask you, Richard, because clearly, as you've highlighted, there's the resort, you run retreats, and it was like, the business has come so far in 4 years. What was your background before this?
Actually, real estate investments in startup companies. So none of this was...
So that all tracks. I was like, how did this all come into play? Because it seems like the stars just aligned based on timing and obviously, but I clearly figured you have to have had a background in this to be able to have been so successful so quickly. And
yeah, I don't take credit for the success of the business. I think Marcel's vision and his passion for wellness has really just percolated throughout the business. We bought a property. It took a financial risk that, like I said, at the end of the day, if the business failed, we would just use it as a retirement property. So I don't take credit in that. I think our credit is really kind of sticking to our values of doing, what's best for the guest and really focused on building a community of like-minded people who want to live this healthier adventure lifestyle. And so we treat every guest like they're going to be part of our community forever. And yeah, we have dozens of people who have never gone back to the same place twice because they're world travelers and they like to experience new things, and they almost pride themselves on not going anywhere twice, that have been with us 8 times. And it's really turned into this, wellness community where you actually heal and learn and grow. And yes, you learn how to surf, and really the surfing is a flow state activity. So it takes everything in your mind and body to line up the wave, to paddle, to stand up. And so when you stand up on the board, your brain releases the serotonin, the dopamine, the endorphins that, any addiction gives you. And it's actually the number one
Sure
way
beats gambling and alcohol.
Yeah, it's actually the number one way to replace an addiction. Because you get
With
that
a new addiction.
serotonin. Yeah. You always have to replace it. That's why they have methadone clinics, so you can get addicted to a slightly less, harmful drug. But surfing is the healthiest addiction. And I liken it to, a lot of things in life are negative reciprocating cycles where you're feeling a little bit down. So you have a piece of chocolate cake, and then you gain some weight, and then you have less energy, and then you don't go to the gym, and it just kind of compounds in a negative direction. But surfing, I know my next surf trip is 6 weeks. So I know that my next surf trip will be more successful if I lose a couple pounds, if I gain flexibility, if I gain some upper body strength. So I did yoga this morning, and I'll go to the gym, and I'm not going to have a glass of wine tonight. And so then I show up in Costa Rica in 6 weeks, and my surfing's a little bit better, but then I feel a little bit better and maybe look a little bit better. And so then that's a positive reciprocating cycle. That's all of that is very addicting.
Very cool. And so tell us about where your kids are now, because you mentioned that they were 16, 18, and 20?
At the time, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that was 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So have any of them gone on to work in the business now in Costa Rica? Are they all back here? Fast forward 4 years to where you are today. Where is the family, and I guess then where's the business at today?
Yeah. So at the time we had 1 in college and 2 in high school. Now 1's out of college and 2 are in college, and they all love going to Costa Rica. 1's in California. 1 was at University of San Diego. So they still have surf in their blood, but now they're full-time students, and 1 has a full-time job, so their lives have taken over. Maybe someday they'll be more involved in the business, but they're still kind of doing the stereotypical Western society path. So, and
then the resort itself, because as we were highlighting, and I've got the website here in front of me. The one thing I wanted to make sure everyone knows exactly where it is in Costa Rica. Mm-hmm. Is it Hako?
Hako.
Thank you for the correct pronunciation. So tell us exactly where that is in Costa Rica.
Sure. You fly into the San Jose airport, and it's about a 90-minute drive straight west. It's the closest surf town to the airport. It's on a paved road, so a lot of surf places in Costa Rica is a 4-hour drive down a bumpy road. And so that's kind of first advantage is the proximity and the ease of, a lot of direct flights into San Jose. We pick you up, get you tucked in. And then the other advantage is we have 9 different beaches to choose from. So a lot of places where you go around the world, the surf conditions are what Mother Nature gives you on that beach that day. And sometimes that's too big for your level, and sometimes it's too small. But that central Pacific coast of Costa Rica, the swells come from the south, and the geography of the coastline gives us a lot of ability to either hide from the bigger swells for beginners or take intermediates to the more advanced beaches. So we get a lot of choices every day, different beaches that react to different swell directions and sizes. So it's kind of worldwide known as one of the best places to learn and the highest chance of getting people on appropriate waves for their level every day.
Very cool. And one of the things I was also looking at is that, given you're here and certainly there's travel advisors here and trade partners, you guys have resort buyouts. That's like one of the things that you offer, mm-hmm. Working with travel advisors and group leaders. And so as we, middle of 2025 and look at what's ahead? What is next for Surf Synergy? I certainly now get the branding that much better. I mean, it makes such a difference. I mean, obviously the website is great. The images are stunning, but sitting down and speaking to you like we are now, understanding your backstory and that entire journey that you've been on, it's truly remarkable. Tell us what your vision is for the future, because obviously you don't have to now rely on this on just being a retirement property. This is a fully thriving resort business.
Yeah. So the future, we've the first couple of years we recognized that we did an amazing job of providing an incredible 7-night vacation. But then we saw in people's eyes when they were leaving that they didn't want to leave. They want to live this type of lifestyle. So we are actually, we've just finished the design of a world-class wellness center and villas. So we have 12 for-sale villas, and that would allow people to live on site, have access to our food and the amenities, and so it's really about building this community of people that will not just come for 7 nights and we'll never see them again, but they might live full time on site or 2-3 months, whatever they can swing in their schedule.
That's exciting. That's great. And what about you? How much time are you spending there now?
About a third of my time.
Very cool. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And let's bring ourselves back to ATTA, because I'm sure there's many reasons. That's where our conversation started. Now that we've had that conversation, it is that much clearer to me all the opportunities that exist for you being part of ATTA. I mean, this is the perfect community for you to connect with, to be able to generate more business. Certainly, people that will book up at the resort, or also just be able to partner with you in a number of different ways. So yeah, tell us what are some of the things you're hoping to get out of being here in Denver this year and your participation in ATTA.
Sure. We run a beautifully curated wellness retreat. We pick you up at the airport. We drop you back off at the airport. Everything in between is curated. Our food is amazing. It's the number one compliment of all of our. We have 100% 5-star reviews on Google, and the first comment is the food. And our yoga is amazing, our breathing, our contrast therapy, it's all amazing. And so as a retreat leader, you don't have to worry about finding transportation or a yoga teacher or a chef. It's all taken care of. And then from a kind of business retreat, corporate retreats, President's Club, learning to surf is a very bonding activity, because if you haven't surfed before, you're going to be outside of your comfort zone. You're going to be, a little anxious, and our breathing clinics address that anxiety. And so everyone's kind of level set, right? Everyone's going into it a little uncomfortable. And then we have 100% success from age 4 to 84. So you will stand on a surfboard day one. And so will the members of your team, or the people in your company, or the members of your family. And then you do the video analysis where you watch the videos. So day one, there's a lot of chuckling. And by day 6, everybody's blown away with what they've accomplished and how much they've grown. And you've done that together. So from a corporate retreat standpoint, it's an amazing journey for family retreats, multi-generational travel, grandparents that want to bring their kids and their grandkids and everyone learn how to surf together. We had a 75-year-old woman from Florida last year got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Her dying wish was to learn how to surf. So she brought 4 of her kids and 9 of her grandkids. They all learned how to surf together. So now there's 9 kids out there that can say they learned how to surf with their grandmother.
Wow.
And it was just an incredible memory. We've got a video and audio team that, did all their family portraits, with the beautiful background and memories that will last generations.
For sure. That's really powerful. So given that many people now listening to this are going to be either already on your website or making plans to travel there, I know I'm certainly couldn't be more keen. And part of the reason I wanted to ask where it's located is just given I've got a number of friends that have relocated to Costa Rica, or they spend half of the year there. How can people connect with you, learn more about Surf Synergy? What are the best ways to connect with you for those people that are listening to this now to engage with you and keep in touch?
Sure. Website is surfsynergy.com. Instagram is Surf Synergy. The phone number on the website rings my cell phone, and my email is rich@surfsynergy.com.
That's really cool. I'm so glad we had the opportunity to meet and have this conversation. I'm really excited. I was going to say, I wish you every success. You don't need that from me. You've already made it, but I just cannot believe how unique and interesting your story is. And given the start of our podcast was during the pandemic and tracking consumer behavior from the pandemic and like the journey you've been on, it mirrors that perfectly. So, I've really enjoyed meeting you, thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, and look forward to keeping in touch.
Yeah, for sure. Come on down.
I now have the pleasure to speak to Heather O'Halloran, who is the managing director of Destination Rwanda. And I was really keen to speak to her as part of this special event spotlight here at ATTA in Denver, because we had, of course, as many of our listeners know, Charles Shima on our podcast, who had a remarkable story about his journey from Rwanda during the genocide. And he's now a Canadian citizen living in Vancouver. And I definitely encourage anyone listening to this who hasn't listened to that episode to listen to Charles' story, because it's remarkable. And a number of my colleagues, including people like Matthew Upchurch and Shane from Microsoft, who've been on the show, have raved about Rwanda. And so when I saw that Heather was from Destination Rwanda, I was like, I have to speak to you and I need to know your story. And already in our brief introduction, I'm so excited to share your story with our global listeners. So Heather, welcome to Travel Trends.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here with you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Now tell everyone how you created this company and how you decided to focus on Rwanda.
I think Rwanda chose me, actually. I was traveling there and I was so inspired by the work that NGOs were doing there, the government had in investing in conservation and the values. I just felt like it spoke to me in ways where I just couldn't leave. That's
fantastic. So I haven't been, this is where I have so many questions for you, but you started the business 4 years ago. You've been to Africa a number of times, but what ultimately then you saw there was an opportunity in the marketplace to bring travelers, because you were based in Washington, D.C., and was the idea to try and bring more Americans to Rwanda?
It was not actually.
Okay,
it was to bring everybody to Rwanda and make Rwanda accessible to everybody. It's really what I want to say. So the nature there is just phenomenal. Most people know Rwanda for the gorillas. They obviously have heard the history of the genocide. There's so much more to Rwanda when you're there and able to experience the nature. People often say, they are extremely excited about seeing the gorillas. It's their bucket list destination, right? But they get there, they're blown away, and then they see there's so much more.
Yeah. Well, and given that the country has had such a challenging past, let's just address a couple of things off the top for our global listeners. Many of the people listening to this episode, of course, are going to be a part of ATTA, and so they're going to be very well aware of global geography, where Rwanda is, and have an understanding of that history. But to make sure we bring everyone along on this conversation, tell everyone a little bit more about where Rwanda is specifically in Africa, and a little bit about that history, which has led to, because obviously we don't have time to cover the full history, but I mean, what has led to this incredible opportunity now where you have this phenomenon that you can explain more about, where people actually clean the streets once a week and work in harmony together. So tell us a little bit more about where it is and why Rwanda is so special.
This is part of what makes it an incredible destination. So it is in East Africa. It borders Uganda and Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as Burundi. And then it's also next to Tanzania, but it's separated by a lake. What's really interesting about Rwanda is it shares the Virunga mountain range with DRC and with Uganda. And that is where you find your mountain gorillas. And it's the only place in the world to see the mountain gorillas. So 31 years ago now, the genocide took place. And that was absolutely incredibly devastational to every aspect of Rwandans' lives. The infrastructure of the entire country had to be rebuilt. The tourism sector just vanished, and it took multiple years just to reestablish. And now, thankfully, the government, the tourism boards in Rwanda, they're helping build out tour opportunities and supporting the local tour operators like us, for example, because Rwanda is now incredibly safe. After the genocide, Rwandans became one people. So instead of two tribes with these great divisions and this really horrific history, Rwandans came together as one. And just like you mentioned, they have the monthly time when they all participate for half the day, cleaning up their neighborhoods, cleaning up the communities where they come together. And again, as one people.
Right.
Their licenses used to have their tribe on them. Well, that's gone completely away. They don't see the differences in each other. They see the commonality in each other.
Yeah, that is very inspiring, especially as we live in such challenging geopolitical times again in different corners of the world. And so I think there's clearly a lot that we can all learn from what's happened in Rwanda. And I think this is one of the things that, I wanted to highlight in our conversation is that when most people think of Rwanda, some people certainly are well aware of that very difficult time and it kind of then marks people's impression of the destination. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even enter into their consideration set that they would travel to Rwanda, with the exception maybe of what you described, which is being able to see the mountain gorillas. So certain people who will know that they want to see the mountain gorillas, they discover the best places in Rwanda, they'll travel to Rwanda to see. But the part that I find really interesting, and this is obviously from someone who has not yet been to Rwanda, but from all the conversations I've had, is exactly what you described. Remarkably safe, remarkably clean, and people could just fly to Rwanda for a holiday. People don't think about going to Africa like they go to Europe. They typically, they'll book a tour. There's a lot of consideration, but it's not a place that has independent travelers. And that is something that I do think is very likely to change in the next 5 or 10 years. But tell us a little bit more about Destination Rwanda and what it is that you guys do. What are the tours you offer, and where have you, built this business to over the last 4 years?
Mm-hmm. So our aim is to make Rwanda as accessible as possible, as inclusive as possible to travelers who really want to experience the destination, to get to know the people, to feel connected to the communities. So obviously people who are coming, they want to see the mountain gorillas. They maybe want to do the chimpanzee hikes. They maybe want to go on safari. They can do all of those things, but what we try to do is bring them deeper so that they can sit alongside the genocide survivors, work with them, doing their crafts, hearing their stories, exchanging stories. What's really important is that when people come to Rwanda to visit and to learn, that the Rwandans also have the opportunity to learn from these international folks that they wouldn't otherwise ever be able to have a conversation with, right? And I think it helps both the international folks as well as the locals realize how much they have in common with each other. The world is actually quite a small place.
Yeah. So when it comes to, and you... as you highlighted, it's not just Americans, it's global travelers that you want to. So where have you gotten the business to? I know this is your second ATTA. Mm-hmm. We were both together in Panama. We didn't have a chance to meet then. This is our first time actually having the chance to get to know each other. But you have just recently, I guess in the last year, joined ATTA and you're back again. Where are you now in terms of growing this business? I know you'd mentioned to me that you used to spend half the year in Rwanda and half the time in the US. And now as the team has been built up, you're now able to spend less time there in destination. But yeah, tell us a little bit where the business is today in terms of the growth and the different markets you offer.
Yeah, we're headquartered in Kigali. And while I'm there a few times a year, my staff are entirely local, and that is the focus of the business. It's about developing the local staff, helping give jobs to the local community. We have both male and female drivers and guides. So really, the focus has been providing those jobs, providing the education, the upskilling, the ability for people to achieve their dream of being in hospitality, being part of the tourism sector. And so we've built out the staff, expanded our fleet of safari vehicles, and our offerings have expanded as well. So one of our newer offerings is we are providing the opportunity to have gorilla habituation trips, which means that people who come get to spend 3 days with a ranger, with the gorilla families up in the Virunga mountain range on the Rwandan side, and go really deeply into the behaviors of these gorillas. And if people are so inclined, they can actually experience the Ugandan side with us to see those mountain gorillas, as well as in the DRC, in the more southern parks, they can go and see the lowland gorillas. So for those who are those big time gorilla enthusiasts, we are making sure we have the right offering to kind of satisfy that curiosity.
Well, one of the things that when I was preparing for our conversation, I was going through the website, destination-rwanda.com. And I was looking at the different tours that you offer. And one of them that stood out to me is like the 1-day trips, to the point about just giving people the option to be able to travel to destination and choose to partner with you to go on a trip. But the other one that you had highlighted to me just as we were about to kick off is LGBTQ.
Yes.
So and this has actually been a very important for me conversation for me on our podcast, given a number of my colleagues, and what's really opened my eyes with a number of colleagues, that to help understand that community and how best to market to them and also make them feel comfortable traveling to certain destinations. So tell us a little bit about how you've gotten involved in the LGBTQ community and how that's evolving.
Mm-hmm. Well, thankfully, Rwanda is extremely safe for all travelers, but that is what makes it sets it apart from other countries in East Africa. Is it's safe for the LGBTQ plus community, and that is really, I think, a phenomenal thing to say about Rwanda. So our tours are, like I've said, they're inclusive. That means that we work with all of the hotels, with the restaurants, with the other types of service providers across the country to help let them know, here's how you can engage with the LGBTQ plus international community. From using pronouns to the offerings to. And for us, we're making sure that they are genuinely welcoming and not just putting the smiles on the faces as they walk in, right? It's really about feeling genuinely accepted and respected. In Rwanda, there is an LGBTQ plus community that has a voice. They're not often well listened to, but they are allowed to express themselves. And that is part of what we want to continue to support, is ensuring that these, perhaps I'll say, underrepresented communities are able to have a stronger voice and to be recognized and respected within their local communities. And I feel like by bringing in the international guests and showing, I'll say, the Rwandan government, the Rwandan tourism board, hey, there is a lot of value, certainly financially, for them to continue to welcome the LGBTQ plus community. And hey, it's also time to listen to your domestic population as well and ensure that they not just have the equal rights, but have equal opportunities and are able to be listened to at the government levels.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you highlighting that. And that's certainly, as I've come to understand, within that community, that there is apprehension about traveling to parts of Africa, given the laws that are in place and how they might be treated in destinations. So I thought it's important to call that out, one of those other unique elements about Rwanda. But in terms of bringing us back to being at ATTA together, and both of us here for the second time, keen to know what brought you back to the event this year. And already we're sitting here on day one, but it's getting towards the end of the first day. Curious to know some of the benefits you've already realized from being back again this year.
Oh, I love this community. I love the travel community. Personally, I cannot learn enough. I cannot be curious enough. And I feel like that's what I find from the people who attend these events. They are wanting to learn more. They are wanting to exchange ideas. They want to know how to do things better. They want to know how we can all operate more sustainably and continue to have these destinations that are thriving from a community perspective, from a biodiversity perspective. And for me, I get really energized by the ideas and hearing about the work that people are doing in their countries and their communities. And I don't think I'm going to miss another event.
That's awesome. Are you going to be in Chile later this year?
I don't know how I cannot go there.
Oh, okay, cool.
From Denver with the beautiful mountains to Chile. Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. No, I couldn't agree more. And I will be there as well. And I think that's where, as you deepen your connections within this community, it keeps drawing you back. And there's so many different benefits, as I've seen already, just in connecting with the community and the conversations I've been having. And it keeps revealing itself. There's just so many different niches. And I met a gentleman yesterday on the coach going to the Coors Field welcome function. And his business, he works for a binoculars company based in Austria, and he's in the US. But anyway, it's high-end, like $3,000 plus binoculars for bird watchers. Mm-hmm. And it was like, and he's been at it for 20 years. And he's an avid bird watcher. And it was just like, I continually find the most stimulating conversations I have with people, and you stumble into their world, and there's just this incredible niche, and it's a big business,
Right.
And it's like,
right.
and I learned a lot about bird watching last night on the coach ride there, and I'm like, and Ben was just a fascinating person. I'm definitely going to keep in touch. He had a podcast on bird watching. It was like, so yeah. So to your point, it's just such an amazing community. And obviously, as we speak to our global community, both ATTA and Travel Trends, I want to make sure that everyone can find out more about Destination Rwanda and connect with you. So I've mentioned the website, of course, which has a lot of amazing images of the experiences that you offer in Rwanda. And I can't wait to get there myself, so I'm going to have to try and figure that out. But Heather, tell us how people can connect with you or learn more about what you guys offer.
Absolutely. I think the website's a great place. It's, as you said, destination-rwanda.com. My contact info is heather@destination-rwanda.com. And of course, we're on social media. You can link to them from our website. You can just pull us up on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. So yeah, we're constantly trying to share the stories that our customers are having, our travelers are having there, and sharing those images of, kind of what the experience is like on the ground level in Rwanda.
That's terrific and very exciting. I'm thrilled for you, and obviously it's great to see this Rwanda being featured here at ATTA, you being a part of this community. So I'm sure the feeling is mutual, and because you being a part of it really contributes to growing this community and having these emerging destinations being at the forefront of being part of these conversations. So Heather, it's been a delight speaking to you. I certainly look forward to keeping in touch, and I wish you great success with the rest of the event.
I wish you the same. Thank you so much for having me here.
I now have the pleasure to speak to the founder of Wandero, Zaal, who is originally from Georgia, but he's based Georgia, the country. It was actually one of the things I was intrigued to ask him about as we just got a chance to meet each other, because I know a lot of travel tech startups out of Georgia, but he's based in San Francisco. He had an incredibly successful first AI startup focused on the automotive sector, and now he's moved into travel with Wandero, and he's here at the ATTA conference for the first time. So Zaal, welcome to the Travel Trends Show.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting. And I'm happy to speak on this podcast. Thank you.
For sure. It's great to have you here for a couple of reasons. Obviously, being in travel technology and here at ATTA. And then, of course, we have our AI Summit coming up later this year, which will be terrific to have you involved in as well, given that, you're perfectly positioned at that intersection of travel technology and AI. So let's give everyone a bit of an overview of Wandero and what it is you guys do.
Yeah. So Wandero is AI agentic platform that automates end-to-end travel design. It ingests scattered, fragmented inventory. It coordinates with suppliers, and it crafts beautiful, personalized itineraries for travel companies, particularly for destination management companies, because they don't want to spend too much time on the desk job. They'd rather go out and explore, many other destinations that they want to market and deliver to their customers.
Yeah, so let's break it down for our audience. When you say agentic AI, which is something that I'm certainly familiar with given some of my background in this space and some of the things I'm working on, but I want to make sure that we bring everyone listening to this on the journey. So help everyone understand what agentic AI is. I'd love to have you actually describe that to our audience, and then how exactly you're leveraging that technology for Wandero and what market you're focused on within travel.
Yeah, Dan, so agentic AI is different from traditional AI in terms of it's able to make decisions by itself. So for example, if you're using ChatGPT or something else like Claude, you ask a question and it returns the answer. For example, ChatGPT also has this deep research kind of mode in which you kind of like ask it to do some research on some kind of topic, and then you're going to be asking questions, like follow-up questions, and doing many sifting through the web, searching for the actual data that it then uses to build the kind of report for you, like very, very deep dive into the topic. And in the process, so that is like a little bit of the example of how agentic AI works, because it has a goal and it breaks down that end goal, what they want to achieve, into little pieces, little problems, and it's able to handle those problems, even though it kind of encounters some errors and some kind of struggling on little pieces, it's able to overcome that and move towards the end goal. So it behaves more like a human in the end, and that's the overall how we distinguish traditional back and forth between AI and being AI able to accomplish the end goal that you want it to accomplish.
Well, and that's why I really wanted you to describe it, especially from your perspective with what the platform you've developed, because you're very much on the forefront of this next wave of the technology as we've kind of gone through this generative AI, and obviously AI itself has been around for 50 years, but all of a sudden we've had this time warp with generative AI where everything is sped up, and then this term agentic, which, as I always try and just highlight, is the idea it's an agent, but the idea of agentic AI seems overwhelming to some people. But the idea, as you mentioned, is that the LLMs have reasoning capabilities, and once you can actually have a agent working on your behalf to be able to make decisions, whether it be returning flights and being able to actually just to book the flight for you, and making decisions on your behalf based on previous behavior or what it knows about you. The tagline that I came to understand with Wandero is that you're a hardest working teammate in the chaos of travel operations. And I really like that, because I like the idea of a teammate, and that's essentially this era we're moving into with agentic AI, and especially this chaos of travel operations, because if you're a tour operator, a travel advisor, there's a lot of complexity to the back office and the management. And what was really interesting as I was kicking off a conversation with Zaal is that his background in his first AI company was in the automotive space and basically appointment setting for dealerships and taking all of the manual work out of that. And so that's perfect for the travel industry. And there's so many aspects of travel industry roles that can be automated, or roles that can be made more efficient. And I know you're focusing a lot on DMCs, as I understand it. So tell us a little bit more about what you've developed with this technology and some of the use cases for it.
Yeah, so why DMCs, right? So we're beginning with DMCs because as we see it, so this onward movement of AI, that's going to be mostly affecting the front-facing applications, the way you use Booking.com. It's going to more look like the way you use ChatGPT, or ChatGPT will be interfacing with the destination companies more and more on the. So it's going to be kind of removing the middleman, but the destination management companies, the people who actually do the heavy lifting, meet travelers, take them to places. Those people who are actually doing the groundwork, they're the less likely to be replaced by AI. So, but on the other hand, they still need to market those their products, their services to the up in the market on the source markets, right? So source market companies and destination market companies, those should be able to embrace AI with a platform that enables them to automate all of the stuff that's happening, like a desk job operations. Those could be automated very easily with the right kind of product. And it's not just ChatGPT and not just the marketing materials written by ChatGPT. It's not just the like a sample itineraries that are built by ChatGPT. It's end-to-end travel design, which ingests all of the characteristics of DMCs, their brand identity, their itineraries, their inventory, and is able to automate that part of their operations so that they have the ability to interface better with all of the other front-facing customer applications that are moving forward, and be able to digest their services and market their services with the AI-first approach.
And what's interesting about that is you mentioned DMCs, and just to bring anyone else along that is not familiar with the term, destination management companies and DMCs are obviously the ones that actually put the trips together in destinations. And a lot of tour operators actually work with local DMCs. And one of the most important aspects of their role is creating tailored itineraries. And I saw that was part of your offering. And then being able to liaise with partners, because that DMC needs to rely on transportation, accommodation, activities providers to be able to fulfill that itinerary. And this is where there's just so much complexity and manual effort required to put these trips together. So I think there's certainly a sweet spot within DMCs, but there's also a lot of apprehension within the travel industry, especially when the comment you made that I come up against every time, which is, what does it mean for my role? Because everyone's fearful of the fact that, when you say automation, that it's going to make roles obsolete. And I think probably you and I see this a little differently than that, which is that it's augmenting what the work, and it can make you more efficient, and all of a sudden opens up other opportunities. Your role will change. So it's not about redundancy. And I've met some really fascinating people over the past year that are leveraging AI tools to actually make their teams more efficient and actually grow their teams, but to focus on what humans can do and then what the technology can do. So my question, I guess, to you on those topics, Zaal, is, are you coming up against some opposition as you're trying to pitch in the technology, just given that there is some apprehension to AI within travel, and what does it mean for them?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. For example, keynote speech today on ATTA event, there were discussed the fears about the AI and how it might replace the human labor. But that, for me, that's somewhat misconception about that, because if you could imagine that you could hire a team of brilliant people working for you, that's not replacing your actual job. That's just the oversight that you're doing for the team changes, and you're not doing the same thing that you were doing by yourself. You're not spending too much time on that. You're just elevated as a manager, and your task, your role becomes more critical in terms of oversighting, overviewing, and managing the larger team that works for you. That's the same thing when you employ AI and team of AIs that are working for you. So that's something that needs to be considered. And what I'm also saying to the people that I talk with, DMCs and tour operators, who are fearful about AI replacing their jobs, is that they should just embrace AI, and people just need to learn how to leverage AI, how to make AI work for them, and not be fearful and not be hesitant doing that. Because if somebody's not using AI right now in these times, those are the people who might be left behind, because their competition will be using AI and they will not, and then they're not going to be able to scale and do their operational part more efficient.
Yeah, it was the most referred to line from our AI summit last year, that is not the AI is going to take your job. It's the person who knows how to utilize AI will take your job. And
that's right.
And so the organization in this instance that actually starts to leverage AI, one of the things I certainly think will happen is the companies that really leverage AI successfully will get so far ahead of the ones that haven't embraced it yet. So there is an important call to action to make sure that people are embracing it, which is why we're doing our AI summit and trying to demystify some of their apprehensions and concerns, which are valid. So I also want to acknowledge that many of the concerns around AI, there are legitimate concerns. There are many legitimate concerns. I was going to start going into a list of them, but I'd take us in a whole different track of the conversation. But the point is, having those concerns, you still need to be able to embrace the technology, understand it, and figure out the best way to be able to utilize it, because this transformation is coming. It's happening. And so you can't bury your head in the sand. And I think there's some anti-AI sentiment, which I get because of the strength of the human connection and us being here in person, and the difference between an agentic agent and a true friend, which is going to be one of those interesting things as we see in the next few years. I think a lot of people are finding friends with AI and having the best sidekick that they've ever had, that, and making their lives better in so many different ways.
Like in the movie Her.
Yeah, exactly. Falling in love with AI. But no, that's going to take us down a different direction. But to bring it back to actually the positives. So understanding that there are risks, there are concerns. When we look at your technology and the fact that you're trying to break in with, certainly with DMCs, but tour operators, travel agencies, there's no shortage of opportunities. Tell us about the business model, because when I was preparing for our discussion, I was seeing, it appears to be like a SaaS model with different pricing options. But tell us how, for those people that are listening to this and are intrigued, that are saying to themselves, I need to get on board with this and I should check out Wandero. And so tell us a little about the business model. And if someone wants to partner with you, how does that work? What does that look like?
Yeah. So the way we see our business model is something that you would do to when you hire a new person in the team, right? So when you hire someone, you kind of evaluate their value, how much work, what kind of quality work they can do for you, and that would be something that you would consider in pricing and paying to that person, right? So we see that at least at this stage, we see that as we work with our customers hand in hand, and we work with them on a very personal level, and we discuss the pricing with them in concerning all of the business model that they have. How large is the company? What volume of leads that they're working with? How many itineraries they're building? And what markets they're operating in. So that is right now something that we take as a very custom approach. Right now, at this stage of the development of the company, but down the road, we might come up with some standardized pricing when we go after larger markets down the road. So that is something that we going to consider and think about per customer basis. But overall, it's going to be, right now, it's like a per seat basis. For example, you hire one person who works at particular job, and then or maybe that's a team of AI workers that are doing different roles at your company. But then you have the seat of a manager who does the oversight of the work that they're doing, and how many of the suppliers the AI needs to contact and get the feedback of the availability, how many bookings, what kind of integrations there are that AI needs to go into and do the job. That all depends, but right now it's like very personal, very tailored to our customers. But then it might change. So we're treating early customers very, very favorably. So if anyone's interested, please talk to us. We'll be very, very kind of personal, and we'll consider all of the things that needs to be considered about your company.
The timing is ideal to partner with an organization like yours. When I did my AI talk at the ETC conference earlier this year, I talked about kind of the 5 things that people need to be aware of. And one of them is about partnering, finding the right partners, because most of the organizations don't have this expertise. And so they need to find the right partners to be able to work with. And as you just highlighted, and when you're at an earlier stage of building out your product roadmap, your key partners can help influence that, and you can kind of go on this journey together. And so, given that we are at ATTA, I know you did a workshop or a webinar. Tell us a little bit about what you covered in that session, who the partner was, and what you showcased.
Yeah, the webinar that was on 22nd of May. Attendance was pretty high. And engagement was very good, and people were interested in how to use AI. They are hesitant in terms of they don't know much about the AI, and they only know what ChatGPT does. But the products that are more integrated and end-to-end agentic, they don't know particularly how those kind of products, how kind of solutions work. So our goal, our mission was to can explore that area. We did like a 40-minute Q&A after the presentation, but the presentation touched upon other industries, how other industries are using agentic AI, and what are the industries that are mostly transformed by AI, and those are all, of course, like sales and customer service, those kind of services, deep research kind of products that are out there. But our goal was to kind of educate our audience, especially, of course, ATTA members who signed up for the webinar, to educate them what is AI, how it began, and how the AI's agentic flavor right now that is very trendy, how that works, and how it can be utilized in travel industry. So that is very we'd like to continue educational part of our business so that we're able to talk with our customers, educate them, and down the line be able to talk with them more, get to know their problems more, so that we can tailor our product more and more to our destination management company clients.
Yeah. Now, given that you're focused on travel and DMCs obviously is a primary focus for you in terms of clients, clearly that's a major reason to be here at ATTA doing that webinar. Tell me, given it is your first ATTA and we're sitting here at the end of the first day, some of the other benefits you've seen from being here so far, some of the learning or networking, and what are some of the other things you're hoping to get out of not only being here at ATTA Denver, but just the overall partnership?
So in terms of partnerships, so there are like two main focus groups that we're targeting that I want to talk to. Those are DMCs, of course, and the part that I was particularly delighted about was that we had that kind of hypothesis that surely DMCs and their operations must be something that they like to automate, and that was shared to us by our travel advisor, who is running his own DMC in Montenegro. And he helped us tremendously to learn about the problem and how to design the product. But particularly right now, as I talk to many DMCs on ATTA's Adventure Elevate Summit here in Denver, that pattern repeats all the time. And that, for us, it's solidifies the hypothesis that we had and what we're hearing from actual customers. So that is the part that I'm mostly delighted about. And the other part is that the way we talk with tour operators is that they operate on the source market. They market the services of DMCs on the ground, on the destination market, right? So they have vested interest in optimizing the operations of DMCs, because if they are able to talk with their DMCs more efficiently, they're able to get back to their customers on a more timely basis. So in that regard, they're able to gain an upper hand in terms of their competition.
Yeah.
So that is something that we're looking for, that we're to kind of partner up with them and be able to listen to them, so that they on their end, they're able to help us talk with their DMCs on the ground around the world, so that together we could optimize the processes of their operational relationships. That is like cross-border, that's across different time zones, across different languages, barriers, those kind of things that are very much ripe to be more efficient with agentic AI.
Yeah. Well, I was so glad the webinar and was a great way to start. I think, my friend Dan Flores, who runs Satisfy Labs, he did a great talk about AI in Panama. And I think it's the conversation is really only getting started here at ATTA about AI and its impacts. That's why I was keen to have you as part of this episode, since we want to showcase a number of fascinating people that have come together to be here for this event and all the different perspectives and insights. So I've already learned a lot from this conversation. I obviously was not familiar with Wandero, aside from what I'd read, and obviously this is the first chance we've had to meet, but I know we'll have an opportunity to collaborate more for sure, especially around the AI Summit and given your involvement now in this space. So it's great that we've had a chance to meet. Obviously, you're going to have a ton of benefit from being part of this ATTA community for sure. So hopefully that continues to evolve. I want to make sure that all of our listeners do know how to connect with you and be able to find more about Wandero, which I know the main website that I've been referring to is wandero.ai. Of course, you got that great domain, so be sure to check that out. But how else can people connect with you, Zaal, and learn more and look to partner with you?
They can just look me up on LinkedIn, for example, and connect there. I'd like to talk more. My primary social network is LinkedIn, so they can look me up there, or just ask ChatGPT.
There you go. That's awesome. Well, it's a great pleasure to meet you, Zaal. I wish you all the best of luck in not only the next couple of days of the event, but also just in the year ahead. This is a very exciting time to be in this space, and I'm excited to keep in touch and track your progress. So great to meet you, and thanks again for joining us.
Yeah, likewise. Great to meet you, Dan. And yeah, we'll meet again for sure.
I now have the pleasure to speak to the founder and CEO of Boulder Technology, Erik, who's actually based in Oslo, but he's been over in the US for a few weeks, and he's here at ATTA for his second time. He came to the Global Summit last year, or a couple of years ago.
Yeah, in Hokkaido, Japan.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Really great.
We didn't see each other in Panama, but you've been to ATTA before. And we're also joined by Jason Reckers, who runs adventure.travel. He works at ATTA. So welcome, Jason.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
For sure, man. It's great to have you guys both, because I know you're partnering together. So this is going to be an interesting conversation where we have the two of you join. But let's start with Erik. Give us a little bit of background of Boulder Technologies and what it is you do.
Yeah, so Boulder Technologies is a company that focuses on human-centered technology. So we want to kind of make sure that the individual is in the driving seat when we think about how we design technology, and basically give people tools where they have agency and control over their own digital relationships. So that's kind of at the core of what Boulder do. And yeah.
And what is your background specifically? Is your background technology, travel, combination of both?
Yeah, as an entrepreneur, you've been touching a lot of different areas, but I'm trained as a naval engineer, and I have a background there in kind of doing different stuff in sustainability. Yeah. So that's kind of where I started, and advanced open systems design.
Cool.
And then some background as a mountain guide. So that's kind of what drives me to the adventure side. I've been traveling a lot.
Cool. And then, so when did you start this company? Tell us a little bit more about Boulder Technology and what brings you here to ATTA.
Yeah, so I started Boulder Technology out of the frustration of not having technology that worked for me. Like every time I was trying to implement a technology in my business, it was about some other company extracting data from my company and getting in the way of having deep relationships with my customers, which was like one of the most important things for my business. And when you're in adventure, it is so important to know your business and your partners.
For sure. And then the connection with ATTA, and especially with Jason, because I know you guys have some plans to collaborate together.
Yeah, so, I mean, we met through Chris Doyle, which was one of the co-founders of ATTA, and then he introduced me to, I think, both Shannon and Jason during an event in Oslo that we just kind of randomly ran into each other.
How life goes, yeah.
Yeah, and we had this great meeting, at the bar, late evening. We ended up going out to dinner, and we talked about what we could potentially do with our technology for the adventure industry. And then we just started looking into how we can do something exciting together.
And that's cool. I'm going to bring Jason in the conversation on this note, but as I do, I just want to highlight that there was two people that actually said to me, "You've got to speak to Erik." And one of them is this lady, Julie Thorner, who's actually one of our sponsors for our AI Summit. She runs a company called Liquid Spark, and I know you guys know each other, and she knew that we were going to be here together. And she's like, "You guys have to meet." So I figured, let's just record together. And then our good friend, or my good friend, Christian Walters at Intrepid met you yesterday and was like, "You got to speak to Erik." So the hype has been built up. And but we not only have Erik, we have Jason, and I actually think this will give us good context to understand the dynamic between ATTA and Boulder Technology. So tell us, Jason, well, first of all, tell us a little bit about your role, because I didn't give you the full introduction there. So a little bit about your role, and then tell us how you're looking to partner with Boulder Technology.
Sure. Well, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Adventure Travel Trade Association for ATTA. I've been working with Shannon since pretty much the beginning, so it's been almost 20 years now, and you know, we feel like we've been able to really help bring the industry together as a trade, from focusing on the trade and the B2B connections that happen at our events, and offline too, right? So and over the years, we've learned a lot about the needs of the members, and one of the things that we're hearing more and more is it's great that you're helping us connect with each other and also learn and about trends, etc. But we also could use your help in reaching the right traveler. And I think the right traveler is an interesting point, because they're not just looking for any traveler, whether that's a tour operator or a destination. And so what we've started to do is think about, well, what does that mean, and how do we apply that? And so we have a site called adventure.travel that has been around a long time, and really has historically been a listing of our tour operators who serve travelers. And so and it's just a very simple site where you can find a tour operator and then go off to their website. Well, as a part of this, what we've also heard is that the industry really wants to be able to tell their sustainability stories. What are the good things that they're doing for wildlife, wild places, local communities, et cetera, and they want help in telling that story better. Prime example is working with you and Travel Trends and being able to connect the tour operators to someone who can help tell those stories. And so we're trying to do that as well as finding those content pieces, but we need to have distribution, and we don't have a large consumer audience by default. It's decent size, 50, 60,000, but it's nothing compared to some of the other bigger platforms. So what we're trying to do is work with different partners. And one of those partners is Boulder, because we feel that the technology that they bring will help us build a larger traveler audience, and give us a way to distribute that content more efficiently and effectively for our members.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And obviously I love the partnership, and I think, so highly of ATTA as an organization, and there's clearly so much growth potential for ATTA still, right? And it's like, obviously, that you've been in the business a long time, clearly, and, meeting people like Erik, and you kind of all of a sudden have this like, wait a second, there's something here that we can leverage. And it's all about partnerships, especially when it comes to technology, right, as we all know, because that's not often a core strength for many companies. Your core strength, for sure, is bringing this amazing global community together, myself included, and the people that are just totally wrapped with being here and the human connection. And so, but you obviously want to extend that by technology. So Erik, how do you see this playing out working with Jason and the team? What is kind of your initial vision for how Boulder Technology can partner with ATTA?
Yeah, so in order to kind of dive into that, I think it's important to see what currently, as you said, technology, like the adventure businesses, they are not necessarily tech savvy, right?
Understatement for sure, but yes, yeah, exactly.
But what the big strength that I see, even from my experience as a mountain guide, is that you're passionate about what you do, right? So you have a real capability, and you know what you're doing in the field, and might not be as good at the business side, marketing side, because most of the businesses are small, and they might be focused on their thing, right? So by being able to leverage a more collaborative environment for technology, you will be able to work across the value chain together. And this is where we see, by creating kind of like what we call an operating system that's human-centered, right? This allowed for each human, which is a traveler, right? But also an employee and a guide, to start working together and kind of deepen their relationships through the technology, which is not what the traditional technology model allows.
Right.
Because it's not collaborative.
Well, so tell us who else you're working with now and in what kind of capacity to help kind of share with our listeners the vision for what you're going to be able to create together.
Yeah, maybe I can use an example from another industry.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's like we did this first test case with a sport club near in Stavanger or Bergen in Norway on the west coast.
Yeah. One of the most beautiful parts of Norway, as I understand, Bergen, yes?
Bergen is good.
Yeah.
Stavanger is better. My hometown. No, so what we did there was that we kind of had this 16-year-old handball team, which has an indoor stadium, 100 seats, right? But problem from all the sport clubs in the area is that they never fill the seats, right? So these guys had 20 seats filled at the maximum when they had a match. And that's their mother, brother, right? And nobody paid for a ticket. So we kind of got the team together on a Wednesday evening, created a poster using our system, where we built in the ticket purchase and we gave them the link to distribute.
Right.
And then they started distributing on the Wednesday evening. On Thursday, around 4 o'clock, they had sold 120 tickets. So we were like, oh shit, what's going on here? Right? And then Friday, they had sold 200 tickets. And remember, the stadium only takes 100, has 100 seats.
Right.
And they hadn't thought about setting a limit on the ticket sales because we didn't think about that either. Right? So coming Saturday morning and match day, so there's only 3 days, they had sold 240 tickets and the stadium was completely overfilled. So that was like for them, having $600 in revenue instead of zero. It was like complete... it blew our minds, and it also blew their minds, right?
Yeah.
So we had this, and we have followed up with that beyond that. And what we see is we're able to, when people get agency, and they can collaborate, and they can do direct, outreach, you're able to really kind of activate the people that care about what they do, right? And I think if we bring this into adventure, you do go on an adventure travel because you care, right? And setting the scene to collaborate across the traditional boundaries, having the customer work with the provider, work with the, what do you call it, tour operators, right? Across the whole, even with the, the gear providers, right?
Yeah.
So now you can suddenly help tell each other's story, right? And that, I think that kind of engagement will go up, but also the ability to earn more money.
Right.
Right. So not only will the experience be elevated, but also the value that's generated in the ecosystem. We see it already; it's going up.
Yeah.
Because the businesses can collaborate.
Yeah. So another question I have for you on this topic, and I'm sure it's come up in many conversations, is leveraging AI. As part of this spotlight, we were just speaking to Wandero, and I know they did a webinar with you guys recently, and certainly a lot of these tour operators are trying to wrap their head around that technology and the opportunity. And the reason I bring it up now is because when you highlight the fact that there's a lot of complexity to the whole customer journey, and there's a lot of parts of our business that can be made more efficient. And so Zaal was giving some great examples of how their technology is going to be able to deliver on that. So I was just genuinely curious, is there an element of AI that you are looking at in terms of improving that whole ecosystem, bringing partners together? How might you be leveraging that technology to improve the automation?
Yeah. So I'll explain how we look at AI, right? So we look at AI as a tool, right? So it's like, so what it will do in our system, every person and every company will have their own AI. It works only for them. So basically this model allows for a pull system, but what it also allows for is for you to have much more power in the system. Because now you can ask your AI, like, find something on Peru, right? And then it can either go in the network, find it, which would be much more trusted content, or it can go on the internet and look it up for you and bring it into the conversation. So this is one aspect of it. But for a business, now you have all your customers will have their own AI that can help them sort what they need, but also you can work together because of the collaborative nature of this platform. The AIs work together, which is going to totally transform how you do it.
Yep.
So basically, a business can focus on their vertical, what they do best, and then they can collaborate on the back office.
Yeah.
So,
well, and this is that world of agentic AI, which certainly was part of that conversation, depending on how people are enjoying this episode and the sequencing of the conversations. But I just wanted to call it, because we got into a bit of detail of just explaining what agentic AI is to make sure that we brought everyone along on the journey. But you're absolutely right that this is where we are going to have agents that will assist all of us in our work. And so it's an exciting time. And I think one of the things that I wanted to bring Jason back in on is very much on this topic, given that you have partners like Erik or partners like Zaal, and clearly more and more interest in this technology. I know you had Dan Flores from Satisfy Labs did a great AI session back in Panama. The people loved that session. And so when it comes to AI, how are you guys thinking about that with your business from a technology point of view and also in the programming?
Yeah, definitely. AI we think is important for a lot of different reasons. We think, you take away the negatives, because with any of these kinds of technologies, there are negatives that come up out of them. But the positives we see out of it is, especially for the number of the tour operators we have, the margins in this business are not very big. And so anywhere we can help them find ways to use tools and resources that can help them screech out another, 0.5% or 1% or more, that's one way we want to be able to utilize it. Also help them understand how to leverage it in their business, from everything from promotion and sales, lead generation to the back office needs that they have. And ultimately right now we know it's still very new. It's moving much faster than previous technologies, where we've gone through a couple of these technology shifts in the past 20 years. And we've seen how the members have, been very interested, but struggled with the process of really grasping onto them. And what we've learned in that process is, the more exposure we can provide to different solutions and providers and experts in the space, and the more education we can provide. And that's why we knew that even though, yes, we're doing it at our events, we also feel we're also doing it through the hub. And so I'm doing these AI accelerators at least once a month, and if not more. I'm probably going to end up doing it a few times a month, because there's just so many questions.
For sure.
And really what we try and do is get the idea is to get the audience together, not only to hear from an expert, but to also hear from each other. And some of the real interesting examples or solutions that we've heard have been coming from those people, from the tour operators themselves, saying, hey, well, how do you do this? Oh, I did it this way. And so we think through that learning, they'll not only become more effective and efficient at taking advantage of technology, but also find collaboration with others in the space, their peers, as a way to help cut through the noise.
Yeah, well, you brought a couple very important things there to the conversation, and one of them is this: you have two apps. You've got the Compass and you've got the Hub. And what I want to do, actually, while we have you here, Jason, as part of this conversation, because obviously I'm thrilled that you're joining us for this, because obviously it's great to get your perspective in this event spotlight as well. Because for many of the listeners that are not familiar with ATTA, I actually am very keen to hear the benefits from your point of view that many people wouldn't be familiar with. So let's just kind of, if you wouldn't mind, do a bit of an overview together, because you're hitting on things that I've only just become familiar with, the AI accelerators. So I'm like, this is fantastic. And the fact that you're actually starting to produce more of those, it also tells you that's what's needed. So that's another reason why people listening to this should join ATTA, become part of the community, attend events, and so forth. But give it a little overview of the landscape for ATTA, the apps, the websites, and some of the tools that you guys offer to the ATTA community. Because some people may just be looking at this as, they become a member, they come to an event. But there's so much more to what you guys offer.
Right. So we obviously we're a member organization to start. That's where we started in the beginning. We quickly moved to an annual event, which we found very successful because this audience loves to be together. They love people, they love the energy, and that's why with Boulder, what we really like is taking that human-centered approach, and so we have always wanted to focus on that human-centered collaboration, and the events provide the opportunity for that to happen. During the event, we have an event-specific app that we use, which is called Compass, and the idea is to help facilitate what the agenda is and how do you find people who are at the event, how do you schedule meeting, etc. So it has a very specific role and a job, and what we've always tried to do as ATTA is find the right tool for the right need. Sometimes it might feel like we have a few too many different tools, but what we're trying to do is make sure we have the best one for that particular need. So beyond the events, going back to membership, is we have a new community hub. It's built on a community platform, and the idea is that we provide opportunities for that B2B engagement and interaction, right? The education that the members might need, the ability for them to engage with each other, for them to post exciting stories or things of interest that other people in the industry might be interested in. That space provides that. But we, in our partnership with Boulder, what we're leveraging is as I mentioned before, our traveler-facing site, which is adventure.travel, and there we feel it needs a different tool, it needs a different solution to create that community and engagement, and that's where the Boulder platform expands upon other community platforms we have, but it includes the traveler. And in our world, what I see is even our tour operators and destinations, everyone that's at this conference, they're providing a particular service or for their own business or for someone else or for a destination, but they're all travelers. At the end of the day, they're all travelers. They're in this business because they love to travel. They love adventure travel, and the Boulder platform provides an opportunity to get down to that individual level and think of everyone as a traveler, in addition to having the opportunity to bring that together on a business to business level as well.
Well, the fact that you are starting to engage more travel technology providers, whether obviously Erik from Boulder or Zaal from Wandero, who had heard about this from another colleague and has come to the first event and just loving it, just like anyone who comes to ATTA for the first time just falls in love with the community and the tribe, and they found their people, all the same expressions that I kind of stumbled across as well. Yeah. I guess we all feel the same way. And I'm sure Erik, because he's a guide, so he's got that background. But one other thing I wanted to ask you, Jason, and then we'll finish off going back to Erik, which is when travel technology companies are listening to this and all of a sudden saying, wait a second, there's an opportunity to get involved with ATTA, would you mind just sharing how best that they can do so in terms of partnering with you, coming to events? Because they don't necessarily have a great understanding of the organization and the structure and how best to reach out to you. So while I have you here, I was like a perfect opportune time to, let our global listeners know how they can partner with you. Because I'm sure there's some great travel technology companies out there that don't even realize this is an opportunity and that you could partner with.
Definitely. I think there's two entry points. One is to when it's not event season or when there's not an event nearby, definitely join. The industry wants to see that tech providers, tech companies are committing to the industry by joining and becoming a part of supporting the industry. And so that's the first place to start. From there, it's, typically they reach out to me, and I have a conversation with them, learn a little bit more about the business, and understand, get a feel for, are they a fit for the industry and for the companies. There's often a lot of times I'm giving them insight on, hey, this is how you might think about approaching this industry, because this is how they think, this is what they're looking for, here are the nuances that they want to know about, here are the things they don't like to hear. And so we usually start there, and then we'll look at an opportunity to now through the hub, through our new hub, we have the opportunity to do these accelerators. So it provides an opportunity to do that. Going back to the events, obviously you come to the event, get to know the people. There's nothing better in ATTA than to get together with this group. Is what sold me. I was a consultant for the first few years with ATTA and working with Shannon. I came to the first summit. I was sold. I was like, I'm going to work for you someday. He said, okay, when I have enough money. So that there's nothing better than getting together with this group. I mean, there's no cliques. It's all about conversations. There's the competitive doors curtains come down. People are just willing to collaborate and discuss and talk about their challenges and needs and interests. And so by coming to the event and then potentially partnering and sponsoring at the event to get even more brand exposure during the event. But again, usually when somebody says, hey, I want to learn more about what I do at tech, they say, go talk to Jason. So, so that can do that.
And so if people do want to reach out to you, is the best way LinkedIn, website, email? What?
It could be LinkedIn, definitely, or by email, just jason@adventuretravel.biz. I'm happy to follow up on email regularly. But LinkedIn works as well. And then if you join, you can find me in the hub.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jason. Thanks for the opportunity to be here, to partner with you guys. Obviously, wonderful working with you and Shannon, Gabby, and the whole team. Every time I meet someone else from ATTA, I'm just delighted because it's just like there's just such a strong kinship amongst your team. And so, thank you again sincerely for the opportunity to collaborate together.
Definitely. And thank you, Dan, for being with us. We've been really excited about the stories we're hearing from the podcasts that you're doing. So
amazing. Awesome. Thank you. Well, let's bring Erik back on that exact note, because this is exactly the types of conversations we want to be having, where you've got someone that is smart, strategic, understands where the industry's headed, and is here at the event. So I want to finish off, Erik, by hearing what your vision is for this partnership with ATTA. And I'm sure Jason wants to know a timeline. When's this going to go live? So are we going to get this live in 2025? But tell us a little bit more about the vision and what's ahead. And then I want to finish off, too, to make sure people know where to connect with you.
Yeah, so I think that what we will bring into the adventure.travel is the ability to collaborate across the whole value chain, right? So I think that is going to be the big thing. And, unleash synergies of collaboration using AI. So I think that this is kind of where the big thing is going to happen. And where, the small businesses can collaborate on their customer base and create content together that will kind of create a richer experience. And there is another thing that you didn't touch on, about you were asking about all the great stuff that ATTA is doing. And they have a lot of content that is currently not reaching the smallest businesses. I think this is one of the big opportunities with adventure.travel and agentic AI. If we embed this into the agent of the businesses so that they can actually, get access to the collective knowledge of the industry when they're operating their business. Now their operating performance can go up. How many percent? I think it's going to be more than percent. So I think it's going to be like maybe 2 or 3 times.
Exciting.
So, there is still a big upside for the adventure industry, and especially when we move into regenerative practices.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fantastic. And then even when we heard the opening today with EF, who's part of this podcast as well, talking about this being an $896 billion industry, it just shows you that it's fragmented, it's behind on technology, there's so much room for innovation. So given that that is clearly the focus with Boulder Technology and the work you're doing, Erik, how can the listeners also connect with you, find out more about what you're working on, and look to partner with you?
They can reach out directly to me on my email, which is erik@boulder.no, or you can go to boulderspace.com and just connect, sign up, create your own account. It's free.
Fantastic. Well, this lived up to the hype, but I'm keen to see what happens next, because obviously so many people were keen for us to meet. So I look forward to keep in touch with you, Erik, and thanks again, Jason, for being part of this. But I certainly want to make sure that people reach out and connect with you both, and I look forward to keeping in touch. Thanks again, Erik. Great to meet you.
And thanks for having me. It was great, and I now gonna look forward to the next episode. Huh?
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Erik. Safe travels home, man.
Thanks. Bye.
I now have the pleasure to introduce you to someone who is a very good friend of mine, someone I've actually sat on the board with, a tour operator, and someone that I've gotten to know really well over the last couple of years. Her name is Casey Hanisko, and she actually was a very core part of ATTA for many years. She's a coach and consultant. You can find out more information about her at caseyhanisko.com. That's Casey, Casey, and then Hanisko is Hanisko. And the other thing I wanted to highlight just before I bring Casey into the conversation is that in the magazine here for this conference, which we're having this conversation on the end of day 2. So we've got lots to reflect on from the event, but the magazine is called Adventure On. And when I was reading the publication, which has this amazing quote from Casey, and I'm just going to read it here because it actually exemplifies what my feeling was coming to my very first ATTA, since this is only my second. This is Casey's line. For over 20 years, ATTA has lit the way for responsible travel where purpose meets partnership and vision turns into action. As the former ATTA president and now an executive coach to travel businesses and owners, I tell my clients, show up to an ATTA event and you won't just find your people, you'll find the future of your business. And I love that, because actually what I found is that I found my tribe. And that's I guess the most common expression that people have heard over the course of this interview. But Casey, welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks so much for joining us for this discussion.
Oh, thanks for having me here.
Of course. So tell everyone a bit more about you and what your background is and what you're doing now. But let's start with a bit of your background.
Well, probably the best part of my background is that I started in travel in the space voyage industry. I don't even know if Dan knows this. So I started off at Zagram Expeditions. They had just started a space voyage division. And so I was there, and I was at Zagram for about 14 years, not just in space. It was moved into marketing and sales. And then after that, I went to the Adventure Travel Trade Association for about 10 years. Yeah.
So for you, obviously, this organization, these events, this is the world that you've known for many, many years.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll date myself, but yes, let's just say over 25 years. So
amazing. Well, the first day when I arrived at the hotel, I saw Casey right away. I was delighted to see her, so I gave her a big hug, and then we chatted for a bit, and clearly everyone knows who you are. And then the next day we were chatting, and people are coming up to you. So it's great to see someone that has the legacy you have in this industry, but also being available now as a coach and a consultant to so many different businesses. And I think that having someone with your great expertise and I guess highly skilled experience, because there's so much that you know, and this is what I was asking Casey. I was so intrigued to learn more about her business the other day when we were having a little catch up, because I'm just so intrigued to understand how it all works, the coaching side. So tell everyone about what you're up to now, and how your coaching business works.
So I work with a lot of women tour operators in particular. There's so many entering the space over the last, 10, 15 years. When I started off in the industry, there weren't as many. And as many of you know, there's a lot of women-focused traveler business and women-focused products. But I work with purpose-driven leaders. It's really the small, medium-size tour operators or travel advisors, and I'm helping them build great businesses and really focusing on their strategy, on doing forecasting or leading great teams, or frankly, sometimes just being able to have a life and live their values personally and professionally. So it's all, balance. and balance.
Well, I just didn't realize before coming to ATTA in Panama and being here again for the second event in Denver, just how many small operators are out there. Mm-hmm. And I've spoken to a few that have been part of the podcast, and they are distributed all over the world, and they run all these incredibly niche, small operations, and a lot of them are somewhat isolated and maybe not. They weren't experienced in the travel industry before starting this business. And so it's opened my eyes to the importance of someone like you for them to be able to work with. So give us a little bit of an overview of the types of clients that you tend to collaborate with as a result of, being here at ATTA and some of the partnerships you have.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's so many solo entrepreneurs who are working with consultants and, or maybe have like a part-time person on their teams. And then I also work with people who have 50 to 100 people as part of their teams. And they're looking for some support for their management teams or executives that need people leadership skills. So I work with them, and then I also work with the Women Travel Leaders organization, and I do elite group coaching with them. And I have a program that's a leading people program, which is for people who need people leadership training, and that's a 9-week program. So businesses of various sizes.
Yeah. So you mentioned a couple of things there, and I'm keen to just dive into that a bit further in terms of what they're typically looking for. And I realize this sounds like it's probably going to be quite a rate. It really is going to depend on the stage of their business and what they're struggling with. But what are some of the more common things that people are coming to you for? Is it improving their operations and like building out itineraries and running and their guides? Is it management and being able to, or is it what are the areas that you typically see that people, when they know that it's time they need to reach out for help, what are the specific areas they need assistance with?
Well, often a question I'll ask is, do you have a strategic plan? And the answer will be no. And then I'll say, do you do any forecasting? The answer will be no. And then they'll say, no, this is why I need to work with you. So, they just don't have the structure in place. So it's usually a passion-driven started business. They've sort of got the business running, they're busy, and they just haven't put the structure in place to either grow if they want to grow or sort of maintain where they're at. And it's that sort of purposeful structure and building is something that they often need the support for. And that can be where sometimes the consulting comes in.
And what types of organizations are they? Mainly tour operators?
I work with nonprofits as well. I've worked with travel advisors. I've worked with also people who want to get into the travel industry. So people who are coming from the outside, and so either are starting a business or they want to work for travel businesses. So it's when you're a coach, it's about people finding the answers within. And so you don't necessarily need to be just working within one industry.
Right. And then where have you gotten to now with, you are, I know you've got 2 young kids as well, or they're making their way through high school and into to college. Tell everyone a little bit about where you're based and then kind of where your practice is today, because I know you do work with a couple of different organizations, and this is where you're incredibly well connected. And I'm partly asking in terms of understanding. I was saying to Casey the other day, I've got so many companies that would be interested in utilizing your services. Like, would you actually be interested in introductions, or are you just way too busy? And you said to me, I'm like, no, you're open to different opportunities. So I want to make sure I highlight that for all of our global listeners. So tell us a little bit about where you're based and some of the projects you are interested in taking on.
Okay. Well, so I'm based in Seattle, Washington. I'm not sure if it's relevant because I actually work with people across the globe.
Right.
But that is where I am. And so I do generally work on the Pacific time zone. But I'm flexible. I work, I'm on the nonprofit board for Rise Travel Institute, a wonderful organization that everyone should check out. I also, like I mentioned earlier, the Leading People program, if there's companies that are looking for training for their managers in their organizations, that's something to reach out to me about.
Given that you were the president of ATTA for a decade, and we're here again together at this event, I haven't had a chance to attend a lot of the sessions myself because obviously I've been busy, importantly doing the podcasting. But tell me, from your perspective, what have some of been the highlights this year from the sessions or some of the people that you've met? What have been some of the standouts from ATTA Denver Elevate 2025?
Well, it's been a great group of people. And obviously, as you said, I know a lot of people in the industry. So, every few minutes I'm seeing somebody I wanted to catch up with, and it being in North America is nice from that perspective. A lot of my clients are here from a coaching perspective. And I think we're all really appreciating the content that's really focusing on recognizing that there's a lot of uncertainty and change happening in the industry right now because of the economic and political environment. So, looking at the trends, there's been some good market sizing research that's come out. I think data is always good for people to have just when they're doing some of their planning and considering what kind of growth patterns might be out there. So that's been nice. And also there's been some good, obviously, I love leadership, and there's been some good sessions on that I think people really need to spend some time thinking with some introspection about where they're at.
Yeah, that's great. Obviously, you have that perspective from knowing many people here and having the background with the organization. And that's one of the things I wanted to ask you as well in terms of some of the bigger trends that are happening in our space. And you're based in the U.S. I'm Canadian. You're West Coast, and I'm somewhat East Coast. And I'm genuinely curious to know some of the trends that you're paying attention to in travel for 2025 as it relates to your coaching clients or the adventure travel space. What are some of the things that you're paying attention to, or I guess kind of preparing yourself for to help and engage clients with?
Yeah. Well, I think the wellness one is definitely one that is there. And I think it's been there for a while. Maybe I'm a little bit jaded. I've been in the industry for a long time. So sometimes, these reports feel like, okay, we know that, we've heard these trends, but it's always good to see if things are shifting a little bit. The women travelers is one that definitely is growing, like I mentioned earlier. Also, solo travelers in general. I thought it was fascinating that cycling was not something that was top of one of the trends, and that for years was a really big one. And so it was interesting to me that wasn't in there. So, well,
it certainly was discussed heavily in Panama, and I know one of the big reasons is the electric bikes.
Yeah.
Everyone, now all of a sudden, people who wouldn't take a cycling trip are going to, or you can explore farther afield because you can travel farther distances. But so yeah, I didn't realize that wasn't featured, but I know that's actually in all the companies who are here offer cycling and walking, like cycling and hiking trips. That's like the two big growth areas.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the ways that you collaborate with different companies, I would love to highlight that as well, because I've certainly, in the time we've got to know each other and even being here together at ATTA, I've certainly grown my understanding of the different services that you offer to clients, especially some of the packages you put together, which there's got to be so many companies out there that could really benefit from that. So tell everyone, if you wouldn't mind, about some of the services you offer and some of the clients that might be interested in reaching out to you.
Yeah. So I work one-on-one with clients. And so anybody who just really wants that personal experience, wants a comfortable sort of confidant and somebody that can give them the opportunity to gain a new perspective on their business, that's definitely somebody that would be I would love to talk to and work with. If they're feeling stuck or feeling overwhelmed, that's a sign usually that you need a coach. So that happens. And then I also do group coaching. I do that through Women Travel Leaders. So if anybody is a woman leader in the industry, they should maybe look at Women Travel Leaders. And then also, I have that leadership program that I do. And so I'm going to be running one of those in the fall. So anybody should reach out if they either want to do that program privately for their company because they want to run that, or if they want to send a leader or two to the program that I'm running in the fall. It could be a great opportunity for some in-depth education around how to best be people leader. And that's difficult conversations. It's really understanding yourself. It's learning how to give feedback, running good meetings, all the things you don't really learn how to do that people throw you into people management roles. And so it's a great opportunity to educate your team.
That's great. I know I mentioned the website at the very beginning, but I know you're also active on LinkedIn. So let's make sure all of our listeners can find the ways to reach out and connect with you. So what are all the best ways to do that, Casey?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up because I do have a newsletter that I put out on LinkedIn that's called Leading Naturally. I love to write, and so I really like to connect leadership principles to nature. So I can be found on LinkedIn. Just search for Casey Hanisko. I don't think there's too many of us. And also, if you are interested, subscribe to my newsletter because it's a little bit of a monthly inspiration. I may start putting it out more frequently, or you can connect with me on my website. You can just let me know there, fill out the contact form.
That's terrific. No, thanks, Casey. I was really looking forward to seeing you here. Obviously, we'll catch up again very soon, but I wanted our global listeners to get to know you because I think very highly of you, and I see the difference you've made to organizations that you've worked with. And so when I said to Casey, she wasn't sure about joining, I'm like, you have to join. You've got to join, but you've got to be a part of the podcast. You've got an amazing story to tell, and also, a thriving business that people need to know about. So I value our friendship. I'm glad things are going so well for you, and it's great to see you again here, and I look forward to keeping in touch.
Thanks, Dan.
I now have the privilege to sit down and speak to a fellow Canadian. His name is Andy Brown, and he is the communications manager at Tourism Golden. And the first thing I'm sure many of our listeners are like, where is Golden? And it is one of the most beautiful parts of British Columbia. And so I'm thrilled to have Andy join us. Welcome to the show, Andy.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to be here.
Now, Andy has been to ATTA 4 times. So
yes, correct.
You're familiar with this organization, and interestingly, Andy is actually from Ontario, which is the most populous province in Canada. And many people, when you do speak to them that are from BC, a lot of people did move out from Ontario. And so I say to Andy, you've picked the good life because it is like, as it gets referred to, the West Coast is the best coast. But tell us, Andy, a little bit about your role at Tourism Golden, and also for our global listeners, help them understand where is Golden, BC.
All right. We'll see if I don't take up all of your time with this one. My role with Tourism Golden, I'm the communications manager, and in a small organization like ours, that's it's a title and many hats. A lot of media, PR work, communication with our stakeholders, whether it's activity providers, accommodators, interacting with people with the town as well. Don't want to get too much into the weeds about it. And then for Golden, for those of you that don't know where it is, we are actually on the east side of British Columbia. So those thinking next to the ocean, great. That's not us. Closest international airport is actually Calgary. So it's an easy 2.5 hour drive from Calgary. Drive through a couple national parks. People may have heard of Banff National Park. Tends to ring a few bells.
Yep.
And then you head through Yoho and Yoho National Park, and you get to Calgary. So pretty easy once you get on the Trans-Canada Highway. You end up in Golden, and it's just a beautiful part of the country located between the Rockies and Purcell, or you can call them Columbia Mountains.
And tell us, what's the population of Golden?
Population of the town itself is 4,000 people, but in the larger area that you calls Golden, its home is we call it Area A, and it's about 8,000 people total.
And in terms of travelers each year coming to Golden, what does that number look like?
It depends on how you define travelers, but we'll call like overnight visitors, people that are going to stay about one night, at least one night, is about 650,000.
Wow. And that's why I wanted to ask, because like when you think about a small community like Golden, living in this beautiful part of the country, and as you rightly highlighted, you're nestled in the mountains, and you are closer to Calgary, because I was telling Andy that my younger brother, who's an avid snowboarder, lived in Golden. And this is where, for those of you who know British Columbia and know that part of the world, you know how stunningly beautiful it is. And, and that's why I was saying I'm envious of Andy being able to live somewhere so extraordinary like that. And it's a beautiful part of our country. But I want to talk a little bit more about your role and what brings you here to ATTA. So I know you're doing communications as a small organization, but what are some of the reasons that you have been coming back to ATTA year after year to these Elevate events?
I mean, it's really in the title of adventure. Golden being an adventure destination, outdoor adventure is really where we thrive, and the ATTA leans into that, obviously, just by the name of the title. Adventure Elevate has been a really good place specifically for us, not just to collaborate and network with people, but really the media that they bring in has been really good, and opportunities to talk to different media that share the same passion for the outdoors and work within that space. And it's just been a a really fun time with the networking events and getting to know people, and ultimately bringing several of them into Golden to show them where I live.
Yeah, well, Andy has a cool, I know what people are not seeing the video of this, but he's got a really cool flannel shirt on, which is like, you're totally part of the tribe. You're like, that's mountain wear and very appropriate for this event. That's one of the things I love about the adventure travel is like, I'm just wearing my Travel Trends t-shirt, and that is well dressed at this event.
Yeah, no, it's packing for this is easy. I know I've got to support the Canadian tuxedo. I don't bring full flannel denim necessarily, but
I'm so glad you mentioned that. So before people have to Google it themselves, what is the Canadian tuxedo?
Jeans on jeans on jeans, denim from head to toe. Jeans with a jean jacket, and if you can get the jean shirt underneath, it's bonus points.
This is like, Bryan Adams in his prime. This is like, denim jacket, denim pants, the Canadian tuxedo. I think that's what I wore to my prom, and it is a uniquely Canadian outfit. So given that you're here back in Denver this year, obviously it moves around, but this event, what brought you specifically this year? Obviously, you love the vibe about ATTA. I totally get that. We're sitting here together at the end of the first day. What were some specific things that interested you about being here this year, and what have been some of the highlights so far?
I mean, coming here is to this one specifically, again, to not trying to repeat myself, but the media that come to it is really what brings me here. A few I've worked with in the past, and it's great to see all faces again and that I've worked with and be able to collaborate with. I mean, I'd be lying if I said it was if it wasn't because of the ease of transport, and the direct flight into Denver definitely made it a little more appealing to come down. But no, really, it's regardless of where it would be. And so long as there isn't a conflict in the schedule, an ATTA event is really close to the high on the list of things to do now after going to so many of them.
Are you staying on for the festival on Saturday?
I really wish I could stay for the whole thing. I'll be here for the start of it, but work does call, and I've got to be back. I got to be back for Sunday at the latest, and because I've got media coming in and I've got to host them. So
yeah, no. Fair enough, but I think that's one of the things we haven't actually spoken about on this podcast yet with any of our guests, but I actually changed my flights from flying back on Saturday to Sunday because not only Shannon was keen for me to be there for the festival, but a number of my friends and colleagues who are here as well. Like, you got to stay for the music festival. And, that's one of the big reasons they hosting the event here in Denver, so they tie into this outdoor music festival. And everyone's been telling me today how much they're looking forward to it, how awesome it's going to be. But it also just highlights the fact that this community, they also like to celebrate together.
Yeah, you make friends really quickly here. It's every event that I've been to, within the first, they call it networking opportunity, but really it's just time to meet up, and you see one familiar face and they introduce you to somebody else, and next thing you know, you're having multiple different conversations, and it leads to, you got to talk to this person and talk to that person. The networking side of it, or the events that are held on a really informal, like you were saying, you don't have to get dressed up or anything like that. And it's a bunch of friends really that end up hanging out. And sometimes the nights go a little later than you want. And it's fine. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, totally. And then for you guys, the one thing I want to go back to, obviously we're chatting about ATTA as we're here in Denver, but to bring it back to Golden and where you're based, because I want to make sure that our listeners, especially those that are not necessarily as familiar with Canada, and certainly not with that, just that part of the world. Some of the other interesting things about Golden that would be even some things, many things I don't know about Golden. So what are some of the key attributes that people should consider traveling to Golden?
Well, that's another loaded question that I could go on for hours about. Big one, not as many people are. We'll stay away from the snow season. I'll dip into that a little bit afterwards. But Golden is in the middle of 6 national parks. So if you wanted to, less than a 2-hour drive, you can get to 6 different national parks. And people may have heard of that one called Banff. There's Jasper, there's a couple hours away. We got Kootenay, Yoho, the Canadian Glacier National Park, and Mount Revelstoke. So the hiking and wildlife viewing and all the other opportunities that come with that is unbelievable. And then adrenaline, depending on how you're looking at it. Downhill mountain biking, whitewater rafting, tandem paragliding, skydiving, amazing golf course. Anything that doesn't involve an ocean is pretty much going on there.
But there are lakes.
There are lakes, yes. They might be a little chillier than some people want, but it's very refreshing after a nice hike up to an alpine lake to dip in. And then you hit the winter, and you've got Kicking Horse Mountain Resort, which is still, in my opinion, one of the most underrated ski resorts in North America for sure. Especially if you're into challenging terrain, there's nothing that matches it. I don't care what anyone says. You know how to ski or snowboard at Kicking Horse, you're going to go anywhere and it's going to seem tame. And the snow is amazing. And then backcountry skiing, backcountry lodges, snowmobiling, cross-country skiing. I mean, the list, snowmobiling, list goes on. It's just, if you like being outdoors, it's the place to be.
Yeah. So my background, as Andy knows, I'm avid snowboarder and used to go out and it's my favorite stomping ground is you say Revelstoke, and there's a number of lodges that are heli only, and there's so many gems within that region within Golden that people can explore. But and you're right, it is underrated, and so many. There's more resorts being built, more lifts being built, and some of these ski resorts are really world class and nestled in this beautifully pristine part of the country. But if people want to find out more information about Golden and to be able to connect with you, where should they go, Andy?
To learn more about Golden, tourismgolden.com, best place to go. www.tourismgolden.com.
I don't think you need the WW anymore, but
triple dub. We'll bring it back.
Sure, it's not tourismgolden.ai. Are you? That's
I'm sure eventually one day there will be.
Or you just ask your AI agent. Just exactly. Skip the website altogether.
Tell me about Golden, British Columbia, and it'll take you to our website. There's that, and then to get in touch with me directly, media@tourismgolden.com. Happy for anyone to reach out and to give more information.
Awesome. It's great to meet you, Andy. Awesome to have a fellow Canadian as part of this, and the fact that we've all traveled here to be at ATTA, despite all of the the complexities that are happening in our world, the geopolitical factors, because not many Canadians are making that journey. But I'm glad you have, and I'm obviously thrilled to be here as well. And a big reason for that is certainly supporting this community, which clearly you're a key part of. So I look forward to keeping in touch with you, and hopefully at some point I'll see you when I come out to Golden.
I mean, we'd love to have you come on out, and happy to show you around the mountain in the winter too.
Sounds great. We can record a podcast there.
Yeah, 15-minute gondola ride up, can do podcast between laps.
I look forward to it. Awesome, Andy. Well, enjoy the rest of your time here. And I look forward to keeping in touch with you, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
I now have the pleasure to speak to Julia Tregaskis-Allen, who is the director of Tracks and Trails. She's come all the way across from the UK to be here for her very first ATTA event. I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to speak to you, to learn more about your background and what you do. So welcome, Julia, to our Travel Trends special episode.
Thank you, Dan.
Now, the fact that you are a first-time ATTA, despite the fact you've actually had this company for 20 years, is really fascinating to me. And as I was catching up with Julia, I was keen to have her as part of this podcast because her story is quite unique. So let's actually start there. Tell us about Tracks and Trails. Tell us about this organization that is women-owned and the types of trips that you offer.
So Tracks and Trails was set up by myself and my co-director, Lindsay Cannon. We set up initially as international mountain leaders and cross-country ski guides, literally to run a few trips. We were working for other companies and we realized, well, actually, there's a lot more out there than the jobs that were available for us to guide. And I think once you realize there are so many trails, so many itineraries and places off the beaten track, we decided to set up our own small website, which was just 4 pages. It was like a leaflet. And this is 20 years ago. We bought the website name, and then it just grew. We went from 1 or 2 trips that we decided to guide, and then realized that year on year, you're building up a portfolio, and then you realize you want dates on the website. And it just built from there. And now we have 75 tried and tested itineraries that we use regularly, and a lot more in our heads that we've done over the years. So there's a big pool of information.
And now you operate in Scandinavia and the Alps. Is that correct? Tell us a little bit more about where you run these trips.
Yeah, so primarily it's the Alps and Scandinavia, but we do move a bit further afield to places like down to the Pyrenees and then down to Corsica, or Mallorca. So it's but primarily the Alps and Scandinavia.
And then tell us a bit about what an experience would look like on a Tracks and Trail. How many people are you traveling with? What would be the experience for a guest on one of your trips?
So our trips are, they're summer and winter. So the summer trips are hiking and trail running. And in the winter is cross-country skiing and snowshoeing. We have small groups. So in the winter, it's 8 passengers. And in the summer months, it's 10. We really pride ourselves in quality experiences. So we can use small hotels, small venues, and have quite an authentic time out on the trail. We work with guides that will speak the local language, usually locally based. And by that, we mean we want somebody that's going to understand the local culture, speak the language, be able to communicate between the guests and the experiences that they're having on the trail.
Interesting. And then just tell us how you actually got into this space in the first place with your partner, because I think it's great that it's women owned. I was raised by a single mom, so that actually resonates with me. But one of the things that I had seen in your bio, one of the reasons I was keen to interview is you offer women's only travel. And Julia was just mentioning to me before we kicked off that that's actually a new development.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it's interesting. We've had the name, the company, the concept for 20 years, and it didn't really strike with us that it's women's owned until more recently with maybe the Me Too movement. We're just understanding that actually what we have is quite an unusual experience with 2 women that have traveled around the world creating experiences. And yeah, we're pretty adventurous. You know, even my mum said to me the other week, I was guiding in Corsica. I have to go and recce a few days before my group arrive, and I'm looking at a new itinerary. And she said, there aren't perhaps many women that would just go out there and jump on the trail and hike up mountains on their own, and you realize what you've done over the last 20 years was, you know, perhaps something quite special. And we want to share that with other travelers, but obviously other women. And that's something that we're doing now.
That's exciting. Now, tell us what brings you to ATTA for the first time, which is why I'm sure our listeners are thinking about what it is you do, how long you've been doing it. It's amazing you haven't been to ATTA before. Of course, ATTA is primarily based in the US, but it is a global organization, of course. Half the people here are actually international travelers. So, I take there's one aspect of it that is, you know, you're based in the UK, but yeah, tell us how you decided to become part of ATTA and what brought you here this year.
So the name kept coming up and we kept seeing it, and you get more and more interested in it. So we were guiding for trekking companies that were part of ATTA. We also had customers that were on trips. We pride ourselves in quite a lot of bespoke and private itineraries. And we'd had some customers and said, you would be such a good fit for ATTA because you offer bespoke, it's small groups. We strongly promote low impact style holidays, so reducing the impact in the environment and using, you know, small providers and small hotels and small groups. And, you know, the sustainability arm is very important to us. So he said, everything you have is what ATTA have. And as a small, medium-sized enterprise, we're trying to grow organically, in a sustainable way. And it was mentioned again, ATTA will be a great way of doing that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thrilled that you're here because I've only recently discovered this. I've known about ATTA for many years, but it was actually only my first event last year in 2024. So I'm thrilled that we have such a great partnership with them. But for me, I'm still getting to understand all the benefits of being part of the community. Mm-hmm. So what are some of the things that attracted you to be here at Denver Elevate? What are some of the things, I know we're having this conversation on day one, so you've been to some of the sessions already, but yeah, what are some of the things you're hoping to get out of being here this year?
Well, so far I've gleaned a lot, and perhaps a lot more than I imagined. I mean, yesterday we had the Day of Adventure, which was a great way of it's like a shakedown day. It's getting to meet people and you're starting to have conversations. And one of the first conversations I had was, you know, with another British, actually an ambassador for ATTA, and he just said, it's so great to see you here. But it's gleaning this information from people that have already been here, and his business has thrived from coming here. And then you realize, well, this could be us. You know, we might glean some really good contacts, but it's also support. And I think some of the lectures that are on, and the one that I've just been to, straight away I'm gaining information in the travel industry that I didn't know, or it would be quite hard to find that information. So I feel straight away I've gained a lot already in 24 hours.
Oh, that's great. What did you do for your day of adventure yesterday?
So I did the sunrise tour.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And then we were offered an opportunity to go to some of the museums and go around Denver afterwards. So
I was very envious of that when a number of people were initially concerned because it was like a 4:15 departure.
That was a bit hard after a long haul flight. However, coming from the UK, I was kind of awake at 2. So it
Right, it
that
worked to your
hard.
advantage.
Yeah.
I saw so many great pictures on social media yesterday of the people that actually went to Red Rocks for the sunrise. It looked spectacular.
It was, it was great.
Yeah.
And to answer your question about why Denver, we're looking to work with more American customers, and obviously it just seemed appropriate to come here because we'd gain those contacts.
Yeah.
But whilst you're here, there's just so many more than the US as well. So it's, I feel like we're really benefiting.
Yeah, I'm just thrilled to see for Shannon and Gabby and the whole ATTA organization such an amazing turnout in the U.S. given all the other factors that are at play. You decided to travel here, so did I, and many others. And say, as I already mentioned, I mean, half of them are international that are here, and they're from all over the world. And their commitment to this community is what is ensuring that they make the effort to come this year, despite other reservations they might have. So I know there'll be a ton of great benefits for you. Let's talk a bit more about your plans with Tracks and Trails and where you guys are headed, because yes, getting more Americans obviously will be ideal for building out your business. But what are some of the other developments? Obviously the women only, I want to talk about that because clearly that is a big trend, and solo female travelers is a big category for a lot of the group tours that are here, like Intrepid and G and Much Better Adventures. And there's so many large multi-day tour players, and they're really focusing on solo female travelers. And there's some fascinating stats there. One of the ones that I learned when I was at the Forbes Travel Guide Conference is that nearly half of solo female travelers are divorced or widowed. Mm-hmm. And I think it's almost a misunderstanding that a solo female traveler is someone in her 20s or 30s. And so, solo female travelers, but let's talk about women only travel, mm-hmm. because I'm really intrigued about how you've decided to focus on this. And then specifically to Julia, how you're working with women in destination to give them opportunities based on some of the new markets you'll be entering. So tell us about both sides of that, please.
Okay, so the 2 trips that we're pioneering at the moment, and obviously these are test pieces as well, but they're proving popular already. It's hiking maybe some of the popular trails, and something like the Tour de Mont Blanc. So you're hiking from Chamonix, going through 3 countries. You go through Switzerland, Italy, and France, and you'll have a female guide. You'll be staying, you can either have a twin room with another female, or solo travelers often choose single rooms. And we've been doing our own data on this as well. And the last couple of years, we've been gathering data to see who is booking with us, when they book, what kind of room they book. And we've also noticed that solo female travelers is on the up. And this is one of the reasons why I decided to put this into our itinerary. We've also got trail running holidays for women as well. So women only trail running. And when I look back to my own background in sport, and I came from a personal training triathlon background, some of the first things I ever did were women only. I did the Women's London Run. Women's London Run was a 10K. And just women, I ran with my mum, and it gave me the confidence. And then I was like, okay, I don't need to do that again, but it gave me the confidence to take the first steps. Yep. The same with triathlon. I did exactly the same, a women's triathlon. And so I can see how it felt from me, 25 years ago when I was, stepping into the industry.
That's fascinating. And tell us about some of the female leaders you're working with in some of these destinations.
So, for example, on our trail running camp, we work with a fantastic team. And so you have female guide. And in fact, this September, it will actually be me running the trail running camp and running in Chamonix, doing the popular trails. I mean, what better place to be? But Chamonix can seem quite intimidating. It's the home of the UTMP, the Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc, or Chamonix Marathon. And you think, I'll never be able to run somewhere like that. But you can, and everyone can. And we've had people from beginner runners to very advanced. And this is the thing, if you feel that you're joining a female group, maybe it just feels that step is easier to take for the first time. You might go again and go in a mixed group, but you've gained that confidence. So the guides, it will be a female guide. We also have physios who are going to be doing injury prevention sessions. We've got yoga teacher will be doing yoga class. We've also got nutrition, and that'll be female related, so female specific. So we've got a great team, and we're pulling really experienced people. And it's not anybody. These are people that are living that life in the mountains, and they have way more than just their specific talent and training. They're bringing a lot more to the table. So yeah, great trips.
It's fascinating. And some of the big players are obviously starting to offer women-only trips, companies like Intrepid. And there are a number of organizations that are also starting up that are very focused on female-only travel, companies like Greet Her. But there's a whole host of really fascinating companies entering this space. So it's obviously an exciting time for this style of travel, and the fact that women are going to have many more opportunities to be able to travel in small groups and also find their tribe, which is obviously part of what we do when we're here, right? We're part of this connected tribe. But certainly when you focus on a niche where it's not only female travel, but also active travel, which I know like there's the two fastest growing sectors are hiking and cycling. And so tell us a little bit more about that, because I think that's where what seems like a niche, I know you're still a relatively small business, has 8 team members, but growing and a successful business. Tell us a little bit about the active lifestyle market specifically, people who are into like ultra marathon running and, and certainly cross country skiing, like these really active adventures. Are you seeing that there's more people that are focused on their health and well-being that want to take these style of trips? Is that an emerging growth category?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think what we've seen, we've been running for 20 years, and over the years, you get more and more groups where women will travel solo or they'll come with a friend, and they're gleaning that support from being with like-minded people. You're also getting fit as well, but you see something, so it's more meaningful. And we're seeing that people prefer to spend their savings extra, so they prioritize on this experience perhaps more than a new car or something that actually eventually you sell on, or you won't have, but you keep those experiences forever.
Yeah. Well, I've certainly seen even the trend of running holidays, people actually that are active runners. So clearly you're into a category that is growing, and you're seeing that as you're building up these new itineraries. What's next for Tracks and Trails? I know you're here. We talked about the U.S. market. We've talked about some of the new trips that you're offering. Tell us a little bit more about what's coming up next. And then I want to make sure too that Julia, our listeners, know how to follow up with you and learn more about Tracks and Trails.
Yeah, so we're here. It's as I said, it's our first year, but I feel that we're in a space that we want to be able to attract people from all around the world. As a small company, the main thing for us is that it's authentic. We have all these local providers, and we want to share that. So next for us, it's really filling the trips that we have. That's, we have such a wonderful schedule, and we work in all these countries. They're all tried and tested, and we're now just here to sort of grow that little bit more. Up until now, it's been guides that it's organic. It's been organic growth. So this has just been a step to say, actually, we're going to tell people more about what we do rather than just organic growth.
That's exciting. So let's make sure all of our listeners know how they can follow up and connect with you, because our global listeners, there may be opportunities for people that want to travel with you, or even companies that actually want to partner with you, given so many travel agencies listen to our show. So what would be the best ways to connect with you? Website and LinkedIn or social channels? Yeah,
so we're tracksandtrails.com. We've obviously on Facebook, Instagram, and yeah.
That's great, Julia. I mean, it's a real pleasure to speak to you. I'm glad that we had this opportunity to record together. I'm thrilled that it is your first ATTA. I know the team listening to this will be very pleased and encouraged to hear that all the reasons you came and the benefits you're already getting from being here. And I certainly hope that you'll be a long-time ATTA and get lots of benefit. I'm sure that will absolutely happen. So I look forward to our paths crossing again.
Thank you very much.
I now have the privilege to speak to Will Cairns, who is the director of Active England Tours. He's been at ATTA for a number of years, and he's very active in the tourism community. So I wanted to bring him onto the discussion to talk about where things are with your business and what brings you to ATTA this year. So welcome, Will. Great to have you with us.
Hi, Dan. How are you doing?
Yeah, fantastic. So tell us where you've traveled from to be here.
So I came in from the UK 2-3 days ago, direct flight from London Heathrow to Denver, which is Perfect.
Yeah.
Dead simple, dead easy.
Fantastic. Well, I'm glad that we have such an international contingent representing here. I know from speaking to Shannon, it's about 50% of the audience. And so tell us a little bit about your background with ATTA first. So you've been involved.
So I think I first came to the ATTA in sort of 2018, 2019. And it's a wonderful community full of lovely, happy, friendly people. You meet and get very deep and personal with so many different people from all walks of life, all different regions of the world, and it's a vital cog in our business.
And then Active England Tours. I know you don't mention the tours as much as it's Active England. Tell us a bit about this business, how long you've had it, and what kind of connected you to ATTA.
So I came into travel very late, and from a sort of sideways oblique angle. I ran a marketing firm for many years, and I exited out of the marketing firm just before COVID. To be honest, I became a bit disillusioned with it, and it became a bit disillusioned with me. So I sold it just before COVID, which was, at the time, looked very, very risky, but actually it turned out to be a blessing in disguise because we had time to set the business up properly. We had time to think about the type of business that we wanted to create. And it's been going very well ever since.
So tell us a little bit. I've pulled up your website, and many of our listeners likely will as well. So activeenglandtours.com for those of you who are multitasking. So tell us a little bit about the tours that you operate.
We curate tours with a deep knowledge and understanding of the UK. We want to be a one-trick pony. We're only ever going to sell the UK. We want to be the leading expert in the UK for active travel. And we want to do it in the right way. And what I mean by the right way is we want to make sure that we are curating trips which are really meaningful to our guests. We want to create that magic, that thing that's sort of sometimes difficult to put your finger on, which gives them a truly magical experience. We want to give them their best week of the year. That's kind of what we say.
Well, and as Will knows, I was born in England. I was raised partially in England, but then moved to Canada, lived in Australia and the US, and all kind of the main English language source markets. But I love England, and I've spent a lot of time there. Still have a lot of family there. And what I wanted to highlight is just some of the areas that you do take people to in the UK, and also to highlight international travelers versus domestic travelers headed to the UK. But let's talk about the product first, because you have walking tours, you have biking tours, and you also have self-guided.
Yeah.
So tell us a little. When you say active, it's mainly cycling, hiking, and cycling, and then some self-guided options as well. So take us through what some of the itineraries that you guys offer and where you do, like the Cotswolds, for example, which is so beautiful.
We operate all over the UK with a core focus in England. That's our heritage, but we're expanding more into Wales and into Scotland, and we have plans in the long term to look at Ireland as well. I think the key thing to mention is that when people think of England, they think of cute countryside, history, heritage, culture, castles, palaces, the royal family, London, etc., etc., Stonehenge, Bath, all of the places that there's big name recognition. We want people to come and enjoy those places, obviously, but we want them to take away a lot more than just those places. Because if you're going to Stonehenge, if you're going to Bath, if you're going to London, you kind of know what you're going to get. We want to take people on a different journey. We want them to meet the weird and wonderful and slightly crazy people that you'll meet in the English pubs. We want them to meet the people, the farmers who are working in the hedgerows or building dry stone walls or doing whatever they're doing. Those are the real people. It's the sights, the smells, and the ambience and the atmosphere created in our country, which we want people to go away with.
Got it. And then in terms of the types of people that book an Active England tour, how much of the business is domestic versus international?
It's pretty much all international. We're focused on the international markets. We're focused primarily on the North American market.
Got it.
And it's a pleasure to host people from all around the world, but a lot of them are North American.
Got it. And then in terms of the duration of the trips and the cost of the trips, and the other thing I wanted to ask you too along those same lines too is B2B and B2C.
Yeah.
You know, from our chat, you do a lot of business with B2B trade partners.
Yeah, so we have a fantastic suite of trade partners who we love working with. and we run a huge amounts of trips for them. We're building up our B2C portfolio dramatically. If I'm brutally honest, we didn't have the money during COVID times to invest heavily in B2C marketing. I don't think anybody did.
Yeah.
And now we are able to invest a lot more in our B2C marketing because we want a balance to the business.
Yeah. And then in terms of your involvement with ATTA, obviously we're here in Denver. This is obviously a big source market for you guys. So I'm sure there's lots of different partnership opportunities. And you kindly already mentioned some of the reasons that you've come across. But what are some of the things you're most looking forward to benefiting from this year? Like what have been some of the standout sessions you've participated in or some of the great networking opportunities? Take us through, some of the benefits of being here this year.
For me, it's meeting like-minded people. It's one of the only times of year that we can get out of our business, get out of the day-to-day, and think about our place within the market, what we're trying to achieve, learning from our peer groups, learning from our competitors. We've got competitors here. We're their friends. We talk to them openly here about our problems. We share solutions. It's such a heartwarming community to be a part of.
Yeah. Yeah. No. And are you staying on for the festival as well afterwards?
I'm staying on for the festival. Yeah. And flying back on Sunday sometime.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, let's talk about what's ahead for you and this industry in this space, because I know that many of the organizations here are very concerned about some of the current geopolitical factors and uncertainty. And so it's amazing to see what an incredible turnout that has been here. And people are trying to figure out what signals they should be paying attention to. And that's obviously a big part of our podcast. We say trends, but really it's that signal through the noise. What should I understand about, there was an article on the very first night that was in Travel Weekly highlighting that European carriers travelers to the U.S. are down by 30% and they're canceling all these flights, which had a lot of people concerned. So what I wanted to ask you, Will, is what are some of the things you're paying attention to with your business? What would be some of the interesting things to share with our listeners about what you think 2025 looks like going into 2026?
We're very lucky in the UK. Very, very lucky. We're in quite a privileged position because the UK is seen as a safe place to travel.
Sure.
We feel deeply for any region of the world that's having issues, be it caused by war or trade or whatever it's caused by. Obviously incoming travellers to the US are dropping considerably, as they are in many other regions of the world, in the Middle East and anything to do with Russia, et cetera, et cetera. So there are lots and lots of regions which are just suffering really severely, and we're extremely lucky, the position that we're in. So we have seen a slight slowdown, but not a huge slowdown. We're looking at 2026 to grow again, and we're hopeful that the world calms down a bit, and that all regions can benefit from active travel.
Yeah,
because we're all part of the same community. We all have a stake in it. We need to be responsible and understand what's happening on a bigger scale than just what's affecting us on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, for sure. That's certainly very important. The other thing, just with you being in the cycling and hiking space, certainly it's two of the biggest growth categories for travelers. So tell us a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of consumer behavior and some of the interest going into even what your plans are for 2026 now.
I think active travel is insulated. I think active travel is going to grow. All the stats are saying it's going to grow 20-30% year on year moving forward, and that's great. It's also a sustainable way of traveling because most of it's. You've got the power of the e-bike, but that's about the only.
Yeah.
And maybe we have van support sometimes on certain trips. But what we've seen post-COVID is a quite significant shift in the way that people are wanting to travel. We are seeing much more demand, for self-guided trips.
Yep.
We're seeing much more demand for private trips, multi-generational families, groups of friends going out and traveling, et cetera, and that's dented slightly the scheduled trips. And so we make sure that we've got more of a balanced portfolio of activity that we're doing.
Got it.
To suit the needs of travelers.
Cool. That's exciting. And what about you personally? What are your travels looking like this year? What are some of the things that you're prioritizing?
Good question. I mean, there's a lot of hard work going on. There's not a lot of time to travel. I think I will be going to the ATTA summit in Chile.
Fantastic. I'll see you there.
And I will tack on a holiday off the back of that.
Good for
I'm
you.
actually going on a swimming holiday.
What?
With
There's such a thing?
Yeah, swimming holiday. Swimming is amazing.
Tell me
Honestly,
more about swimming holidays. We have not talked about swimming holidays.
There is one company called SwimTrek, who I'm really good friends with.
Yeah.
They're based in the UK. They were formed 20 years ago, and they sell, I don't know how many passengers they deal with, but I imagine it's 15,000, 20,000 passengers per year. They sell swimming trips all over the world. 30 to 40% of their trips are North Americans going on swimming trips. So the last one I went on was to Crete 4 years ago. There were 16 people, 5 Americans there. The swimming community is a very sort of collaborative, friendly community. The people you meet on these trips are wonderful. It's well organized. You're swimming in lovely water, and you sleep like a baby because you're doing something pretty active.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's awesome. So, we're definitely gonna have to focus on this trend of swim holidays because that's
really
big.
Honestly, it's coming. It's really, really big.
Okay, cool. Where would be the hot spots for swim holidays?
I think anywhere in the Med. Yeah. Anywhere in the Med. But this company SwimTrek, they're going to Galapagos.
Right.
They're going all around the world. They're doing some big swims. There's a famous swim across the Bosphorus in Istanbul. They're all over the place.
Wow, that's very cool.
Philippines, you name it.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I know we mentioned the website in the beginning, but I want to make sure all of our listeners can find out more information about Active England Tours. And some of the listeners are certainly going to be travel agents. That's kind of a big focus for us. And as we're like mainly a B2B podcast, but there's also going to be consumers interested in traveling to the UK. So I want to make sure, Will, that you can highlight, whether it be beyond the website, LinkedIn, social channels, what would be the best way to connect with you and the team?
The best way to connect to us is through the website.
Got it.
Straight through the website, activeenglandtours.com. And, whoever we're working with, we take it very personally. We work very hard to curate and understand what makes the best trip, the most magical experience for travel agents, customers, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, very cool. Awesome. Well, it's great to meet you here. And obviously it's going to be cool because we'll get a chance to hang out on Saturday, tomorrow, at the big outdoor festival, which sounds pretty cool as well. Yeah, some outdoor music. But real pleasure meeting with you. I certainly look forward to keeping in touch and finding other ways to collaborate together.
Thank you so much.
I now have the pleasure to speak to Jorge Perez, who is the founder of Primitivo, as well as a number of other travel initiatives. And he is a real key figure in the ATTA space. He's known Shannon for nearly 2 decades now. He's been involved since 2007. He's based in Quito, Ecuador, but he divides his time between Ecuador and Spain. And we've just had a chance to meet each other over the last few days. And I really wanted to have Jorge as part of this conversation. So Jorge, welcome to Travel Trends.
So, thank you, Dan. It's such a pleasure to be here with you and tell you a little bit what we do with Primitivo Travel in Spain and with Tierra del Volcán in Ecuador.
Fantastic. And I know Shannon was so keen for us to meet. We connected in the lobby the first night, and he's like, you guys need to know each other. And Jorge, he started telling me about your background, which is so impressive. And I'd love to start there for our audience. So tell us a little bit about your journey in travel and tourism, and specifically starting out in Ecuador.
So I started tourism in Ecuador, and I do believe that tourism could be a really good source of good. It brings people together. And I feel blessed in working in an industry that you're with the persons in their best time in their life, that is vacations. And because we consider that, we want to offer you very unique experiences that enhance your vacations. And the way I started is I decided that tourism was the perfect tool to make conservation profitable. And that's because we have these haciendas or ranches higher in the Andes, next to Cotopaxi volcano. Cotopaxi volcano is one of the highest active volcanoes in the planet and one of the most beautiful volcanoes in the planet. And we want to find ways to preserve their surroundings, this ecosystem that is known as páramos. Páramos is one of the biggest captures of CO2 in the planet. But at that time, they were considered like kind of moorlands. So we decided that tourism was a way to bring people and know it, because you don't love what you don't know, and understand it and do it kind of adrenaline fuel conservation through adventure, and by creating opportunities to the local communities to get involved and have a way of making a living through tourism. Because we started working on conservation, And after a while, you realize that nature takes care of themselves, that it's people who's struggling. And then tourism was for us the tool to help develop this area.
Got it. So let's talk a little bit more about Tierra del Volcán, which I wish I was a better Spanish speaker, but I wanted just to highlight that we had the most incredible trip to Ecuador a few years ago as a family. We actually had 2 family members pass away, and many of our audiences from Travel Trends have known the story of my father dying of cancer, my mother-in-law dying of cancer, and the reason I'm highlighting that is because the big trip that we did after they both passed away, the first kind of big family trip we had done in nearly 3 years, and this is a family that was used to taking multiple trips a year and very avid travelers, we went to the Galapagos, and it was certainly one of the most meaningful, if not the most meaningful and powerful trip we've ever taken in our lives as a family, because I had encouraged our kids to read up and to specifically on Charles Darwin and the whole history of natural selection and renewal. And so that death being a part of life and how we all evolve and change. And so it was intended to be an amazing trip as a holiday, but ended up being something much more profound. And when we were in Ecuador, we went to Quito as well. And we explored a little bit more of the mainland of Ecuador, and it completely blew my mind. Just what a beautiful country it is, what amazing people. And so tell us a little bit more about Ecuador for our global listeners, because clearly people listening to this, they're familiar with ATTA. Obviously, they know about Ecuador, but I want to make sure that all of our Travel Trends listeners globally know more about this beautiful destination and the types of travel experiences that are available in Ecuador that you have brought to life.
So I will describe Ecuador like a whole world on planet Earth. Ecuador is the same size of the state of Colorado, or for those in Europe, is the same size of England. So we're very small related to our neighbors, but we're the country with more species per square mile or square kilometer in the planet. And that makes it a very unique place. And why is it so unique? So there's what is called this theory that during the ice eras, there were places that did not freeze in the planet, and a lot of them around the equator line. And all the flora and fauna moved to those areas that was warm and there was food, and they remained there. So the concentration of wildlife and vegetation in that area is amazing. Also, to the Galapagos Islands, which is one of the most unique places in the world. I normally say there's one of those places that you could not die without seeing it. Arrives the Humboldt current, cold, and the Niño current, warm. So bring all these fishes and wildlife from the cold water and the hot water. And then is the place where the kind of like the Pacific Ocean meets the Amazon basin. Is the closest point where the Pacific Ocean is to the Amazon basin. And that's allowed you to travel a lot. And all this biodiversity you will reflect in the kind of activities that you could do and the food you could try. And so that was the reason why. And Tierra del Volcán means the land of the volcanoes. And that's because Humboldt, one of the most important explorers, talk about the avenue of the volcanoes when he visited Ecuador. So the Galapagos are volcanic. The Andes in our area are volcanic. So it's one of the most volcanic places in the planet.
That's a beautiful introduction for anyone like I would have been before I had the privilege to travel to Ecuador. And I know Melanie, who works on partnerships for our team, if there's one place she could live, it would be Ecuador. She spent a lot of time in Ecuador. And so and the volcanoes, I'm so glad you mentioned that as well, because of course the Galapagos Islands are all volcanic activity, and they're gradually actually kind of going back into the sea, and it's just remarkable to be able to. There's no place on Earth like the Galapagos to be able to see a lot of these that is so isolated. That all these incredible species, and what you just described with the Humboldt Current, we got a chance to experience seeing hammerhead sharks when we were there, which is also for a very small window of the year when they make their way in for mating, and like it's so many remarkable things. So tell us a little bit about your business though, and some of the activities you offer, and where you see the tourism activity growing in Ecuador.
So first of all, mainland Ecuador, I normally describe it as a giant Galapagos. This is kind of what you see the Galapagos, but in a bigger scale. And we, with Tierra del Volcán, we're a tour operator that will focus on exceptional experience. Our slogan is even legendary moments. So the idea is to offer you legendary moments to connect you as a family, to connect you as a couple, or to expand yourself. So the idea is not to show you the destination, but use also this time in travel to explore other things related to you. Because when you travel, the beauty is that you could be whomever you want, and we invite you to explore those possibilities in this very beautiful destination that is Ecuador, where we have these haciendas that has been in my family since the end of the 19th century. They were bought by my great-great-grandmother, a strong woman. And so the idea is that we will take you to these ranches where you could go horseback riding, or you could go from 1 hour to several days. Ecuador is like, if you're a mountain biker, there's no better paradise in Ecuador as a mountain biker. Amazing possibilities of hiking. And because everything is so close, because the Amazon, the Andes, and the coast is so close, the variety of experience that you could have without moving a lot is amazing. So if you want to see South America in a glance, that's Ecuador. And we take you to see the best and hidden places of it, with great food, unique experience, amazing adventures, and we take you to our ranches that will be, even to tell you something, is for many of our guests, they think the Galapagos was going to be their highlight, and Hacienda El Porvenir next to Cotopaxi and being their highlight of their experience.
Oh, that's incredible. So let's jump and fast forward, though, to bringing Spain into Primitivo, because now that you divide your time. So I want to cover both in our conversation today, because I certainly could go on and on about my enthusiasm for Ecuador, and obviously there's so much to continue to explore there. But let's bring in Primitivo into this, and how you ended up creating a secondary business and dividing your time between these two markets.
So with Tierra del Volcán, as I said at the beginning, the idea was to help support the local communities and establish new models. And it has been a very successful model. And we realized that was something that we could replicate. And then my partner now in Spain invited me to go horseback riding in Asturias. And was one of the most mind-blowing experiences that I have, because I saw a different phase of Spain. It's like, normally people when they go to Spain, they will stay in the traditional tourism. But I saw that no one was offering adventure in Spain. And I saw a beautiful opportunity there to create opportunities for those local communities, and to show you the most pristine, primitive places in Spain. So the idea is to help you to escape from the crowds and go and go the profound Spain through their cultures, their flavors, and their natural wild places. So, for example, Spain is one of is the only country that still has brown bears in Asturias. So we take you to the Somiedo National Park to see birds, or we invite you to go to the Camino de Santiago on a hero's journey, or just go to Granada and explore the geopark that is like visiting La Cappadocia, but in Europe.
Fantastic. And then, so where are you at with Primitivo as a business, and how have you scaled that? What is the size of the team? What does that business look like now?
We just launched Primitivo on 2024. We are having our first groups. We have set some beautiful 4 programs that the idea is that connected to your primitive side as well. So you have these tribes that you could join. So you could be a warrior, or you could be a hunter, or you could be a gatherer or a druid, depending if you want to explore more the spiritual side, or challenges, or food. So the idea is that we tailor experiences you based in these destinations, and invite you to explore. We're still a short team. We're 4 people in our team. But it's growing, and I think will be one of those companies that will thrive over time, and will take you to explore a different Spain that you've never seen before.
Oh, that's so exciting. I'm thrilled for you. And now let's bring it back to us being here together at ATTA. And obviously, it's great to meet you. I know what a strong relationship you have with Shannon and how keen he was for us to connect. I'd love to hear more about your connection to this community. Clearly, people keep coming up to you. Obviously, you're someone that's well known and well respected in this space. So tell me a little bit more about your involvement with ATTA, and specifically, if you wouldn't mind, too, what brought you here this year and some of the things that actually have been some of the highlights from Denver Elevate 2025.
So I think I'm a believer that together we stand, divided we fall, and ATTA has been that hub where people that has a positive view of tourism well managed, because tourism well managed could be an amazing tool for changing the world. Tourism bad managed, we end with what we see in Barcelona, the people throwing water to tourists. So ATTA has been a force for good in adventure travel, bringing this community together, sharing openly between all the members. So I normally say that beyond a community, we're almost kind of a tribe, that share the same values, share the same principles, the same concerns for the planet, for taking care of the tourists, but to protect the destinations we visit with. And it's beautiful because here, like in ATTA, you could learn from other models, people. So normally I said, instead of think globally, act locally, for me is think locally, share globally. And this is kind of what happened here.
Yeah.
That you fix the problems of one destination, which will be different from a different destination, but you're able to see it and see what of that you could apply. And ATTA can show you that. And Denver, for me, I consider the Colorado kind of the capital of adventure of the United States, even though there's California and there's so many other beautiful places, or Washington State. But Denver, for me, is one of these places super connected to the outdoors life. And there's always something that you could learn. And I think the U.S. is a planetary leader in many things. And the outdoors industry is one of those. So I wanted to come and see firsthand and experience firsthand this beautiful place.
Yeah, no, well said. And obviously we have the Day of Adventure. There's the festival tomorrow. Are you staying for one more day?
Of course.
I'm
going to the festival. There's no way I will skip that.
That's awesome. No, I'm so glad. I want to make sure that all of our listeners can find out more about both Primitivo, which is primitivo.travel, just for those of you who are multitasking. And but let everyone know, Jorge, the best ways to connect with both of your organizations and be able to follow up and connect with you.
So for those interested in Spain, you could look for us on primitivo.travel. That's like primitive, but with a no at the end, that travel. For those looking Tierra del Volcán, it's tierradelvolcan.com. But because I know that you might struggle with that, if you type Cotopaxi.travel, you will also find us.
Nice, Cotopaxi. Okay, cool.
Because we're next to Cotopaxi volcano. So the brand, the clothing brand of Cotopaxi comes because of Cotopaxi volcano.
Yeah, that I can pronounce well. So that's perfect. And I was familiar with that from my time there.
And that's why we got that URL, because we know that sometimes people struggle with Tierra del Volcán. So you might find it through Cotopaxi.travel as well.
Oh, that's awesome. No, I appreciate you highlighting that for all of the English, the unifile English language speakers out there, but that need to know about Ecuador and travel to your beautiful country and get to know just how special a place it really is. And actually, our big family trip this summer is to Spain, interestingly enough. So you've got both sides covered.
Yeah. So I'm so happy that Ecuador was such a special place for you, and I feel blessed that happened. But looking forward to host you in Spain. I have some amazing opportunities for you as a family bonding there.
Thank you. That would be great. I'll definitely take you up on some recommendations for sure, Jorge. And I just want to say it's been a pleasure meeting you and getting to know you over the last couple of days. I look forward to celebrating at the Outdoor Festival tomorrow after this whole conference is wrapped up. And I certainly wish you and the team every success going forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. It was a pleasure.
Thanks so much for joining us on this latest event spotlight from the ATTA, the Adventure Travel and Trade Association Conference in Denver, which was absolutely extraordinary, as you heard from these 16 amazing people that we spoke to over the course of this episode. It was incredibly inspiring, and I certainly look forward to seeing everyone again in Chile in October at the Adventure Travel World Summit. Special thanks again to Shannon and Gabby and the entire team at ATTA for welcoming me into your community. It's an honor to be a part of the organization and work so closely with many of your team members, and also now to have a special podcast series together to focus on adventure. I'm looking forward to introducing the next episode and continuing our journey there. And I also just wanted to acknowledge all the amazing people I had the chance to speak to. Thank you again for making the time for these conversations. It was wonderful to also get time with you over the conference, and especially on the last day at the festival. For anyone that wasn't there, one of the cool things that they did is they tied the ATTA Elevate event with the outdoor festival that's held in Denver outside over the course of that weekend. I actually changed my flights to fly back on Sunday so I could be there for the full day on Saturday. And it was absolutely extraordinary to see everyone that had been at the conference with their booths doing business and also catching up with each other. And we had an epic night out in Denver that night that culminated with some karaoke and late night scooter rides. So I just wanted to say thanks again for everyone for making the event so special. And I can't wait to see you guys again in October. And also, don't forget, we do post clips and highlights from all these conversations on our social channels. So be sure to check out YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn at Travel Trends Podcast. Until next time, safe travels.